Welcome to the Rewriting Naruto series. This is a series where I rewrite Naruto to improve the story for my personal taste. This video is going to cover parts 30 through 34 of the Rewrite series, and it's going to focus on the rise of Sasuke and the downfall of Hinata. Chronologically speaking, this part of the story is located after Sasuke gathers Team Hebi and goes hunt Itachi, but before the Leaf Village Itachi pursuit. Like the video to help me out, and let's get started.
Senpai! Are we there yet?
Not yet, Toby.
What about now?
Not yet.
What about now, Senpai?
I told you we're not there yet!
What about now?
Shut up, Toby, you wanna die?
Senpai, you're so scary!
Datara and Toby fly high up in the sky on one of Datara's large clay birds. The sun shines high up. When we get there, you will know. The Waterfall Village has a massive tree in the middle of it. The locals think it's a type of god or something. It's hard to miss.
So can you tell me the plan again?
I told you 3 times already.
I'm sorry, I was staring at a bird.
Staring at a bird? You gotta focus, Toby. We're gonna fight the 7 tails. It's not gonna be a breeze like the 3 tails.
Well, but we don't really expect to fight the actual 7 tails, right? Just the Jinchuriki, right?
I don't know what's gonna happen. Though fighting the full tail beast would be much better to show my art to the world.
You wanna show your art to the Waterfall Village?
I wanna show my art to everyone.
You weird Senpai.
Huh? I'm not the one wearing a butthole mask all the time.
Oh, how rude, Senpai. But say, don't you think they are exploiting you?
What do you mean?
You've already captured 2 tail beasts. This is gonna be your 3rd one. Isn't that unfair for you?
The more tail beasts I capture, the more chance I have to show my art.
I applaud your enthusiasm, Datara-senpai. Turning your indentured servitude into an opportunity to show your claim.
What did you say? Datara says, strangling Toby with his suit-up arms.
Big tree.
Toby says, pointing his finger to the horizon. Datara releases Toby and looks over there. They are approaching the Waterfall Village. The massive tree is indeed difficult to miss.
So, Datara-senpai, what's the plan again?
They won't see us coming. From below, my creation will look like a normal bird. Besides, it will be hard to spot us with the sun behind us anyway. I'm then going to drop some of my C1 into the village around several different spots, causing distraction. We will use that and find the location of the Jinchuriki, swoop in, and capture her. I will perform my show. You stay out of my way, understand?
But last time, I was pretty useful last time.
I only gave you a chance to shine last time because we didn't have an audience, and because the 3 tails was rather weak.
But senpai, what if the fight gets difficult?
It won't get difficult if you don't do anything stupid, Toby. Hopefully the idiots in the Waterfall Village have a better art sense than the morons in the Sand Village. They arrive at the Waterfall Village, flying hundreds of meters above it.
Senpai, you're a genius. There's no way this plan won't work.
As long as you don't do anything stupid, as I said, it will work. Toby peeks over the edge of the bird, looking below.
Look! Datara-senpai! The people look like they're ants from up here! It's
Toby slips off the bird and plummets towards the Waterfall Village. Datara stares, paralyzed in disbelief. Toby! He lands on the Waterfall Village, creating a small crater on the ground. The people nearby get scared, not knowing what happened. Some run away, others call for help.
That one's gonna hurt tomorrow.
Toby says, looking down where he landed. He crushed an old lady into a pulp.
Oh! I'm sorry. You see, Datara-senpai's terrible at flying. I lost my balance up there.
Toby says to the lady's corpse.
But at least you were pretty old already, so you didn't lose too much. It would have been much worse if I had landed on a baby.
When the villagers surrounding the area see the lady's corpse and realize what happened, they panic, running and calling for ninjas.
Hey! No need to worry. I'm pretty sure she didn't feel anything, guys. Come on.
A small shinobi platoon arrives at the scene. Look at his clothes! He's an Akatsuki! Attack! They assault Toby, throwing kunais, shurikens, explosive tags, and elemental jutsus. Toby dodges them all. His moves are uncanny, difficult to predict.
Whoa, hold on. This was Deidara-senpai's idea. Don't blame it on me.
More ninjas flock around Toby, throwing everything they have at him, until he is completely surrounded by over 100 ninjas.
I surrender. I swear, I won't do anything to harm your village.
Dozens of clay birds fly towards Toby's direction. They impact the ground, causing a chain reaction of explosives. Toby and everyone surrounding him gets hit by the blasts. Ninjas are blown into pieces and thrown away by the shockwave. Another ninja platoon arriving at the scene spots Deidara on the large bird flying towards the village. He's over there! He even sacrificed his comrade to kill our man! Attack! They cast long-distance ninjutsus of all sorts against Deidara, who dodges them mid-air. Toby! I was supposed to be the star of this show, not you! Deidara launches another volley of clay birds, exploding the ninjas below and also hitting buildings and civilians everywhere. Toby exits the smoke of Deidara's explosions unharmed.
I'm sorry, Deidara-senpai. I slipped, but if you were a better flyer,
Deidara gives Toby a death stare while he still tosses explosives on the village below, dodging attacks midair. Toby turns back and runs.
Deidara-senpai, you're too scary. I'm sorry.
Listen up, Waterfall Village. You are about to experience the most sublime of arts. You should feel grateful. Going with an explosion is the best way to depart from this world because it is the one true art. Deidara tosses explosives towards the ground. The ninjas below try countermeasures. They attempt to intercept the falling bombs, but Deidara is tossing too many. His bird is also fast, and he's flying way too out of reach for them. He continues to bombard the village, hitting everything on his path. I even brought some extra clay for today after what my man Sasuke told me in the Sand Village. You should feel special. This is not just a sideshow. Deidara says to no one in particular. Now tell me where the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails is! He screams. Toby keeps running away from Deidara as explosions strike the village all around him. I don't like when Deidara-senpai gets like that! Somebody help! Deidara-senpai is going crazy! Hey, you! An older waterfall ninja hiding behind a building calls for Toby. Come here! Toby stumbles his way. He arrives in the back of an alleyway where several ninjas stand guard. In the middle of them, there's a girl with tan skin and green hair tied by a rope.
Hello there. My name is Toby. I apologize for Deidara-senpai's antics. Sometimes he gets too excited.
Shut up! Take the Jinchuriki and leave! The man kicks the girl's back, pushing her towards Toby.
Oh, that was way too easy. So this is the Jinchuriki then. Nice to meet you. Wait! How do I know this is the real one and not just someone transformed? Or a genjutsu maybe?
The older ninja growls. Fu, show it to him. Fu concentrates, grimacing in pain. Her eyes turn green and a faint green chakra aura envelops her. That's enough. We don't want you to go ballistic. She closes her eyes.
Alrighty then.
Toby gives his thumbs up, picking up Fu and lifting her above his head. He runs back towards Deidara. Toby dashes through the waterfall village, explosions still impacting all around him as ninjas scramble to counter Deidara. Civilians run across the bridge over to the massive tree, crossing the great lake that separates most of the village to the tree itself. Stay underneath the tree! It will protect you! Pray for it to give our shinobi strength! Ninjas say, directing the people towards the tree. They're taking shelter beneath the roots. The waterfall ninjas manage to organize themselves and now are repelling most of Deidara's attacks and forcing him to fall back, launching all types of jutsus in a coordinated fashion.
Senpai! Senpai!
Toby yells, hoisting the Jinchuriki above his head.
I got her! We got her!
Waterfall ninjas avoid Toby and the Jinchuriki. Nobody tried to rescue her. Many of them seemed relieved after seeing that the Jinchuriki was being captured and taken away. Deidara narrows his eyes, looking down. Huh? How did you get her, Toby?
I captured her using your explosions as cover. Your plan worked, senpai!
You're stealing my show!
Toby. I just got lucky. You did everything, really.
Deidara dives down towards Toby. The bird snatches the Jinchuriki from Toby's hands as Toby jumps on top of the bird. The show was shorter than I thought it would be. My display on the sand village was far more grandiose. The bird veers upwards as Deidara looks down at the village. There are several focuses of fire and columns of smoke rising up in the air. Ninjas run trying to heal the wounded, and civilians run towards the safety of the massive tree. Deidara stops the bird and hovers above the village. Frustrated, looking down, he despises what he sees. Beware that you've only witnessed a glimpse of my art. The older ninja who gave the Jinchuriki to Toby appears in the middle of the confusion. His face shows hatred and he seems defiant as he stares at Deidara and Toby up in the air. This isn't art, you fool. You are insane. Oh, is that so, old man? Yes, art is supposed to be something beautiful and inspiring. Something that lasts and gives people hope. What you do is the exact opposite, you maniac. If you are an artist, then I am the sage of six paths. Then tell me, oh great sage, what is the ultimate art for you? The older shinobi points to the tree in the center of his village. The divine tree of Hatetsu. Our great god has given us that gift. The tree which makes our land fertile and prosper. That is real, eternal art. Some ninjas come close to the older man. They attempt to calm him down, to make him stop provoking the Akatsuki, but he can't. He is proud of that tree. He is proud of his village. He wouldn't let this scum defile their village. Stupid old man. True art is that of which only lasts for a brief moment, but for that moment, it is infinite. I don't care. I gave you the Jinchuriki. Just leave us alone now. What? You gave her to us? Deidara says, looking at Toby, who shakes his head. You told me you got her because of my distractions.
Senpai, technically, it was because of your distractions. You were blowing them up, and they got really scared.
That is unacceptable.
Senpai, we should go. Mr. Zetsu told us to be quick about this mission, right?
The bird lifts food to Deidara and Toby's level. Did you really let yourself be given away just like that? You didn't even try to fight? I can't believe someone would just have such a weak will. It's not that I wanted to be captured, but if my capture allows my village to survive, then I'm fine with it. How unsightly. This is what happens to those who don't understand what art is. Those who are stuck in eternity can never glimpse infinity. Very well then, I will teach you the true meaning of art. Free of charge! Toby looks at Deidara's expression. He is excited, almost unhinged. Senpai, we should really go! Shut up, Toby, don't get in my way! Deidara creates a large explosive.
What's that? That's the Senpai! The C3! It's too much!
No, this jutsu will prove my art is superior to theirs. Please, don't attack the village. You already have me. There's no point. These people, they're innocent. Fu pleads in desperation. Oh, they are not innocent. Trust me. Deidara tosses the explosive, forming a hand seal. The clay puppet expands, turning bigger than Deidara's bird itself. It plummets down, making the sound of a falling bomb as it cuts through the air, targeting the great tree below. Please don't do this! Experience the ephemeral infinity, for true art is an explosion. A blast of cataclysmic proportions erupts from the clay explosive, sending a destructive shockwave that hits the entire village. It shatters buildings and tosses ninjas, civilians, and everything in between with unapologetic force. A gargantuan fireball engulfs the entire tree, reducing it to ash in a split second and obliterating the civilians that sought shelter underneath it. The lake surrounding the tree is completely vaporized by the heat. A steaming crater takes the place of the once imposing tree. Sublime, isn't it? Deidara asks Fu, watching the destruction in utter glee. She stares at her village. The tree gone, many people dead, buildings destroyed, her sacrifice in vain. Why did you do this? That doesn't make sense.
Why would you kill them? There were people hiding under the tree. Their deaths were magnificent. Green streams of chakra begin to emanate from Fu. Senpai, I think this is bad. Chakra erupts from her with a verdant blast, destroying Deidara's bird, sending Toby and Deidara flying opposite directions. Toby screams as his plummets down, but Deidara laughs. Finally, a real opponent. He creates a new large bird to fly on. A falcon this time. Its wings beat so fast they become a blur. The Jinchuriki is enveloped and consumed by the green chakra. It streams into all directions like thin laser beams. She let herself be consumed willingly because of what Deidara did. But that was what he wanted anyway. She acquires wings and quickly grows in size. A layer of armor begins to form as an exoskeleton, and then, finally, the transformation is complete. The gigantic flying insect that is the Seven Tails hovers above the waterfall village, staring at Deidara. Toby impacts the waterfall village, this time falling on top of an old man. Once again, it would have been worse if it was a kid, he says, staring up. The Seven Tails' ominous figure looms over the village. The people panic. First, the explosion, now the tail beast. The creature screeches a roar that shatters the windows that weren't destroyed by Deidara's explosion. Senpai! We gotta get out of here! This thing's too strong! Deidara doesn't listen. Show me your art, Seven Tails, he says, as the beast erupts into motion. A rippling shockwave of compressed air radiates from its body as it comes upon Deidara. The Akatsuki member turns his clay falcon 180 degrees, flying away. The Seven Tails charges a Bijudama and spits it towards Deidara. He lowers himself on the bird's back as the falcon executes an evasive maneuver, dodging the massive sphere of chakra. Deidara launches a dozen fast explosives towards the beast. They impact midair, detonating, but don't even scratch the exoskeleton. The Bijudama impacts the ground below, creating a massive explosion a few miles away from the waterfall village. Toby feels a shockwave hitting him in the middle of the village. He starts to run towards Deidara's direction. Senpai! Senpai, wait! You forgot about me! Deidara can't hear him. He's too far away now. Already well outside the aerial space of the village and far too concentrated in the fight. Then Seven Tails keeps on chasing him. So my C1 didn't even tickle the thing. I can keep up with its speed on my Watatatsu Falcon, my fastest masterpiece, but my attack potency will be an issue. The C2 isn't fast enough to keep this aerial chase, and the C3 doesn't even have self-propelling, which means I'll have to use that. Deidara thinks, looking at the tail beast. The flying monster launches a sequence of Bijudamas towards Deidara, who dodges them all with graceful air maneuvers. They explode in the distance. Deidara looks down at the destruction they caused. Your art is potent, but it lacks elegance, Seven Tails. You could never hit me with any of those. The tail beast charges another Bijudama, but this time, the creature swallows the sphere of chakra. Huh? What are you gonna do? The monster spits a thin beam of green dense chakra towards Deidara. The beam is faster than the Bijudamas. Deidara dodges, but the falcon is hit. The beam shears the wing off. Deidara begins to plummet down, but he quickly creates a new falcon to fly on as the older one falls. The beam doesn't stop, however. The beast continues to expel it from its mouth that's barely visible because of its exoskeleton. Deidara dashes to the side, attempting to evade a laser. The flying monster swings its head towards Deidara, dragging the laser through the air. It impacts mountains far off in the distance, cleaving their mountaintops like butter. Deidara tosses birds that explode in between him and the Seven Tails, creating a large smoke screen in the air, preventing the beam from hitting him. The laser cuts through the smoke, but Deidara is nowhere to be seen. The beam ceases as the tail beast searches for Deidara, looking in all directions. Deidara dives down, using the sun behind him to conceal his presence. He bites off some of his clay, not with a mouse on his hands,
but his real mouth this time. The Seven Tails notices Deidara coming at him and begins to charge a new Bijudama. Toby runs towards Deidara. He blocks the sun with his hand and notices that Deidara is chewing the clay far above.
Senpai! No! Don't use that jutsu! We can't kill it!
Shut up, Toby! I know what I'm doing! Deidara spits a clone of himself as he approaches the tail beast. The clone also lands on the bird. The Seven Tails swallows the Bijudama, and the clone jumps off the bird, landing on the beast's face. Deidara veers upwards with a brisk motion, flying vertically. The Deidara clone disintegrates on the beast's face, as though it turned into ash. Deidara looks down, smiling. The beast turns towards Deidara, aiming up to fire the beam. Deidara forms a hand sign. Cats! The laser erupts from the beast's mouth, but the creature loses lift and plummets down. The laser is shot aimlessly at all directions as the mouth of the falling creature swings everywhere with no control. The Seven Tails impacts the ground with a rumbling explosion, lifting rocks and dirt, forming a large crater. Deidara looks down at the fallen beast. A smile of utter glee invades his face. He looks up at the sun and opens his arms as the light hits him from above. Behold, true art! Toby arrives at the crater site, panting, hands on his knees. He looks down and sees the Seven Tails' green chakra fizzling out, leaving behind the unconscious Jinchuriki. He jumps down and checks her pulse. Deidara lands nearby with his falcon.
Senpai! Senpai, you did it! She's alive! She's alive, you're amazing!
I told you I knew what I was doing, Toby.
But it's just that the C4, it's too extreme. It could have killed her.
Shut up, Toby. Do you think I have no control over my heart?
But of course you do. Of course you do. Now we should get going, right? The leader will want to extract the Seven Tails as soon as possible.
Don't tell me what to do, Deidara says, as the falcon grabs the Jinchuriki, and they both jump on it. Sasuke Uchiha wears a dark cloak and a hood. He looks around Makiri, the large outpost city he found himself in the land of hot springs. There was a lot of people around, many buildings sprawling a variety of commerce, spas, restaurants. This was the second largest city in the nation, only smaller than their ninja village itself. Karin, Suigetsu, and Jugo follow behind him, also wearing dark cloaks. Found anything suspicious yet, Sasuke? Jugo says. Not yet, Sasuke says. Well, it's not as though these mafia bosses like to hang around in the open. The last 5 we've visited were the same, Suigetsu says. Keep looking out for trouble, especially leaf ninjas. Karin, did you sense anything? Karin is caught by surprise. She was staring at Sasuke's back, fantasizing about spending a night alone with him. I didn't sense anything, no.
Sasuke, I mean, shouldn't we get a rest for a while? We've been looking for Itachi for so long, and all these idiots seem to have no information. We could stay here for a couple of days and enjoy the hot springs,
Karin says, imagining herself and Sasuke hugging each other in a hot spring. There's no time for futility. Itachi may be on the move. We'll never catch him if we'll remain still.
Yeah, of course.
Come here, Sasuke says, darting into a dark alleyway where there's no people around. He bites his thumb, drawing a drop of blood, and weaves one-handed hand signs. Summoning jutsu, a small snake appears. I'm looking for a man called Gaizo. He's a crime lord and is said to be in the city. He's fat, old, and reeks of smoke. Find him for me. Sasuke tells the snake, who gives Sasuke a nod and slithers away. I've never seen anyone using those types of hand signs before, Sasuke. How the hell do you know that? Suigetsu says, trying to form one-handed seals awkwardly.
Of course Sasuke can do that. He's not a second-class ninja like you.
Shut up, you wench, as if you could do that.
Huh? I can! I just choose not to.
Bah! Give me a break. It's not something easy to learn. I fought against a guy that could do them once, and decided to train how to perform them. They can be rather useful, but you have to imagine the completed hand signs being formed in your mind. It gets more difficult the faster you weave them, and also more chakra control than usual.
Sasuke! I sense a powerful chakra in this city. Much more powerful than the normal ninja.
Jiraiya walks around Makiri City, eating some grilled squid. His intel says Sasuke might pass by this city, but he doubts Itachi would be here. This is a big place, and Jiraiya knows the Mafia Lord that rules over the crime syndicates in this area. Not that they are friends, he is a troublesome man, but it's not bad to have connections. Perhaps Sasuke would be after him, craving information. If Jiraiya gets to Gaizo before Sasuke could, and catch him off guard, he could bring him back to the village without a ruckus, and save Naruto the trouble. Would that be what Naruto really wants? Perhaps not, but it is what's best. In any event, Jiraiya needs to find out where Gaizo's lair is. He's never been there before, but he finds a very interesting place to start, entering a shady-looking tavern and ordering some sake. After asking the bartender for the whereabouts of the best pleasure house in town just for research purposes, he sits uninvited on a table with 3 individuals Jiraiya is certain are criminals. He knows the types, scowling faces trying to look more menacing than they actually are, hidden weapons on their clothes, stubble beards, classic thugs.
And what are you on, old man?
One of the thugs says. Oh, come on, I'm not that old, I'm just 53.
That's old to me,
the second thug says. The third one looks weird. His gaze isn't focused. He seems to be daydreaming.
Who the hell do you think you are?
I just wish to talk with Mr. Gaizo. The expression of the 2 thugs completely changes. They become more apprehensive and hostile. Jiraiya's demeanor changes as well. He becomes more serious and leans forward. Now, you could simply tell me where to find him, or I could force the information out of you. I recommend you take the first option. As Jiraiya utters the last phrase, he is no longer sitting on the table, but directly behind the man. They didn't even see him moving. Have you ever heard about the Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku? You probably should have, since all the guys you work for know who I am. The 2 men look terrified. The third one still daydreaming.
It's in the sewers, okay? You can access it from a manhole in the southwest of the city near a tobacco shop.
One of the men says. See? It wasn't so hard. You can go now. Scramble. The 2 men run away, not looking back. But the third one remains on the table, not moving, his gaze still unfocused. You seem to have more guts than the other 2, huh? The man then looks at Jiraiya, staring down on his soul, but his gaze is distant. The leader of the Akatsuki is located in the Rain Village. He possesses the Rinnegan. The time is coming for when the Akatsuki will launch a large-scale invasion on the Leaf Village to capture Naruto Uzumaki. The man says. Jiraiya is perplexed. What did you just say? The man's gaze focuses again. He looks at Jiraiya, seemingly seeing him for the first time.
Who are you? Where am I? What's happening?
Oh, calm down, friend. What's the last thing you remember?
I went to sleep and now I'm here. What? Was that you?
No, it wasn't me. The third man runs away, creeped out by Jiraiya. He doesn't bother chasing him. He's too preoccupied, thinking about what just happened, what he just heard. The small snake returns to the alleyway. It slithers around, relaying a message to Sasuke. He's in the sewers. The entrance is in a manhole southwest of here, near a tobacco shop. Sasuke, what are we going to do about this powerful chakra? Jugo says. I'm faster. I'll go alone, get the information, and we'll flee the city. The last thing we need now is for the Leaf Village to find our location and dabble with our business.
Wait, but hold on. Couldn't this powerful chakra just be Itachi himself?
Suigetsu says.
No, it doesn't resemble Sasuke's chakra at all. It's almost like a polar opposite.
Karin says. Could this be Naruto? Sasuke thinks. We should go with you, Sasuke, for protection. Even if we won't be as fast, it would be safer. No, stay put in this alleyway. Suigetsu is rather relieved he won't have to be in danger. Sasuke activates his Sharingan and jumps up, landing on the roof of a building. He dashes away above the city streets, using his ludicrous speed to traverse the town. He quickly finds the manhole close to the tobacco shop and weaves hand signs, casting a genjutsu on every person nearby so that they do not see Sasuke at all when he comes down, and lifts the lid of the manhole, entering it, descending into the fetid sewers. Sasuke finds himself in a long underground hallway. The wastewater flows and Sasuke uses his chakra to walk over it. He runs, looking for any signs of a hideout. The sewers are dark, only lit by scattered rays of sunlight. Sasuke spots a thug walking the sewers. The water hits his knees. He definitely isn't a ninja. Sasuke dashes at him. The man doesn't even see Sasuke coming. Sasuke looks at him with his Sharingan and casts a genjutsu. Where's Gaizo?
He is 400 meters south, behind the metal double doors, the man says against his will. Sasuke punches him in the stomach, knocking him unconscious and dashing towards the place he indicated. As Sasuke approaches, more thugs appear, doing rounds around the sewers guarding the place. Sasuke punches them one by one as he bolts above the wretched water. They don't even have time to raise their weapons. Sasuke is too fast and silent. Before they know, they are already unconscious. After knocking a dozen thugs, Sasuke sees the metal doors. Weaving one-handed seals, he activates a Chidori spear and carves a round hole on them. The metal offers no resistance. Sasuke kicks the hole and enters the room. The round piece of iron falls, making a loud metallic sound that alerts everyone inside. The place is surprisingly fancy. It looks like a large lobby of a high-end casino. There are several men playing cards, placing bets, and smoking cigars. Security in the place is high. Sasuke counts 20 hot spring ninjas. Which one of you is Gaizo? Sasuke asks without a sliver of apprehension. A fat old man smoking a thick cigar wearing a white suit stands up from a lavish armchair saying, "I don't know who you think you are, boy, but you'll learn that's not how we work things down here." "So it's you." "Bring to me! I'll teach him a lesson!" The small platoon of hot spring ninjas erupt into motion, some of them drawing swords, kunais, and shurikens, while others begin to weave hand signs. Before any of them are able to dash towards Sasuke or cast any jutsus, they are all sent flying by Sasuke's fluid taijutsu strikes. All ninjas fall on the ground, knocked unconscious by a single blow. "Too slow," Sasuke says as he appears in front of Gaizo, grasping his fat neck, making him drop the cigar and lifting him off the ground. The man was much shorter than Sasuke. The other patrons who were betting and playing scream and scatter. "I won't tell you anything," Gaizo says as Sasuke chokes him. "You don't have a choice." Sasuke casts a genjutsu with his eyes. Gaizo's gaze turns unfocused. "Where's Itachi?" "I don't know. I haven't got intel about him in several months." "Where are the other Akatsuki?" "Two of them attacked the waterfall village and captured the Seven Tails yesterday. Deidara and his boy scout. Kakuzu and Hinata are dead. I didn't know any more than that." "Do you know who might know more than that?" "Kado." "Who's Kado?" "He's a spy. A ninja from the ice village that works for the Land of Iron's feudal lord." "Where is he now?" "I heard he was in Tahuna City, a couple of hours north of here, but my intel says he'll leave today." Sasuke grimaces in frustration. The sun's about to set. This Kaido will probably leave soon. "How does he look like?" "Tall, slim, blonde, green eyes. He carries 3 katanas and has a slashing scar across his face." "What else do you know?" "That is all I know about the Akatsuki." Sasuke releases Gaizo, letting him fall. Jiraiya enters the manhole close to the tobacco store. He was stunned by the information that random guy gave to him. Was that true? Was the guy under a genjutsu? Why did he tell Jiraiya that? Was anyone playing games with him? It doesn't matter. That delayed Jiraiya enough already. He must get to Gaizo before Sasuke does. He runs, looking for Gaizo's hideout. It doesn't take too long for him to find a man floating on the water. He is unconscious. Jiraiya checks for pulse. He's alive. The man floated on his back, so his nose was out of the water. He could still breathe. Is Jiraiya too late? He runs more and finds a line of unconscious men floating on the water along a lengthy hallway. All of them float on their backs. Whoever knocked them out took deliberate steps not to kill them. Jiraiya weaves 2 hand signs and forms his pro barrier, sensing everything around him. He continues to move forward as someone breaches the barrier. Whoever it is, it's walking calmly towards Jiraiya's direction. Jiraiya walks towards the person he can sense in the barrier. He turns left on another hallway and sees in the end of it a metal door with a rounded hole where light emanates from. Backlit by the light, Jiraiya sees a dark figure walking towards him. He can't make it out. "Stop right there!" Jiraiya yells. The figure keeps on walking towards him without a care in the world. Jiraiya tenses up, assuming a battle stance. When the figure gets within 10 meters of him, a faint ray of sunshine illuminates it from above, revealing the calm face of Sasuke Uchiha.
Sasuke leaves the casino after interrogating Gaizo. He must get back to his team fast. They cannot waste time if they want to intercept this spy, Kado. But Sasuke sees something with his Sharingan coming his way in the sewer tunnel. It looks like a sensory barrier. He can see the chakra. It's too late. He's been found. The good news is that, by the looks of the jutsu, it's not Naruto. It would be very much like him to meddle with Sasuke's revenge again, over and over. Perhaps this other ninja isn't even after him, but just another person that wants to see Gaizo. The best course of action is to calmly enter the barrier and use sheer intimidation to pass by. Sasuke does so, breaking through the barrier. As he approaches the caster, he sees his face, illuminated by the light coming out of the hole Sasuke had made in the casino door. It's not Naruto, but his master. One problem after another. But looking at Jiraiya's face, Sasuke could start solving them now. Sasuke Uchiha walks towards Jiraiya's direction. The boy looks so calm, sure of himself, as if the situation is completely under control. Sasuke doesn't even acknowledge Jiraiya's presence there. Sasuke, stop. We need to talk. Jiraiya says to no avail because Sasuke keeps on walking, as though Jiraiya doesn't even exist. I thought we could talk like adults. Man to man, Sasuke. I don't want to start a fight. Sasuke walks past Jiraiya, their arms almost touching. Jiraiya grabs Sasuke's shoulder, but Sasuke shakes him off with a brisk motion, untangling Jiraiya's arm. He continues to walk over the sewage water, not looking back at Jiraiya. This is not going the way he wanted. This way Jiraiya will be forced to act. Do you even know who I am, Sasuke? For the first time, he stops and turns back towards Jiraiya. You are Orochimaru's punching bag. Word of advice, stay out of my way. I killed Orochimaru. Easily. You have no chance against me. Just go about your business. I'm afraid I can't do that. You know I can't let you go. Sasuke turns his whole body now towards Jiraiya. Well then, we are at a crossroads. I see you're not meeting my eyes. Probably a good idea. Think about it, Sasuke. The Leaf Village wants to eliminate Itachi as well. If you return, the village will provide you the necessary resources to do so. You don't understand, do you? I must be the one to kill Itachi. The destroyer of the Uchiha clan must be killed by the last Uchiha. If that doesn't happen, then the clan will never regain its honor. It will forever be a clan of victims, a clan of weaklings. Besides, the Leaf Village was never invested in hunting down and killing Itachi to begin with. When I leave the village and become more powerful than any shinobi there could ever dream of, you want me back, to use me as a resource, enticing me with offers to kill my bastard brother. The presence of this boy is powerful. Jiraiya feels pressure oozing off of him. He has to bring him back for Naruto's sake. Naruto doesn't deserve to suffer more because of him. Maybe Naruto would want to do it himself, but he can talk to Sasuke once he is back in the village and sort things out. Jiraiya has been nothing more than a sequence of failures for Naruto. It's time for him to do something right. That's not it, Sasuke. You have friends in the Leaf. Going from place to place with no home, it can't be pleasant. It can't be a life you want. You don't have to walk this path alone. Yes, I have. From the moment my family died, I was condemned to a path of darkness others couldn't follow. Comfort, kinship, kindness, camaraderie, love. These are concepts that died when I was 7 years old, for they only weaken the will, and for an Avenger, the will is everything. I once had bonds with those in the Leaf, but look at what they did. I became complacent, laughing, satisfied with an easy life where the trees were green and the sky was clear. But now, the world has turned gray, and the skies will cry the tears of my kin who died because of a man's whim. When I strike upon him my revenge. And what will you do after that? Sasuke hadn't even thought about it. For him, there was no such a thing as a life where his goal wasn't revenge. There is no purpose. The only thing he must do is to kill his brother. If you only know hatred, you will simply redirect the hatred against something else. Itachi deserves to die, but justice and revenge are inherently different. What do you know about revenge? I also had a friend who lost his way, and then he killed one of the most important people to me. I failed my students. I failed everyone. I know one thing or two about life, and you know that Naruto will never give up. There will come a day you will fight each other again and get hurt badly, or even die, and I will protect Naruto from that fate. Preposterous. Why does everyone in that village think they're more important than they actually are? I have no interest whatsoever in the leaf, and Naruto much less. Tell him to grow up and break away from his fabricated reality. Whatever friendship he thinks he had with me, it's long dead. Let me go, and you'll spare yourselves a great deal of pain. I see how it is. Jiraiya and Sasuke remain absolutely still. Sasuke staring at Jiraiya with his red eyes. Jiraiya averts his gaze, looking for any subtle movements. They are about 10 meters away from each other. The only sound that permeates the tunnel is of the fathead water running beneath their feet. Lion mane! Jiraiya's hair erupts towards Sasuke into the shape of several lions that open their mouths, occupying almost the entire tunnel. Sasuke unsheathes his sword, lacing it with lightning. His blade becomes an azure blur as it slashes through thick swaths of hair with great elegance. Jiraiya weaves hand signs and spits a thin fire missile in between the attacking hair strands. Sasuke summons a Fuma Shuriken with his offhand, weaving one-handed seals from behind his back. He laces it with lightning as well and tosses it in Jiraiya's direction. The Shuriken shears the fire missile in half. Both halves impact each side of the tunnel, cracking the walls and lifting dust and ash around them, obscuring the vision. The impact diverts the Shuriken's trajectory, making it hit the ceiling and get stuck on it, close to where Jiraiya stands. Sasuke dashes through the smoke, and as soon as he exits, Jiraiya sends another barrage of hair lions. They are once again cut by Sasuke's lightning sword. This time, however, Sasuke weaves one-handed hand signs with his offhand, and several white snakes emerge from Sasuke's arm, opening their mouths, targeting Jiraiya. Jizo needles! Jiraiya's hair wraps itself around him, forming sharp spikes. Only Jiraiya's eyes are visible as the snakes impact the hair shield that pierces through them, drawing blood, preventing their fangs from piercing Jiraiya's skin. Sheathing his sword, Sasuke pulls on his left arm, using the snakes as pieces of rope, and Jiraiya as an anchor to propel himself towards the Sannin. He ignites a Chidori. Jiraiya attempts to move back, but the snakes are grappling him in place. The hair shield shoots small spikes at Sasuke's left arm, which cannot move as he pulls himself with it. This forces Sasuke to release the grapple and move his arm out of the way of the spikes as Jiraiya manages to jump back just in time to avoid Sasuke's Chidori. The Chidori extends, forming a spear that pierces through Jiraiya's hair shield, hitting Jiraiya on the stomach and exiting through the other side of his body. Jiraiya puffs into white smoke. The real Jiraiya emerges from behind Sasuke, Rasengan in hand. He was hiding in my own shadow. Sasuke thinks, looking back. Jiraiya is about to strike him with a Rasengan. The shuriken that was stuck in the ceiling puffs into smoke, transforming into Sasuke, who uses chakra to stand upright on the ceiling and swings a Chidori coming from above at Jiraiya, forcing him to dodge and lose speed. The Sasuke on the ground manages to duck below the Rasengan strike, spins around and lands a roundhouse kick on Jiraiya's stomach, throwing him back dozens of meters. The Sasuke clone on the roof weaves hand signs, water style, water fang missile. Sharp water spikes erupt from the sewage below, right where Jiraiya is about to land. Jiraiya whips his Rasengan around, striking the water fangs and destroying them with a flashy swirling maneuver as he lands on top of the water. Sasuke's shadow clone that was standing on the ceiling puffs into smoke. So after his fire style hit the wall, he created a stand-in clone and dashed into the smoke at the same time as I did. He used that chance where my Sharingan was obscured to catch me with a hiding in shadow jutsu. This fight will take more time than I can spare, Sasuke thinks, looking at Jiraiya. The sage is surprised at Sasuke's cunning and strength. He could hardly believe the ninja he was facing was the same age as Naruto. If he had lowered his guard, Sasuke's shuriken misdirection would have gotten him. The boy can weave one-handed signs. He's never seen that. At first, when Sasuke launched the shuriken, he thought it was just a normal attack enhanced by lightning style. However, looking up the ceiling where the shuriken impacted, one of the shurikens was still stuck in there. Next to it, there was just a hole made by the other shuriken. Sasuke actually created a shadow clone behind him and transformed that clone into a Fuma Shuriken. He then summoned a normal shuriken and laced it with lightning and used the shadow shuriken jutsu to hide his shadow clone shuriken underneath the lightning shuriken, which was thrown ever so slightly ahead of the clone shuriken, meaning it would hit Jiraiya's fire style before and counter it. When the lightning style shuriken was diverted towards the ceiling, no doubt because Sasuke aimed at a particular particular angle so that it would take that trajectory, he must have used wires to direct his clone shuriken along with the lightning style shuriken to make them impact at the same time and almost at the same place. Sasuke planted a shadow clone waiting to be deployed just above Jiraiya. This type of jutsu combination requires a lot of talent and ability, but also diligent training and intelligence. The last time Jiraiya saw Sasuke, he was nothing more than a harmless genin. To have evolved so much in a little over 3 years, his training must have been insane. Jiraiya can't help but to feel as though he wasn't a good master for Naruto. Sasuke has become so strong. Orochimaru really has him beaten, even when training their pupils. And yet, this boy killed Orochimaru. There's something strange about Sasuke too. He used the Hidden Shadow Snake's jutsu, Orochimaru's signature ability. Jiraiya knows he taught that to Anko, his former pupil, but Sasuke's snakes were white. Jiraiya wonders. Only Orochimaru's snakes were that color. How was that possible? Jiraiya says. Sasuke smirks. I told you I killed Orochimaru, but let's just say that was an euphemism. Now, get out of my way. Yeah, I think we're past that point now. Jiraiya weaves hand signs and touches the disgusting sewer wall. Summoning art. Toad's stomach trap! The thick muscles of the rock-dwelling giant toad of Mount Myoboku appear all around the sewer tunnel. I'm sorry for summoning you in a stinky place like this. The muscles surround Sasuke and large sections of it leap towards him. His feet sink into the muscle below as the stomach traps Sasuke in place. Chidori stream. Lightning ignites around Sasuke's entire body. He uses his sword laced with it and slashes the attacking muscle. Sasuke manages to break away from Jiraiya's muscle ground and dashes in the opposite direction from Jiraiya. The muscle wall gives chase. Stomach protrusions target Sasuke, forcing him to keep on cutting them. He attempts to slash at the wall itself, but the muscle is way too thick. He can't cut through it. Jiraiya runs after Sasuke. Give up, Sasuke! There's no way out of this! Sasuke approaches the end of the tunnel, blocked by a section of the stomach. There is no escape. Weaving one-handed seal, Sasuke spits a fireball that engulfs the entire circumference of the tunnel. The muscle stomach creates a wall in front of Jiraiya, blocking the fireball, which erupts in a violent fiery explosion. Karen, Jugo, and Suigetsu dash through Makiri Outpost, trying to get to Sasuke. This powerful chakra I sensed. Sasuke's fighting against a person underneath the city. Karen screams in desperation. It's that guy I sensed before. He's too powerful. We have to get to him no matter what, Jugo says. Suigetsu seems annoyed and apprehensive. He doesn't feel like fighting someone strong now, especially someone that can give Sasuke trouble. He then notices something. Smoke is coming out of his ninja bag. Hey, stop. We have to get to a quiet place. Karen and Jugo look at Suigetsu's pouch, understanding. Team Hebi jumps into the backyard of a smith shop. Suigetsu opens his bag and sifts through his kunais, shurikens, and several scrolls. He finally sees it, the scroll giving off the dark smoke. As he expected, the snake seal had vanished from it. He opens the scroll and uncorks a small vial filled with Sasuke's blood, dropping it on the scroll. Suigetsu weaves hand signs and touches his hand on the scroll. Summoning jutsu! A 5-meter-long white snake appears. It has Sharingan eyes. The creature opens its mouth and Sasuke squeezes himself out of it. He's not hurt. Karen breathes a sigh of relief. What's the big idea, Sasuke? Making us get you out of trouble? She says, trying to hide her affection for him. Wow, man. You smell like shit. Literally. Suigetsu says, covering his nose. Is everything alright, Sasuke? What happened down there? Jugo says. Listen up. We don't have much time and I have a mission for you. Sasuke says, ignoring all of them. You will race to Tahuna City effective immediately. There, you will look for a man named Kado. He's a ninja from the village hidden in the snow. Tall, slim, blonde, has a scar on his face, and carries 3 swords. He might have information on Itachi's whereabouts, but he will leave Tahuna City soon. It's north of here. You have to go now. But Sasuke, who are you fighting against? Aren't you coming with us? I was fighting Jiraiya, the Toad Sage. I will remain here and take care of him. If I don't do that, he will pursue us until Tahuna City and will never catch Kado. You have to go now. Trust me. Suigetsu turns pale after hearing Jiraiya was here, fighting Sasuke. He was Orochimaru's rival after all. There's nothing a guy like him could do against Jiraiya. No, Sasuke, we have to stay and fight him together. We can get the information later, Jugo says. I had to say, but I agree. This guy is dangerous. You'll need some backup, Karen says. No, come on.
on. We have to get the information, guys. It's the only way to find out where Itachi is. I'm sure Sasuke can handle this guy just fine.
Suigetsu says, sweating profusely. Suigetsu's right. Go, Sasuke says with a tone of finality. Karin and Jugo seem worried, but they take Sasuke's orders. Suigetsu melts in relief.
Let's go. Let's get going.
He gestures for Karin and Jugo to come with him. Team Hebi departs in haste, leaving Sasuke alone. He jumps on the rooftops of a Makiri outpost, leaping through them and looking for Jiraiya, trying to catch his attention. Jiraiya dashes through the sewers looking for an exit. After he blocked Sasuke's fireball, the boy summoned a snake that swallowed him and disappeared. He used the reverse summon jutsu to escape his toad's stomach trap. But as it was a reverse summon, he probably has allies nearby that will summon him back close to the place he was. Jiraiya has intel that Sasuke is traveling with others, though he doesn't know how many or who they were. If Sasuke is still in the city or in the outskirts, Jiraiya can track him down. But first, he will be facing the Sharingan. Jiraiya must be ready and take proper measures. He summons a toad. So small, Jiraiya's hand dwarfs him. The tiny orange toad seems surprised.
Lord Jiraiya, you summoned me?
Saikichi, I will need your help for this fight. Have you developed enough chakra to release one discharge?
Yes, after all those good years of training, I have finally done it. I can do it once, one charge.
Good, then let's use it in the appropriate moment. Jiraiya tugs the small toad inside of his clothes and leaves the sewers, leaping towards the rooftops of Makiri Outpost. He summons another toad, this one about the size of a dog. Kubakichi, you're still the best toad in Mount Myoboku when it comes to smell, right?
Lord Jiraiya, well, yes, if you don't count Late Shima, of course. And no offense, but you smell terrible right now.
That's a good thing. I need you to track someone else smelling exactly like me around this area.
On it!
Sasuke leaps above the city streets. Several people still walk around them. Commerce is thriving, and people are just enjoying their life outdoors. Those images of people having fun trigger Sasuke's memories. He remembers when he still had a family and had dinner with them together. Team 7 comes to mind. They laughed while doing silly things during their missions. Those days seem to be a lifetime away. For a moment, Sasuke loses focus, but then he shakes his head, ashamed. They're gone. Those days will never return. Those bonds are severed. But Sasuke has to be careful not to form any new bonds with his team. That's why he tries to keep his distance from them. He cannot allow that to happen again. Bonds cannot stay in the way of his vengeance. And yet, those three still cling to him. Jugo depends on Sasuke to remain sane. Suigetsu relies on Sasuke to keep his life interesting. And Karin loves him for whatever reason Sasuke doesn't understand. She's just like Sakura was. The thought of Sakura makes his heart skip a beat. No, they're dead. There is no Leaf Village. They are only a stumbling block, and now one of the most annoying of them has to be dealt with. Sasuke spots Jiraiya, also jumping from rooftop to rooftop. Jiraiya sees him at the same time. He unsummons a dog-sized toad that was leaping next to Jiraiya. Why didn't you run away? Jiraiya asks, as if I would run from someone weaker than me. Jiraiya wonders if the rest of Sasuke's team is around, ready to spring an ambush. Or maybe Sasuke gave his team different orders. Information is everything for a shinobi. What Sasuke learned from Gaizo may have shaped his decision. Jiraiya has no way of knowing. He didn't interrogate Gaizo, there was no time. Still, Sasuke actively seeking a fight makes Jiraiya feel on edge. Do you really want to do this here, Sasuke? There's a lot of people in this town. You don't care about them getting hurt? This is the best place. I can control my jutsu. I will cause no collateral damage. You, on the other hand, if you're anything like your pupil, will have trouble holding your jutsu back. And you wouldn't want to hurt the people in this town, right? Jiraiya grimaces in frustration. Very well then. I see you've learned a lot from Orochimaru. The setting sun bathes both ninjas who stand 20 meters away from each other on the rooftops. A sudden gust of chilly wind hits them, blowing their hair. My grappling hair jutsus won't work because of his lightning style. I have one chance to make this right. Saikichi, I'm counting on you, Jiraiya thinks. Sasuke jumps up, arcing towards Jiraiya's direction. Kibari Senbon! Chidori Senbon! Jiraiya shoots needles from his hair as Sasuke shoots lightning needles from his hand. The thin projectiles clash midair, canceling each other out as Sasuke continues to cruise above Jiraiya. The sage weaves hand signs, spitting a fire missile towards Sasuke, who weaves one-handed seals, spitting water that forms an orb around around him. The fire impacts the water, causing an explosion, but Sasuke is not hurt. The people below scream, noticing the battle raging on the rooftops. Sasuke draws his sword, infusing it with lightning. Jiraiya dashes out of the way as Sasuke lands where he stood, swinging and missing a slashing blow. Sasuke uses his free hand to ignite a Chidori and extends it as a spear, slashing at Jiraiya, who's now out of melee range. He ducks. The lightning spear shears a bit of his hair as the Sannin jumps away to another rooftop. Sasuke leaps after him and slashes at him again with a spear. Jiraiya dodges and closes the distance as the Chidori cuts the tiles and wood from the rooftop. Jiraiya throws a punch, but Sasuke thrusts his sword at Jiraiya's arm, piercing through it, not letting Jiraiya hit him. The sage puffs away into white smoke. He was a shadow clone from the beginning, the same trick he used before. Rasengan! Jiraiya strikes Sasuke from behind. He screams in pain, but his agony turns into laughter, a familiar laughter. Sasuke's neck turns 180 degrees towards Jiraiya. The face who gazes upon the Sannin is not Sasuke's, but Orochimaru's. The Rasengan fizzles out, and Orochimaru imprisons Jiraiya with his snakes. Orochimaru now turns 180 degrees, aligning itself with his head.
Just give up, Jiraiya. There's nothing you can do here anymore. Just like you couldn't do anything before.
Jiraiya is stunned. Genjutsu? But when? He hadn't looked at Sasuke's eyes the entire fight. He was sure Sasuke didn't use any other types of genjutsu as well. It suddenly hits Jiraiya. Down in the sewers, when he saw Sasuke's dark outline coming towards him, he couldn't see the boy's face because Sasuke was backlit by the light coming from behind. But from Sasuke's point of view, Jiraiya's face was fairly illuminated, meaning he could establish eye contact and cast a genjutsu on Jiraiya without him even realizing. Jiraiya couldn't see Sasuke's eyes to avoid his gaze. He should have been more careful. Uchihas really are something. To put him under this subtle genjutsu, he didn't realize it at all. The invasive genjutsu chakra remained dormant within Jiraiya's own chakra network until Sasuke activated the genjutsu. Orochimaru's snakes grapple and bite Jiraiya, causing pain and exerting enough force to crush him. He cannot move a muscle. It's impossible to break out of it. The power of this illusion. Jiraiya has never felt anything like it. Sasuke stares at the paralyzed old man. He waited to activate his genjutsu at the proper moment, when he knew Jiraiya would strike him from behind after the shadow clone was destroyed. Sasuke knew that if Orochimaru couldn't do anything against his genjutsu, Jiraiya would be completely helpless. Now, a few well-placed Chidori needles will incapacitate him, and Sasuke will be free to rejoin his team in the pursuit for Itachi without the interference of the Leaf Village. Sasuke weaves one-handed seals, activating a Chidori and readying it to shoot needles at Jiraiya's arms and legs. Water style! Water trumpets! The hound-like toe that had disappeared before Sasuke and Jiraiya met each other emerges from behind Sasuke, spitting a violent jet of water towards him. Sasuke dodges it and tosses the Chidori needles towards him instead, hitting the creature's arms and legs. The toad yelps in pain and turns into smoke. Odama Rasengan! Jiraiya strikes a massive Rasengan blow against Sasuke's back. Chakra oozes in spiral motion as the ferocious orb of chakra deals devastating damage to Sasuke. He regurgitates blood, his muscles don't respond, the pain is overwhelming. How is it possible? No! But remembering Itachi, he musters the resolve to infuse his chakra and ignite a Chidori stream. Lightning envelops his body and mixes with the blood being drawn by the giant Rasengan, hitting Jiraiya as well. The sage twists his Rasengan hand, launching Sasuke with amazing speed, the sphere of chakra enveloping him and piercing through several buildings along the way, breaking through the walls as though they weren't even there. Sasuke lands on the ground as people run away screaming in fear. Sasuke forces himself to stand up but stumbles back into the ground, coughing up more blood. Realizing several of his ribs were destroyed and his internal organs took severe damage, Jiraiya looks at the trail of debris created by the Rasengan that dragged Sasuke. I hope nobody got hit along the way. I didn't want to launch him, but I had no choice. With that lightning enveloping me, Maybe it was too rough, but if he was able to contend against Naruto's fifth tail, he should survive this attack and be weakened enough for me to drag him back to the village. Jiraiya thinks, landing 10 meters away from Sasuke. The boy crawls, bleeding from his back and mouth. Lion mane! Jiraiya's hair erupts into motion, entangling and immobilizing Sasuke. It's over, Sasuke. I'm taking you back, like it or not. Don't resist. Sasuke looks at Jiraiya, trying to understand. Jiraiya created a shadow clone before he met Sasuke on the rooftop and sent that shadow clone instead of his real self. Sasuke thought Jiraiya had just unsummoned the toad before he arrived, but the original Jiraiya who stood behind actually summoned the hound-like toad to his location, making it disappear from Sasuke's view. The toad waited for the opportune moment to attack Sasuke from behind and distract him. But how did Jiraiya break out of his genjutsu? What's strange is that it seems like Jiraiya was waiting for him to be trapped in a genjutsu so that he could use that moment of chance to strike Sasuke from behind when Sasuke believed he had won the fight. But how? Did something break him out? Who? Someone using an invisibility jutsu? But his Sharingan couldn't see anybody else's chakra. Jiraiya's plan worked. Chisaikichi stayed inside Jiraiya's clothes. The special thing about that toad is that his chakra reserves are so low and subtle that even the Sharingan couldn't see them very well. For the Sharingan, the toad's chakra was mixed with Jiraiya's, as though they were just one being. Jiraiya's chakra eclipsed him like the sun snuffs out the stars during the day, meaning that Chisaikichi could wait for the right moment when Sasuke caught Jiraiya in his genjutsu and release Jiraiya from it. The problem is that Chisaikichi has such a small chakra pool that he can only break someone else out of a genjutsu once per day. Jiraiya already unsummoned him, as he won't be able to help Jiraiya anymore. But as Jiraiya expected, the Rasengan was enough to incapacitate Sasuke, not killing him. Sasuke, come on, it's time to go home. Don't worry, the Leaf Village will prioritize Itachi's elimination. You think you know everything. You and the Leaf are so full of yourselves. You will never understand. This is my revenge. Sasuke opens his mouth. It's uncanny. His cheeks rip apart, and a new Sasuke emerges from it, covered in thick sludge. What? That's Orochimaru's substitution jutsu. But how is it possible? Jiraiya thinks as Sasuke ignites a Chidori, dashing towards him. Jiraiya tosses a smoke bomb on the ground, covering his retreat as he jumps towards the rooftop again. Sasuke gives chase, pursuing Jiraiya. Both of them leap from building to building, their bodies blurry from sheer speed. The people below still running, creating a chaotic atmosphere, especially after so many buildings have been damaged. Jiraiya zigzags, using the uneven terrain of the rooftops to stay out of Sasuke's sight. But how can he use that jutsu? Orochimaru was the only one capable of performing the skin change substitution. Could it be that Sasuke somehow assimilated his powers? Jiraiya wonders. A shuriken flying in a dramatic curving arc streaks towards Jiraiya's direction. He can't see where Sasuke tossed it from, hence the arc. Jiraiya jumps out of the way, but a kunai appears from behind him, flying towards the exact position Jiraiya stepped to. He ducks down, avoiding the kunai, but it hits the shuriken in front of Jiraiya he had just dodged, deflecting it back towards him at very close range. Jiraiya forms a hand seal, and a thick strand of hair leaps and grapples a section of the rooftop. He uses the hair to pull himself out of the way of the kunai that grazes his left shoulder, drawing blood. A barrage of shurikens and kunais erupts all around Jiraiya. He can't see where Sasuke is. The weapons clash midair, diverting their directions and targeting Jiraiya, who evades them with the help from several strands of hair, grappling and swinging through the rooftops, changing directions abruptly. When he is unable to dodge, the hair parries the weapons. This is the Uchiha Shuriken Jutsu. It's difficult to read the vectors of attack, but so long as I have my hair to help me with evasion, I'll be fine, Jiraiya thinks. Sasuke punches Jiraiya from behind, but he manages to guard against the blow. The Uchiha assaults Jiraiya with punches and kicks, putting a lot of pressure against the Sannin, who counters, aiming quick jabs at Sasuke's face. He uses his Sharingan precognition to get out of the way of the strikes. The two engage in a lengthy taijutsu exchange, leaping from rooftop to rooftop, clashing against each other. Sasuke purposely aiming at Jiraiya's hands, not allowing him to form hand seals. The people below now watch the fight, having calmed down from the initial burst of violence. A squadron of 7 hot spring ninjas converge on the two fighters.
Stop right there! You are under arrest!
Jiraiya and Sasuke continue to fight hand to hand atop the city. The hot spring ninjas dash at them, but Sasuke and Jiraiya barely even acknowledge their presence. They use taijutsu to swiftly defeat the squadron without even breaking away from their exchange, knocking them unconscious. He has changed tactics. Taijutsu and shuriken jutsu. Orochimaru's skin change consumes an unreasonable amount of chakra. He's trying to conserve as much as he can. His movements are also slower than before. I thought I would have no chance contending with his speed, but now... Are you getting tired, Sasuke? Jiraiya thinks, landing an uppercut on his chin. You'll see that an old man can still punch pretty hard. The Uchiha stumbles back, giving Jiraiya time to weave hand signs. His hair springs into motion, enveloping Sasuke. Lion spikes! Thin spikes form on Jiraiya's hair, piercing Sasuke's skin, but no blood is drawn. Rather, Sasuke leaks flames. His body transforms into fire and explodes, hitting and burning Jiraiya. The fire wave launches him backwards, flying through the air. I see. He wasn't as fast as before because he was a fire clone. He must have done it when he was tossing kunais out of sight, Jiraiya thinks, wrapping his hair around a large pole to stop his momentum. A large snake wraps itself around the section of hair gripping the pole. Jiraiya forces the hair to disentangle itself. It even pierces the snake, but the snake is too firm. Sasuke appears from the other side. He summoned the snake beforehand to immobilize Jiraiya's movements. He jumps up, still hampered by his grappled hair, and weaves hand signs, breathing fire towards Sasuke. The Uchiha uses one hidden shadow snake that bites a section of the roof, pulling Sasuke out of the way of the fire. He launches another snake that bites the same pole Jiraiya's hair is grappled, and uses it as leverage to swing himself towards Jiraiya with insane speed, landing a massive kick on Jiraiya's face. A section of his elongated hair rips. The power of the blow sends Jiraiya flying straight into a large building wall that cracks and breaks, deflecting Jiraiya's body into the ground. The strike stuns him. That's the perfect chance for Sasuke to win the fight. He weaves one-handed seals to shoot Chidori needles and incapacitate him, but the section of the wall he kicked Jiraiya against begins to fall down. A boy and a girl that watch the fight below stand right where the wall will land. Sasuke looks at them. If he doesn't do anything, the kids will be crushed, and if he attacks Jiraiya, he won't have any time. Sasuke dives towards the children using all of his speed. He hugs them each in one of his arms, getting them out of the way of the wall as it impacts the ground behind him. Sasuke puts them on the ground, their small faces scared as they run away crying. Jiraiya stands up, his face bleeding from the kick he took. You may have his jutsu, but you're not like Orochimaru, Sasuke. It's not too late for you, Jiraiya says, caressing his face and spitting some blood on the ground. Shut your mouth. I'm done with you. All of you. The dark patterns of the first stage of the curse mark spread around Sasuke's skin. His body emanates purple chakra that ripples around Sasuke and cracks the ground near him. Sasuke erupts into motion, his body a blur, dashing straight towards Jiraiya. His speed is much more intense than before. Sasuke unleashes a barrage of taijutsu strikes that Jiraiya cannot contend with, hitting blow after blow. Jiraiya puts up his guard, but the strength and speed of Sasuke's moves are on a different level now. He's being hyper-aggressive. He has to finish the fight before he runs out of chakra. That's why he's resorting to the curse mark power, not his own chakra. But now I can take this fight to the outside of the town. He will give chase. He has to finish it quick. Jiraiya thinks as Sasuke pummels him with powerful taijutsu strikes. His ribs crack as Sasuke lands a powerful kick to his side. Jiraiya uses his hair to block incoming strikes, but Sasuke is much faster than the lion mane. He dodges them effortlessly and keeps on striking Jiraiya, but the sage has a plan. Even though he's taking a beating, he is moving towards outside of the town. As the last rays of sunlight disappear in the distance, Sasuke kicks Jiraiya, making him land outside of Makiri outpost. Earth style, mud wall! Jiraiya erects a massive earth wall between himself and Sasuke, who punches through it, but it bought Jiraiya enough time to dash away. The terrain land that surrounds the outpost is very open, so Sasuke can easily see where Jiraiya's going. He gives chase and quickly gains on Jiraiya, seeing he's much faster. Jiraiya weaves hand signs before Sasuke gets to him. Earth style, underworld swamp! The ground beneath Sasuke turns into a thick swamp, stopping him in his tracks as he begins to sink. Jiraiya keeps on weaving seals. Summoning Jutsu! Fallen Mayhem! Gamahiro, a green toad as large as Gamabunta, appears in the sky right above Sasuke and plummets down. Sasuke can't get out of the way. He's waist deep into the swamp, which siphons him down with unbelievable force. The gargantuan creature impacts the ground, which erupts with violence. Massive rocks and the contents of the swamp are lifted into the air. Jiraiya fears the worst. He just killed Sasuke. There's no way he... Interesting jutsu combination. It would have worked against many lesser shinobi, Sasuke says, flying dozens of meters up in the air. The majestic wings of his curse mark stage 2 flap. The crimson twilight illuminates them and Sasuke's transformed appearance, creating an atmosphere of power that doesn't sit well with Jiraiya. He escaped my swamp just by flying up? The amount of strength this would require is unbelievable. If that incomplete stage of the curse mark was already making him so much more powerful, this completed stage is a huge problem. I underestimated him. I should have summoned those two before the fight. But why didn't he use the curse mark from the beginning? Of course, it's too dangerous for his body. So I just have to resist long enough for the curse mark to become unsustainable, and then I can win the fight. Jiraiya thinks, jumping on top of the massive toad and undoing his swamp technique so he doesn't sink. Gamahiro! We just need to hold on long enough until the enemy wavers. Lend me your strength! Yes, Lord Jiraiya. Gamahiro unsheathes the two massive swords that hang on his back and jumps, leaping towards Sasuke, breaking the ground underneath him. Sasuke forms hand signs and looks at Gamahiro. His yellow eyes turn red and gain 3 Sharingan Tomoe. The toad swings both his swords towards Jiraiya. What? He's powerful enough to control a summon like Gamahiro? Jiraiya thinks, jumping up, avoiding the sword strikes. Fire style. Great Flame Dragon! 3 massive fire dragons burst from Sasuke's mouth, blasting their way to Jiraiya, who envelops himself with a hair shield, unable to dodge midair. The dragons impact and the fire explodes just above Gamahiro, plunging Jiraiya to the ground. His flaming body resembles a shooting star. Jiraiya remembers the first time Naruto perfected the Rasengan. He risked his life to protect Tsunade at all costs. Even in the face of defeat, Naruto prevailed. Naruto endured. Now, it's Jiraiya's time to endure. For Naruto's sake, he must bring Sasuke back to the leaf. Jiraiya hits the ground, forming a crater, but he lands on his feet. Wisps of fire still envelop him, tall and defiant, ready to endure whatever Sasuke throws at him. A wave of unfathomable agony hits Jiraiya, paralyzing his body. Blood spurts out of his torso. He looks down. A hand laced with lightning emerges from his own body. Sasuke struck him with a Chidori from behind, hitting his right shoulder. How could he be so fast to circumvent Jiraiya that way without him even realizing? The pain radiates from his shoulder to the rest of his body as the lightning paralyzes his muscles. You're probably the strongest ninja in the leaf. Tell Naruto and the others there is no one capable of stopping me, Sasuke says as the curse mark retreats and he regains his normal appearance. Tell them that this is what happens to those that interfere with my revenge. Don't worry, I hit an unvital spot, but don't come after me again, or next time my Chidori will pierce through your heart. Sasuke yanks his hand drenched in blood out of Jiraiya's body, who falls to his knees, covering the gaping hole of his shoulder with his hand, trying to stop the bleeding. Sasuke walks away from Jiraiya with all the calm in the world. Wait, Sasuke! Jiraiya's words fall on deaf ears. Sasuke doesn't even look back. He comes closer to Gamahiro, undoing the genjutsu. He needs medical attention. You should take him back to the 5th Hokage, Sasuke says matter-of-factly. Gamahiro was surprised with the entire situation. He was in a trance, not understanding what happened. But once he sees Jiraiya on the ground, he swings one of his massive swords towards Sasuke. With the most casual of swings, Sasuke ignites a Chidori spear and cuts the sword in half. He then jumps away, not uttering another word. Gamahiro motions towards Jiraiya, picking him up and putting him inside of his mouth. He is losing a lot of blood. His body becomes increasingly dull and his vision starts to blur. Jiraiya's mind is a tempest of broken thoughts. He has failed Naruto again. He can never do anything right. He has been failing his godson ever since the day he was born. Images of that day flood his mind. Jiraiya's last memories before he loses consciousness are the dead bodies of Minato and Kushina and a tiny baby Jiraiya ran away from. Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, and Neji stand before Tsunade in her office. Shizune stands next to her, looking shocked. The shock comes from the report Kakashi delivers about the mission the Land of Whirlpools they just returned from. As Kakashi finishes telling the Hokage everything that happened, Tsunade's expression is grim. Very well, you did a good job, all things considered, she says. Hinata has already been detained by the Ambu Black Ops, and she's being kept in the most secure prison cell in the Leaf Village. Good job concealing her when you arrived here. It's good that you avoid a crisis, especially right now, so do not mention the details about Hinata to anyone. I will leak some of the information about the mission and not mention Hinata so that people know what you were up to. It will no doubt be a tough blow to us when everybody hears that the heiress of one of the most powerful clans of the village acted against the Hokage's wishes, but at least we've got some time to prepare. Did she reveal any further information of the journey back? No. We questioned her a lot, especially Naruto, but she didn't utter a single word while we were returning, Kakashi says. Damn it. She fooled me completely. I would have never imagined she was a spy. When she said she wanted to stay away from the missions to focus on the affairs of the Hyuga clan, I didn't even question it, and just let her do as she pleased, Tsunade says. For all that's worth, Lady Tsunade, she had us all fooled. Even the entire Hyuga clan as far as I know, Neji says. Naruto had never seen Neji looking so dismal. He had been that way ever since Hinata assaulted him. His gaze was distant and unfocused, his voice shaky. The trauma of being tortured by his cousin took a toll on him. But Neji can't be blamed. Naruto himself still couldn't believe that was the real Hinata. Using the Hyuga Forbidden Seal, killing Aki, trying to kill Kakashi Sensei, it has to be some sort of genjutsu. She would never do any of these things. Granny Tsunade, if you let me speak with Hinata, just me alone, I'm sure I can sort the situation out. No, it's too risky, Naruto. We don't know what she's capable of. Besides, you're biased in this matter. Your emotions will get in the way. But that's not the real Hinata, I'm sure of it. There's something wrong with her! Naruto, she is a member of the Root Ambu. You cannot trust her facade. Assume the Hinata you knew no longer exists. But how? How is that possible? The brainwashing methods of the Root Ambu are very effective, Naruto. Then why do you let them exist? You're the Hokage, do something about it! I wish it was that easy. Danzo has too much political power, spies, and influence around the Land of Fire. Ever since he founded the Root Ambu, if we fought against them, a civil war would ensue, and the Leaf Village would most likely be destroyed. Naruto sweats. The pent-up anger he had suppressed during the entire mission in the Land of Whirlpools begins to surface. He just doesn't make any sense! Hinata has to be under a genjutsu, or being blackmailed or something. She's not that type of person. She's not a murderer. Calm down, Naruto. We were all shocked by what happened, but getting angry will not solve anything, Sakura says. He touches his shoulder in a tender way, softening his inner pain. Hinata has been screened for every sort of genjutsu or methods of controlling her mind by Ibiki and his team. She was not being controlled by any type of chakra, and Ibiki will be carrying an interrogation with Hinata to get more answers. Tsunade says, that guy, he'll probably torture her or something, and you let this happen. Naruto, I know it's tough, but Hinata betrayed the Leaf Village here. You have to understand, Lady Tsunade, Shizune says. One thing is to operate under Danzo's orders without my knowledge, but Hinata tried to kill Kakashi. That is unacceptable, Tsunade says. Unfortunately, she is now considered an enemy of the Leaf Village, and a threat to us. We have to act accordingly, especially given the current situation, Kakashi says. It's likely that the capture of one of Danzo's prime spies will prompt him to act, and Then the office door opens. Danzo Shimura enters the room. His calm demeanor strikes a sharp contrast with how uneasy the others are. Tsunade, I request you release Hinata Hyuga from her incarceration immediately. It doesn't matter what you do to her, she will never divulge any information. You, what did you do to Hinata? Naruto shouts. Danzo doesn't even acknowledge his presence. Don't make me laugh, Danzo. Hinata almost got my entire squad killed. She also tried to kill Kakashi. She'll remain in prison and you'll be the next if you continue to push your luck, Tsunade says. Hinata's mission was to protect the leaf and the land of fire from the chakra anomaly. She quite literally saved all your lives by neutralizing the threat. If she attacked any of your squad members, it was because they stood on her way. Primal hatred bursts within Naruto. He can feel his stomach burning just by looking at that wrinkled face. I understand that those of you who play being a shinobi have difficulty appreciating what Hinata just did, but I ask you to reconsider. Hinata is one of the most important tools of this village. Naruto lunges towards Danzo with amazing speed, grabbing him by the neck, crashing him against the wall of the office, which cracks with the impact. Naruto's nails are sharp, his whiskers are pronounced, and his eyes are red with slits for pupils. You'll tell me what you did to Hinata right now! Naruto squeezes the old man's neck. He smiles in utter disgust. It's such a shame that the vessel of the Nine Tails is such a subpar individual. Those who cannot suppress their emotions cannot be called shinobi. I swear I'll kill you! Naruto! Sakura and Shizune scream at the same time as Kakashi motions towards him. Tsunade raises her hand in a silent gesture, telling them not to interfere. What did you do to her? Everything she did was on her own volition. I only trained and transformed her into a perfect shinobi. One who protects this village from the shadows. One who can do what's necessary for the good of the village without asking anything in exchange. It's unfortunate she was found out. I bet you never even suspected beforehand. She really was the perfect spy. Pretending to love you, I am sure you believed her. And now, by not releasing her, you will do a disservice to the— Naruto explodes Danzo's neck, crushing it with his hand. Danzo's body falls on the ground. The entire room grows silent in disbelief. Naruto snaps out of his rage, realizing what he just did. Danzo kicks Naruto, sending him flying. He crashes against Tsunade behind the Hokage's desk, knocking them both to the ground as 100 sheets of paper that were on the table fly up in the air. Danzo stands there, his expression calm as his corpse disappears. No matter. I came here knowing I wouldn't succeed. After all, it's unreasonable to expect sheep to act rationally. He leaves the room as Naruto stands up to pursue him. Kakashi stops Naruto, using a suppressing sealing jutsu to contain the Nine Tails' chakra. Calm down, Naruto. He provoked you on purpose. He wanted to see how far you would go, Kakashi says. He's right. Danzo's the calculating type. He wouldn't provoke you for no reason, Tsunade says, standing up. But how did he do that? I was certain Naruto killed him. If it was a genjutsu, I would have known, Sakura says. Did you see anything strange about his chakra, Neji? Kakashi says. He's caught off guard by the question. Sorry, I didn't activate my Byakugan. I see. I wonder if it had anything to do with his right arm. What do you mean? Sakura asks. Normally, he walks around with metallic sealing implements around his right arm. Didn't have those today, only bandages. Also, how does he already know Hinata was captured? Shizune says. Unfortunately, the root ambu is quite competent. No doubt they have means to get that information. Hopefully they won't leak it out to the village. But I suppose it's out of her hands. Shizune, there will be a change of plans. I will be leading Anko's squad on their mission to the Land of Crystals. What? But Lady Tsunade, why would you go personally? Anko was going to lead the mission. The leader of the Leaf Village must display strength in times like these. Most of all, after yesterday's attack on the Waterfall Village. What happened there? Naruto asks. The Akatsuki, of course. They destroy most of the Waterfall Village and capture their tail beast. I've sent an entire battalion of ninjas to provide humanitarian aid, but the damage is catastrophic as far as the reports go. So I must show that will not be intimidated. And what's happening in the Land of Crystals anyway? It's a diplomatic mission. Ambassadors of the Leaf and Stone will meet there and be mediated by the Snow Village. The objective is to ensure the neutrality of the Land of Crystals. Lady Tsunade, do you really think leaving the village right now is the best idea? Sakura asks. Especially with with Danzo acting up, Kakashi says. Yes, I am sure of it. This is the best course of action for the village. Besides, if anything happens, I have you. All of you, Tsunade says, pointing to everybody in the room. Shizune informed Team Anko that I'll be joining them in their mission to the Land of Crystals. We'll go as soon as I see Team Kakashi in the hospital. Sakura Hill is just fine during the trip back. We don't have to go to the hospital, Granny Tsunade. That's not the reason, Naruto. I will examine you to determine if you contracted the chakra disease. Or did you already forget the risks of the Land of Whirlpools mission? A masked Rutambu shinobi kneels in front of Danzo. They are in the Leaf Village underground. Fu, let Hinata know we will not be breaking her out yet, Danzo says. But Hinata, I thought she was fundamental for the plan to work, the masked figure says. Her capture was unfortunate, but I will make it work to our advantage. Extracting her now will only raise suspicion. She will never break. There's nothing to worry about. And what of the Hokage? The Slug Princess will be leaving for the Land of Crystals. So, it worked. Yes, I took a gamble. The Hyuga brat was in there, but he seemed too shell-shocked to use his Byakugan. Now, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Might God are away from the village. The only one we'll have to worry about is Kakashi Hatake. Should I assemble an assassination squad? No, I'll deal with him myself. I see. So the time has really come. Is this wise, Lord Danzo? He's still out there. He could still... He will be preoccupied in the foreseeable future. Everything is coming together for me to finally become Hokage. Itachi Uchiha stares at an open field under the rain. His Sharingan eyes are calm and collected as always, overlooking the vast valley below. Distant explosions of water and steam send shockwaves through the valley. A great five-tailed white horse appears in the middle of the chasm, clashing against a massive wave of water. A few minutes later, Kisame arrives, carrying Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, with his Samehada. At this point, we get the same scene as in the original when Kisame captures the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, except that in the rewrite, it's gonna be Han, the Five Tails instead, because the Four Tails was captured back in part 1. And we will also get the scene when the Akatsuki reconvenes as holograms, and the leader informs the rest that Kakuzu Hidan and Orochimaru have died. The addition here is that the leader sets up a place for Itachi and Kisame to meet with Deidara and Tobi so that they can seal the 5 and the 7 tails into the Ghetto Mazo at the same time. Itachi and Kisame then set towards that location. Itachi looks up the sky after hearing Sasuke killed Orochimaru. Having second thoughts about having left the kid alive? Kisame asks with a smile, carrying Han. No, this was always the plan. Oh, and what if he actually kills you? Aren't you afraid? Itachi smirks. I should have known better. There's no one in this world you'd be afraid of. Tsunade finishes her examination on Team Kakashi. She used her medical ninjutsu to look for traces of lethargic chakra or disturbances within their bodies. Good news, you're clear. No signs of the chakra disease. Kakashi, Sakura, Naruto, and Neji give a collective sigh of relief. Before I go though, there's something else I need to tell you. Something important. Orochimaru is dead. Sasuke Uchiha killed him. Naruto and Sakura caught off guard. They stare at Tsunade in complete shock, not believing what they hear. Are you serious, Granny Tsunade? Yes, it's being confirmed in multiple information channels. Naruto laughs in glee, while Sakura sheds a tear. I knew it! I knew Orochimaru couldn't break him! So then this means he is... Sakura says, crying. He's coming back home! Naruto says, rocking back and forth with enthusiasm. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem that way, Tsunade says. Why? Why not? Orochimaru's gone, so he should come back home! Sasuke is obsessed with revenge. He's not coming back if Itachi is still at large, Kakashi says. Yes, he's likely planning to infiltrate the Akatsuki to kill his own brother, Tsunade says. So we should capture Itachi. If we have Itachi, then Sasuke would come back to us, Sakura says. Every squadron already has standing orders to capture any Akatsuki members they encounter, Tsunade says. Yeah, they're not a loose-lipped bunch, that's for sure. Judging by the ones we've encountered so far, it would be too dangerous to capture them alive or intact, Kakashi says. Well then, what are we gonna do? We keep on searching patiently until we run into Itachi or Sasuke. But why don't you send a specific team to do that? We should go after them. We should search them for real, not just trying our luck. It's not that simple, Naruto. We don't know where Sasuke or Itachi are, and we cannot get that information easily. Besides, it's more likely that they're not in the Land of Fire, which diminishes our ability to search for anyone, Tsunade says. Yeah, let's last time we went to another country searching for Sasuke, we almost started a diplomatic disaster, Sakura says. Exactly. I don't want to repeat what happened in the Land of Grass, so we'll be more careful. I dispatched our strongest shinobi to look for Sasuke and the Akatsuki. Once we get intel about their location, we'll be able to send a battalion to a focused area, meaning we won't just be bumbling around foreign nations.
Who did you send?
Well, Jiraiya, of course. There's no one better for the job. If there's anyone who can bring an Akatsuki or even Sasuke back without killing them, it's gonna be him. So for now, stay put. I should be back from the Land of Crystals in about a week or so. Overwhelming powerlessness crashes down on Naruto. Once again, he feels his stomach burning as his arms shake. First Hinata, now Sasuke. Naruto can only sit and watch, unable to help his friends. He pants and sweats, wanting to move, wanting to do something. Naruto, calm down, Sakura says, touching his shoulder again. I know it sucks. I want to go after Sasuke as much as you do, but you have to listen to Lady Tsunade. Naruto's flare of anger ceases once again. More importantly, we'll be ready when the time comes to make sure we succeed, Kakashi says. Tsunade leaves the hospital with Neji and Kakashi, but Naruto has something else to do here. He roams through the hallways looking for something. Naruto, what are you doing? You shouldn't wonder about a hospital, Sakura says. She followed him to make sure Naruto wouldn't do anything stupid. I want to visit Captain Yamato and Choji. They got hurt, you know. Sakura smiles. She asks a nurse for their room number and finds out Choji has already been discharged, so they head towards Yamato's room. When Naruto and Sakura enter the room, they freeze in utter shock. Yamato's appearance is alien. He doesn't look like the same person anymore. The entire skin that wraps itself around his head looks like molten wax that hardened, slick, but full of cracks and bumps. There's not a single hair left anywhere. The skin seems so thin and fragile that it feels as though it could be blown off his skull by a gentle breeze. Yamato's eyes bulge out of the burned sockets, and his nose practically doesn't exist anymore. The captain looks at Naruto and Sakura, who are unable to utter a word. Look at the bright side. I'm still more handsome than you, Naruto. Captain Yamato, how are you? Naruto asks, as he sits next to him with Sakura. Alive. Lady Tsunade saved me, but according to her, I pulled through because of the first Hokage's DNA in my body, and also because you sent me ahead on that frog of yours, so thanks. I'm sorry, it's my fault you ended up like this. If I had... We all knew the risks. I, more than anyone, knew the Rasen Shuriken wasn't a completed jutsu. Trust me, I would love to blame you, but it wasn't your fault. You were actually the reason we won it all. But if I hadn't been so... Seriously, shut the hell up. I don't want your self-deprecating pity. A shinobi risks his life and well-being to complete the mission. This is all I did. I'm pretty sure Lady Tsunade knows techniques to improve your appearance, though. I could even try to learn them to help you out, Sakura says. There's no need to waste the time and resources of our ninjas, especially the Hokage, to perform cosmetic surgery on me. I just lost my looks, no big deal. I'll be discharged tomorrow morning, and I'll be back at 100% strength. And as I said, I still look better than Naruto. I wanted to ask you something then. When you have time, could you oversee my training again? Yeah, what do you need from me? Naruto is taken aback. Yamato didn't even hesitate. He was sure he would have to insist a lot for Yamato to help him. Well, there are some jutsus that I want to master, so I'll be using the Shadow Clone training technique. I need you to suppress Nine-Tails' chakra if it leaks out. Not a problem. I'm used to that by now. As Naruto and Sakura leave the room, Yamato stares at Naruto's back, remembering what Kakashi told the boy. I believe you are the only one who is capable of surpassing the fourth Hokage. Somehow, he's beginning to believe them as well. The sun sets, and Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka, Akamaru, and Anko Mitarashi wait near the main Konoha gate. Captain Anko, who are we waiting for? Shouldn't we be heading to the Land of Crystals already? Kiba says, as Akamaru barks next to him. There's been a change of plans. Someone else is joining our squad, Anko says. Ah, we can handle this. We don't need anyone else dragging us down. Is that what you think I'll do, Kiba? Tsunade says, appearing behind him. He turns around, eyes opened wide. Lady Tsunade, you're coming with us? For real? Indeed I am. Captain Anko, why didn't you tell us? I wanted to see your surprised faces, Anko says, laughing. Serves you right for underestimating who was coming with us, Kiba, Shino says, completely unfazed. Shino's outfit is different though. He carries a large gourd on his back and several smaller ones around his waist. Oh, I get it. As I'll be the next Hokage, Lady Tsunade will oversee the mission and give me guidance so I can lead the Leaf Village properly in the future, Kiba says, petting Akamaru. Please stop embarrassing yourself. Lady Tsunade is coming with us because she doesn't trust us to fulfill the mission ourselves. Oh, that's not true, Shino. It's just that, given the current situation of the world, the Hokage should make an appearance at such an important event. We must assure everyone that the Leaf Village remains strong. Regardless, we have our mission to meet with the ambassadors of the Stone Village and ensure the neutrality of the Land of Crystals. Tsunade points to the distance. Let's go! She yells. Alright, yeah, let's go, Akamaru! Shino nods and Anko smiles as they set to the Land of Crystals. Sasuke Uchiha dashes through the forest. He's going towards Tahuna City. He sweats and pants, trying to go as fast as he can, but the fight against Jiraiya tired him out. At least the cool night breeze is pleasant and refreshing. Sasuke hopes Karin, Suigetsu, and Jugo manage to find Kado, the man who may know where Itachi is, in Tahuna City. As he finally arrives, he notices this is a very large city, probably one of the largest in the Land of Hot Springs. Not a shinobi village, but there is a local police force, and some hot spring ninjas roam the area. It doesn't take too long for Team Hebi to find Sasuke. Karin no doubt used her abilities to locate his chakra. So, did you find Kado? Sasuke says. No, the guy left town early this morning. We never even had a chance to catch him. Suigetsu says. Sasuke, are you alright? Where's the Sanin? Jugo says. I took care of him. He won't be coming after us anytime soon, but the leaf may act more forcefully from now on. Karin blushes, reveling at how cool Sasuke is. Defeating a legendary shinobi like that without even getting hurt? So, did you find where he went, at least? Back to the Snow Village, I presume? No, he's actually going to a stupid little country I've never heard of before. What was it again? I can't remember. You're so stupid, Suigetsu, not knowing basic geography. He's going to the Land of Crystals, Karin says. Sasuke opens his eyes wide, clenching his hands into fists. Why there? Apparently he's going to mediate a diplomatic meeting between the Leaf Stone and the Land of Crystals. It's probably a bad idea to go there. It's gonna be full of vultures. No, we're going. Kado is the only real lead we have on Itachi. Sasuke never expected he would return to that place. He would be bringing his new team, which he leads, to where he first led in his life. To the place where he began to restore the Uchiha clan. Sasuke, have you been there? Jugo asks. No, never. Naruto and Sakura walk through the streets of the Leaf Village during the night. Sakura asks Naruto to go out for dinner with her. She needed to cheer Naruto up. He had been through a lot these past few days. Even still, Naruto didn't look too happy. His gaze was overly serious, and his posture was stiff. You know, Naruto, just a few years ago, you'd kill someone to go on a date with me. Cheer up, Sakura says, nudging him. Seriously, beating yourself up won't help. If you want to talk to me about anything, really, or if you need my help, don't be afraid to ask. Thanks, Sakura, but this is not a date. Well, I didn't mean it in a romantic way. We're friends. Honestly, you're probably my best friend right now. Naruto finally smiles. Well, that made me feel a little bit better. His smile doesn't last too long, however. This is the worst position for Naruto. Not being able to act is worse than total humiliation for him. Where are we going, by the way? I figured you would take me to Ichiraku. We're going to the steakhouse. I want to see how Choji's doing. We didn't get a chance to see him in the hospital. I see. So I alone am not enough to entertain you? No, Sakura. I didn't mean it that way. We don't have to sit with Choji or anything. I just want to check on him. If you want to go somewhere else, I'm fine with it too. I'm kidding. You're a considerate guy, Naruto. But how do you know Choji's gonna be in the steakhouse? I mean, it's Choji. Where else is he gonna be? That's a fair point. Sure enough, when Naruto and Sakura enter the steakhouse, Choji is in there. He doesn't see them coming because his back is turned towards them, and his teammates accompany him. Ino sits next to Choji, while Shikamaru sits in front of them, facing Naruto and Sakura as they enter. Shikamaru's expression is a little off. He oozes more annoyance than he usually does. Naruto had never really seen his face like that. It looks like he's having a physical reaction to eating something spicy and trying to hold in his pain. But when Shikamaru notices Naruto and Sakura entering the establishment, his eyes open wide. It's almost as though Shikamaru just saw the second coming of the Sage of Six Paths. He stands up with a brisk motion and beelines towards Naruto and Sakura. Hey, Shikamaru, what's up? How are you? Naruto, Sakura, please. I can't bear it anymore, please. kill me, Shikamaru says, leaning against Naruto as if he's about to pass out.
Shikamaru, what's going on?
Please, come sit with us. I need someone to share my pain. Shikamaru looks absolutely desperate. Naruto and Sakura stare at each other. They're completely clueless.
Well, yeah, Shikamaru, don't worry, we'll join you. Just don't die, please.
Sakura says, shrugging her shoulders at Naruto, who's tapping Shikamaru's back, trying to improve his mood. The three sit down at the table with Choji and Ino, facing the two.
Hey guys, how are ya?
Choji says, biting his barbecue with ferocity. Ino greets them with a kind smile. Their mood contrasts Shikamaru's mood so much. Naruto and Sakura stare at him, trying to find out what on earth he was talking about. He still looks annoyed beyond belief, though.
So, Choji, how are you feeling?
I'm sorry about what happened in the fight. It was my fault you got hurt.
Nah, don't worry, Naruto. You did great in there.
Choji says, blushing. Ino chuckles, looking at Choji.
He lost a lot of weight in that fight, but he's almost getting back to normal,
Ino says, feeding Choji with her chopsticks. Sakura looks at that. There's something going on here. You did really well in that fight, Ino tells Choji, ignoring the rest of the table as she feeds him again with her chopsticks. Choji hugs Ino's waist with his bare arm.
Ah, well, it wasn't that big of a deal,
he says as Ino touches his thigh. Shock downs on Sakura. She looks at Shikamaru, who's staring down at his feet, hands trembling, eyes flashing annoyance. Naruto seems unfazed, not really paying attention. Ino then whispers something in Choji's ear, prompting him to laugh. Hey, Ino, Choji, are you guys dating?
Yes, we're dating,
Ino shouts as Choji looks at her, blushing furiously but with a dumb smile on his face.
You shouldn't have asked.
Shikamaru's just jealous because he hasn't seen Temari for a long time now, Ino says, chuckling.
Shut up, I don't even know what you're talking about,
Shikamaru says, blushing all of a sudden.
I see.
I'm happy for you guys.
Don't encourage them, Naruto. They have been nothing but insufferable for the last few days since Choji left the hospital. Seriously, I thought your type were guys like Sasuke. Is it just because Choji saved you?
Shut up. I just realized Choji was the right guy for me, that's all.
It took me a while, but I finally understood, okay? Yeah, Shikamaru, don't try to interfere with our love,
Choji says, as Ino pulls his face towards hers and rubs her cheek against Choji's cheek.
Stop that. This is a family restaurant. Seriously, what's wrong with women?
Oh yeah? You think this is wrong? Then check this out. Ino pulls Choji and kisses him with passion. Shikamaru almost dies of secondhand embarrassment as Sakura blushes as well. I don't think I can handle this anymore. Seriously, Shikamaru says. Ino laughs as Choji is completely silent. He's in a trance. His posture is so loose, it appears Ino's kiss liquefied him. Sakura gives a conflicted smile. On the one hand, she's happy for Ino and Choji, and it's also a good thing that Ino will no longer be disputing Sasuke with her. On the other hand, she just feels jealous that they found love, and the only thing Sakura's been able to find was misery.
Do you understand me now? It's like those two just hit puberty.
What's puberty, Shikamaru? Shikamaru facepalms so loud the entire restaurant looks at them for an instant.
Anyway, good job on the Land of Whirlpools mission. We've heard you guys defeated a monster that fought against the first Hokage once. Pretty impressive. Everyone's talking about it. Maybe Tsunade will finally promote you to Chunin, Naruto,
Shikamaru says, trying to change the subject.
I wouldn't count on it,
Naruto says. Naruto's comment was odd. Usually it would prompt a more heated reaction from him. Shikamaru deduces Naruto is feeling down because of the news about Sasuke killing Orochimaru and not returning to the Leaf Village.
Oh well, but seriously, the village is respecting you more, Naruto. I think you're really making an impression on people now. Oh, I suppose that's good.
Naruto seems off. Maybe something happened in their latest mission. If Shikamaru doesn't know about it, then probably it's because he's not supposed to. Best not to prod them for any information. Shikamaru changes subject, and the group resumes their dinner. Naruto and Sakura ordering for themselves. The evening is awkward. Every time Naruto, Sakura, and Shikamaru try to talk to each other, they are interrupted by the making out sounds of Choji and Ino, who seem to be completely uncaring about the location they're in. Rain pours down the dark sky as Itachi and Kisame arrive at a large canyon in the Land of Rain. Kisame constantly drained the Five-Tails' Jinchuriki chakra with Samehara as he carried him along their trip here. This made sure the Jinchuriki wouldn't wake up anymore.
Hey! Itachi-senpai! Kisame-senpai! We're down here!
Toby waves at them from the canyon below.
You're late!
Deidara screams, pointing at them.
It appears they beat us here, Itachi.
Itachi doesn't say anything. He jumps down and Kisame follows. A large clay bird sits next to Toby and Deidara, carrying the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails.
What was the reason for you being late, huh? I thought you never lost, Itachi.
Deidara says, "This isn't a race," Itachi says, not even looking at Deidara.
Huh?
"We must enter the hideout. The leader is expecting us."
Hey, you were the ones who were late here, huh?
Itachi ignores Deidara once more, waving hand signs and touching the stone wall of the canyon, opening a secret passage. "Let's get going."
Don't act like you can order us around. You haven't captured a single tail beast, and I captured 3, even though I joined the organization later than you. For someone so superior, you sure seem to be slacking off, almost as though you're not helping on purpose.
Itachi narrows his eyes. The 3 Tomoe of his Sharingan fused together, activating the Mangekyo Sharingan. That was no longer dojutsu, but a force of nature. Deidara felt pressure oozing off of Itachi, sheer killing intent. He wanted to face him, but his instinct screamed for him to step back, and he did so, hating himself for it. "Need I remind you that my target is the Ninetales? A target you attempted to capture yourself and failed miserably. Furthermore, the Ninetales has to be the last tail beast sealed regardless of the order of capture. Your straightforward, narrow-minded view of the world blinds your judgment."
Deidara, I suggest you don't piss Itachi off. Remember what happened last time you two fought.
Deidara remembers something that was burned in his mind forever. For a brief instant, he sees the image of an almighty, beautiful deity looking down on him.
Oh yeah? You think that's a bad idea, Kisame? You think so? You know what, Itachi? I think it's time for us to finally— Senpai! 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 The Jinchuriki! She woke up!
Toby says, pointing to Fu, who slowly opens her eyes. Fu's vision is blurry. Gathering all her strength, she focuses her gaze and sees the man who massacred her village.
You'll pay for what you did. I swear to you.
Green chakra begins to leak out of her body.
Wait! Deidara-senpai didn't mean to kill your entire village. He was just mad at the tree. Please, can we talk this through?
Good try, Toby, but I think we'll have to be more forceful here.
Kisame draws Samehada. Itachi appears in front of Fu. Toby falls on the ground in surprise.
Whoa, that's too fast!
Itachi stares at her eyes with his Mangekyo Sharingan, and Fu passes out. The green wisps of chakra wither away in a split second.
Oh, thank goodness, Itachi-senpai. The Seven Tails is really scary.
Toby says, awkwardly standing up. Deidara stares at Itachi with bloodshot eyes.
Good job warning us about the Jinchuriki, Toby. You're a good boy.
Kisame says, petting his head. Toby's feet rock back and forth, happy with Kisame's praise. The blue-skinned man looks at Fu and sees she is smiling in a deep slumber.
I wonder what she's dreaming about.
Let's get going, Itachi says. Deidara swallows his pride, and the 4 Akatsuki members enter the passage, carrying the 2 unconscious Jinchuriki. They end up in a large cave with a tall ceiling. The hologram forms of the leader, Konan, and Zetsu already wait for them in there. "Finally, you're all here," the leader says, summoning the Ghetto Mazo. "Will take over a week to seal the 7 and the 5 tails without Kakuzu and Hidan, so be prepared."
Don't you worry, we got this, leader-senpai.
Toby says, jumping on top of one of the statue's fingers, the one matching his ring.
Always good to have someone to lighten the mood around here,
Kisame says, following suit. Itachi jumps up as well, but Deidara glares at him. Itachi's words still ring in his ears. "Come on, Deidara, we don't have time to waste," the leader says. Deidara sighs, jumping up to his finger, and the Akatsuki begins the sealing ritual. Naruto and Sakura walk on the night streets of the Leaf Village. Shikamaru and Ino carry Choji along about 10 meters behind them. The Akimichi boy ate too much barbecue and can barely stand up now.
Ino, I told you not to spoil him this much. Can barely walk now,
Shikamaru says.
He's my boyfriend. What were you expecting? Of course I treat him well.
Ino pats Choji in the head. He smiles, not knowing exactly what's going on, in a state of semi-unconsciousness after eating an entire cow.
You two are a drag.
Sakura giggles giggles looking at the scene. I'm actually so happy for them. I never thought those two would end up together, but yeah, it makes sense. I guess, yeah. Do you think the relationship's going to last? Maybe. You need to cheer up, Naruto. I hate seeing you like that. You don't look so good. Sakura, you told me you would help me with anything, right? Yeah. There's one thing I need that you can help me with. Huh? What is that? Help me talk to Hinata. Naruto, she is imprisoned, guarded by the Anbu, and Lady Tsunade said that we weren't supposed to talk to her. I know, and that's why I need your help. To infiltrate the prison and talk to Hinata. It's not possible. Why isn't it possible? It's just not. Why not you? Naruto stops himself. Sorry, I shouldn't get mad at you. I just need something to do. I'm too powerless. Ino, get off him. I'll take Choji back home, Shikamaru says in the distance. No, I want to take him back to my house. He's in no state to go to your house. Both of them are playing tug of war with Choji's limp body. If you take Choji home, he'll without a doubt ask for more food and you'll give him, and he'll end up in the hospital. Then you won't be able to talk to him or do anything with him for a week. So let me take Choji home. Ino pulls harder on Choji. Do you really want your family to see you dragging your boyfriend around almost unconscious? Fine. Ino lets go of Choji. Don't worry, I'm used to talk to Choji's parents after he eats too much. I always know what to tell them to get him out of trouble, and I won't mention you were the one who put him in that state. Ino blushes. Yeah, whatever, just take good care of my boy. Ino kisses Choji's cheek. Shikamaru gives a loud sigh and jumps away, carrying Choji before Ino does anything more embarrassing. She pouts for a second, but her eyes betray her happiness. Going towards Naruto and Sakura, she notices their very serious demeanor. They were talking about something and not really paying attention to her or Choji. Is everything okay, guys? Yeah, it's nothing, Ino. Don't worry. Naruto, Ino could help us. Her jutsu's perfect for infiltration. So you'll actually help me, Sakura? Yeah, I promised, didn't I? If I don't help you now, I'll just be a useless friend. Wait, hold on. What are you guys talking about? There's someone Naruto needs to speak with. Unfortunately, this person has been arrested and is currently in the Leaf Village's detainment facility for dangerous shinobi, guarded by the Anbu. I think you could help us to infiltrate the place. It is one of your specialities, after all. And who do you need to talk to, Naruto? I know this sounds weird, and I'll understand if you don't help us, but we cannot tell you anything more than Sakura already told you. Oh well, that's a rough mission. The Anbu are trained to catch people trying to infiltrate places. Are you planning on breaking this person out? Because this is an act of treason, you know, more so than just talking to said person. No, I just need to talk to this person, alone. And of course, this little mission will stay only between us. Right, of course. Well, you're a comrade of the Leaf Village, Naruto, and a good friend. I've seen your efforts and sacrifices firsthand, so if I don't help you out now, I'll be a useless friend, Ino says, looking at Sakura, mirroring her words. A few minutes later, the three overlook the prison Hinata is held in. They're hiding on top of a house nearby. The prison is a large square building with no windows in the outskirts of the Leaf Village. There's only one entrance where that single Anbu guard is posted. Only one guarding the front door, huh? But no doubt there's more inside, Sakura says. Yeah, I can sense a barrier around the building. It will alert them of anyone entering the place that doesn't have clearance, Ino says. Clearance? What do you mean? Yes, the caster of this barrier jutsu imprinted the chakra signature of the Anbu members who are allowed inside the building within the jutsu. Anyone else will be immediately noticed. A simple transformation jutsu won't do then. You have to disguise your entire chakra signature, Ino says, concentrating to sense the chakra of the barrier. Do you think there's a way for us to bypass the barrier? I don't know any jutsus that will disarm the barrier without them noticing, and even still, they will have sensory types in the building that will feel the presence of a strange chakra. So even after bypassing the barrier without being noticed, the Anbu members inside would notice us, Ino says. Yeah, especially you, Naruto. You're not really stealthy, Sakura says. Well, yeah, I know that, okay? I'm not very good at hiding my chakra presence. So, is there another way, maybe? Well, that's why Ino's here. I'm pretty sure her jutsu will work well in this situation. Yep, my Yamanaka hidden jutsu should bypass their security measures. I have a plan. We just need to wait until the shift of one of those guards ends. And also, Naruto, we're gonna have to tie you up. Tie me up? Why? You'll see. An hour later, an Ambu ninja wearing the characteristic animal mask and dark robes exits the prison building through the front door as another one enters, changing the guard shift. The Ambu member walks through the deserted night streets of a leaf village. The Ambu's feet sink down into the ground as though they're being swallowed. Genjutsu. The Ambu member weaves the tiger hand seal, dispelling the genjutsu. The ground turns back to normal. A dark, ethereal figure throws a punch towards the Ambu's mask, who ducks down. It was a double-layered genjutsu. The Ambu weaves the tiger seal once more, expelling chakra, but the dark, ethereal figure that resembles a young woman does not vanish. This thing is ninjutsu. Sorry about that, but I'll have to be a little rough, the figure says, as it uses the momentum of its punch to grapple the Ambu's arm. The first strike was a fake, only meant to put the Ambu member in an unfavorable position. The dark figure then wraps itself around the Ambu, using the initial arm grapple to subdue any attempt to break free, and completely immobilizes the opponent. Sakura jumps down from the rooftop where she cast the genjutsu and her inner self avatar from. She's carrying Naruto, whose body is entirely tied up by rope, arms, legs, and torso. He's also blindfolded and gagged, but even still, he doesn't seem agitated. The Ambu member tries to power through the immobilization technique the weird avatar implements, but this jutsu is absurdly powerful, making it impossible to even perform a hand sign. Ino jumps down behind Sakura, weaving seals. Now, Sakura! Sakura holds Naruto sideways, aligning him with a grappled Ambu member. Mind-swapping jutsu! Ino touches Naruto's paralyzed body. Insane vertigo washes over his senses as his consciousness literally leaps out of his body. A few seconds later, he was no longer tied up or blindfolded, but grappled by Sakura's jutsu. Looking to the side through the slits of an unfamiliar mask, Naruto sees his own body tied up, which begins to shake and attempts to scream. It worked! Naruto says with a voice that isn't his own, muffled by a mask. Sakura dispels her avatar, freeing Naruto, and immediately jumps on top of Naruto's real body, restraining him even further. Good, the mind-swapping jutsu is in effect. I can keep this jutsu up for about half an hour. You can use the Ambu member's body to infiltrate the prison, Naruto. You should bypass the chakra barrier and their sensory types, as the chakra of this person is registered. We'll keep an eye on your real body that's trapping this Ambu's consciousness, Ino says. Make sure to be back before Ino's jutsu ends, so we can actually restrain the Ambu again and wipe their mind, Sakura says. I will keep in touch with you through the Yamanaka mind link. I won't waste too much time explaining what jutsus you can or can't perform using someone else's body, but you can only do something that you know how to do and that this person is also physically capable of, Ino says. Needless to say, try not to get into any fights and definitely don't hurt anyone, Naruto, Sakura says. Naruto nods, trying to get used to his new body. It's a very strange sensation. He's shorter than he's used to, and there's also something weird. This Ambu member is carrying some type of pouch near the chest that's encumbering his movements. Naruto touches the pouch. Oh, there are actually two of them. They're very soft. Are they carrying water or something? He then touches them from within his robe, trying to get a sense what the Ambu's carrying. They are not pouches, Naruto realizes, uttering a scream. They are boobs. It's a woman! This Ambu's a woman! I can't do this! Never in a million years did Naruto think this would be how he touched real boobs for the first time. Oh, come on, Naruto, get over yourself. Are you 5? Just do it already, Sakura says, annoyed, holding down Naruto's real body, which is still struggling. Okay, see you in half an hour, Naruto says, dashing towards the prison. Sakura sighs as she looks at the Ambu disguised Naruto vanishing amidst the leaf buildings. We're gonna get court-martialed for this. Not if we don't get caught. Naruto's mind inhabited the body of a female Ambu member. He ran towards the prison building of the Leaf Village, feeling more nimble than usual. The Ambu was a thin lady, and Naruto could feel she was well trained in taijutsu. He didn't know exactly what he would do to get to Hinata in the prison. He didn't even know where she was. Butterflies filled up his stomach as he saw the looming prison building ahead. Naruto was not a specialist in stealth. Failing was not an option, not only because he needed to talk to Hinata, but also because if he got caught, Granny Tonari would kill him. Naruto, remember to act calm and collected. You belong in there. You are an Ambu member, Ino said through the Yamanaka mind link. Right, Naruto replied, as he arrived at the prison site. There was only one entrance to the building, blocked by a large metal door. A single Ambu member guarded the door, wearing a mask. Captain, back so soon? He asked. Yeah, I forgot my house keys, Naruto said. The Ambu guard stared at Naruto, not saying anything. Naruto figured figured he was expecting him to open the door himself. There was one problem though. The door had no handle, so Naruto just pushed the large metal door, which didn't move an inch. The Ambu guard startled and assumed a battle stance. "What are you doing, Captain?"
I think I already screwed up,
Naruto said through the mind link.
How do I open this door? There's no handle, no nothing. I could just Rasengan it, but I think it would defeat the purpose of using your jutsu, right? Don't be stupid. You will certainly not be able to use a Rasengan through someone else's body, and even if you could, we would all be caught if you did.
Ino said.
Okay, but what do I do? This Ambu guy's getting suspicious. He's looking at me, you know?
We didn't see how they opened the door when the Ambu member left the building. She opened it from the inside. There's probably a barrier seal on the door, which the Ambu members could undo to get inside.
And how the hell do I do that?
You'll have to make the Ambu guard in front of you open the door. Naruto looked at the guard. Could you open the door for me? I'm in a hurry to go back home, you know? Naruto said, regretting the way he worded the phrase as soon as he said it. Stand down, the guard said, unsheathing his sword and pointing it to Naruto. Who are you and what did you do to the captain?
Ino, I need help. The guy's onto me.
Naruto said again through the mind link. What are you talking about? I am your captain, he told the guard. Ino looked at Sakura, who was holding down Naruto's real body, still tied up and gagged. The Ambu member imprisoned in Naruto's body shook, trying to break away from her handle. Sakura, we're in trouble. The guard's onto Naruto, and he cannot open the front door. Can you do something about it? Ino said. I can try. Hold Naruto's body for me, and tell him to stall the guard so he can get within range, Sakura said, dashing towards Naruto's direction. Ino jumped on top of Naruto's body. Even though he was bound, it was still difficult to hold him down. Naruto, Sakura's coming to help. Stall the guard until she comes within range, understand? Ino said through the mind link. Look, I'm out of chakra. I cannot undo the seal right now, so if you could do it for me, that would help a lot, Naruto told the guard, grasping for excuses. Liar! I can sense you have plenty of chakra within you! Naruto should have known that the Ambu guard guarding the front door would have been a sensory type. Well, if you can sense my chakra, then you know I am the captain. If I was someone else, I wouldn't have my chakra signature, right? Naruto wasn't positive about Ino's explanation as he told it to the guard, but he figured that was how her jutsu worked. There are always ways to bypass that. Hands behind your back, the guard said, moving his sword closer to Naruto. Naruto complied, hoping Sakura would be able to do something about his situation. Sakura landed on a rooftop, far away from the prison building, but she could see Naruto with his Ambu body kneeling down as the guard pointed the sword at him. This mission went off the rails faster than she anticipated. Sighing, Sakura weaved hand signs. Persuasive genjutsu was not her speciality. She thought that a genjutsu of that variety wouldn't be powerful enough to coerce an Ambu member into doing her bidding. Programming orders and compelling the target to fulfill them with a genjutsu involved a lot of precision and fine-tuned chakra. Something Sakura excelled at, but she just hadn't practiced much with that type of genjutsu. She was confident in putting civilians and even lower-level ninjas under it, but this Ambu member guard would be trained to resist it. Still, that was the only thing she had that could save Naruto in that particular situation and progress the mission. Sakura molded her chakra, imbuing the jutsu with an abnormal amount of power to compensate for her lack of prowess. Genjutsu, crystalline world. Naruto had been caught, and he was screwed. Rainin Tsunade would probably put him under sanctions forever now. He knelt down as the guard commanded him to, and Naruto felt handcuffs closing on his wrists. Now there was nothing he could do. I'm sorry, Captain, I really am. I was just a little confused. I should have let you through. I apologize. The guard said, flustered. He removed the cuffs and motioned towards the door. Naruto was confused. The change in his demeanor was so fast, it looked like it was a genjutsu. Sakura did it. Naruto couldn't help himself but to smile. Not that anybody would see it behind the Ambu mask he wore. The guard weaved 5 hand signs: bird, boar, bird, dragon, and hare. Naruto was weirded out. He'd never seen someone weaving hand seals so slow. As if he was a teacher in the academy days trying to teach a novice how to weave hand signs for the first time. Sakura probably made him do it very slowly with her genjutsu so that Naruto could see the seals and be able to execute the same jutsu to leave the prison once the mission is over. Ninja art. 2-pronged barrier release. The tip of the Ambu's right-hand fingers shined bright with chakra. He touched the metal door with them and twisted his hand counterclockwise. Surprisingly, the metal door opened with no noise. Naruto gave the guard a curt nod and stepped into the prison. Sakura let out a sigh of relief as she watched Naruto disappear into the building. Luckily, the little amount of practice she had with persuasive genjutsu was enough to compel the guard to open the door and even to show Naruto the proper hand signs to do it later. Maybe this mission would work after all. Sakura! Ino reached out via her mind link. She sounded very distressed. We have a huge problem. I need you back right now. There was no time to relax. Sakura immediately dashed towards Nina's location. Yugao Uzuki found herself in a predicament. She couldn't see anything, her mouth was gagged, and moving was impossible as she was tied up by several pieces of rope. One of her captors was even sitting on top of her. However, she could hear things, hence she knew who had captured her, or at least some of them. Ino, the future leader of the Yamanaka clan, Sakura, Lady Tsunade's star pupil, and Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The strategy they used to capture Yuga was impressive, restraining her from a distance and trapping her inside the body of the Jinchuriki as he would certainly try to infiltrate the prison facility using her own body. The kids actually managed to defeat her. If they had been real enemies, she would have been dead. Had she been slacking off, or were these kids just that strong? Regardless, there wasn't much she could do in her present situation.
You are not Naruto.
A deep voice said. It unsettled Yugao. The sound didn't come from the outside, but from within herself, or rather, the body she was inhabiting.
I can taste your weakness,
the voice said. Yugao felt small and alone, as if now she was the only living thing left alone in a cold universe, leading a worthless existence.
You let him die because of it.
A memory flashed, the worst memory of her life. Fat roaches munching on the cheeks of Hayate's lifeless body.
I could fix that for you. Fill the void.
Yugao could see it. The monster that lied within the boy. Hatred incarnate. The nine-tailed fox. Yugao wasn't sure if there was a vision projected onto her mind, or if she was in an alternative plane of existence. But the behemoth pierced her with its gaze from behind a gargantuan cage.
You could be something more for the first time in your pathetic life.
Red chakra that bubbled with sheer intensity leaked from the cage. It slowly crawled towards Yugao, but she couldn't move. Primordial fear inundated all her senses, freezing her in place. The creature laughed from behind the bars as the chakra began to swirl and envelop Yugao's body. Her skin burned as if she was bathing in a pool of hot coals, but her fear prevented her from screaming, and even if she could, no one would hear her. Naruto entered the prison building. It didn't seem anything special from the inside. The main entrance lobby he stood on had no decoration and only 2 doors. No one was in the lobby at the moment, so Naruto weaved the Shadow Clone hand seal. He needed to cover both doors as quickly as he could. Ino could only keep up her mind-swapping jutsu for half an hour. Shadow Clone Jutsu! The jutsu didn't activate. He clenched his fists, frustrated. Naruto realized that the Anbu member he inhabited didn't have enough chakra to create a single Shadow Clone. When people told he had an abnormal amount of chakra, he always dismissed them. But now, Naruto understood the difference between his chakra reserves to the norm. An Anbu member opened the door on the left, stepping into the lobby. He nodded at Naruto, who nodded back, and the Anbu member took a guarding position between the 2 doors. He didn't seem suspicious of Naruto, but he had to act cool and think fast. Which door should he choose? Moreover, those doors looked like smaller versions of the one who let Naruto inside, made with robust metal and no handles. Naruto would have to perform the jutsu Sakura forced the outer guard to show him. The problem was there was no room for failure here, with an Anbu member looking at him while he was performing the jutsu. Naruto stepped forward, choosing the right door on a whim. He weaved the bird, boar, bird, dragon, and hare signs, infusing chakra on the tip of his right hand fingers. The Anbu guard's head turned ever so slightly towards Naruto's direction. He was impressed with himself being able to notice such a minute movement. Naruto touched his hand on the door and twisted his wrist counterclockwise, hoping for the best. Sakura returned to the location where they had immobilized the Anbu member. They moved her to a dark alleyway hidden from any passersby and windows. When Sakura saw Naruto's real body, a jolt of terror shocked her. He was licking the chakra of the Nine Tails. The ropes that tied him down were breaking one by one, and Ino was having a tough time containing him. She tried to grapple Naruto, but he was shaking with too much violence, the gag no longer holding back his roar. Genjutsu! Drowning paralysis! Naruto's body fell limp. Sakura's Genjutsu had worked. The ropes were almost all shattered though. Ino stepped away from Naruto. Patches of her skin were burned because she came into close contact with the red chakra of the Nine Tails. Naruto hadn't manifested a tail yet, but the chakra mantle was covering his entire body. What's worse, the Genjutsu may have stopped his movements, but the chakra continued to leak out. Why is he doing this? Ino said. Naruto has always been the one keeping the Nine Tails at bay. And now that his mind is no longer in his body, he cannot contain it. The Nine Tails is probably taking advantage that Naruto is no
longer there,
Sakura said. If this doesn't stop, we could have a new Nine Tails incident, and Naruto could die. I have to dispel my mind swap so that Naruto can return to his body and contain the chakra. No, Ino, we have to give him more time. I mean, what I'm afraid of is that when the chakra starts to hurt Naruto, he will awaken from your genjutsu, and the Yambo are gonna sense the Nine Tails chakra emerging in the middle of the Leaf Village, Sakura. We have to abort the mission before a catastrophe happens. No, we can wait. Naruto can suppress the chakra before the fourth tail appears. We need to give him a better chance. The first tail started to grow out of the orange chakra mantle. The two girls looked at it, worried. Even still, it doesn't seem like we're gonna have much time and they'll sense us, that's for sure. So tell Naruto to hurry up and raise an anti-sensorial barrier around us. I will keep reinforcing my genjutsu and hopefully this will give us enough time. If I raise that barrier around us, my mind link's not gonna work anymore, you know that. Yes, but it's better than having an entire Anbu squad swapping in on us. Miraculously, the door opened after Naruto performed his jutsu. He stepped into it, not looking back at the Anbu guard. Naruto, listen up, Ino said through the mind link. You have to hurry up for real this time. Your body's leaking out Nine Tails chakra. We're trying to contain it, but I don't know how long we can manage it. I won't be able to communicate with you anymore after this message. I'm erecting a barrier, so hurry up before the Nine Tails go crazy, you understand? Naruto's anxiety shot through the roof as he felt the mind link fading away. The Nine Tails could destroy the village if it didn't return to his body to contain it. Naruto looked around. The hallway he found himself in had dozens of doors on each side. He couldn't create clones, so there was no time to investigate them all. Hinata was the highest priority prisoner they had, so she would be in the safest location. The doors Naruto saw were unlike the one Naruto had opened. They were normal, so they wouldn't be leading to any priority prisoners. Naruto race-walked through the hallway, trying to appear natural as other Anbu members crossed paths with him. And then he finally saw it. A metal door with no handle. Naruto used the same jutsu as before to open the door, and it led to a descending spiral staircase. Looking through the hole in the center of the staircase, he saw that it went several floors down. That was it. Hinata had to be at the bottom of this dungeon. Naruto jumped down, falling in between the spaces of the spiral staircase. He focused chakra on his legs, hoping the Anbu member's body would sustain his weight when he landed. Naruto hit the ground with a crunch. His knees screamed in pain, but he was alright. And the only thing he saw at the bottom was a small hallway that led to a single door at the end of it. Bingo. Naruto approached the door, realizing it was a normal wooden door with a handle. There were also no guards. Naruto remembered one of the first lessons Kakashi-sensei had ever given him during the bell test. Naruto hanged upside down after trying to catch a bell Kakashi-sensei had dropped on purpose. A shinobi must read the meaning within the hidden meanings, he told Naruto. This door reeked like a bell dropped on purpose. Regardless, Naruto didn't have time to be careful. The Nine Tails could go ballistic at any moment. Approaching the door, he realized it wasn't locked, which disturbed him even more. Naruto readied himself for the worst and opened the door, trying to look casual. What he saw inside made every hair on his borrowed body stand up. Sakura cast her drowning paralysis genjutsu for the 5th time on Naruto's real body, forcing his rage to subside. The Nine Tails chakra kept on amassing around him, hurting Naruto and periodically breaking him out of the genjutsu. A trickle of sweat fell off Sakura's chin as she realized the time it took for Naruto to break out of her genjutsu was growing shorter each time. Soon, Naruto would be feeling so much pain her genjutsu would be broken instantly, rendering it useless. When that happened, controlling the Nine Tails' hateful chakra would become practically impossible. Ino concentrated on keeping her anti-sensorial barrier around them so that no one would realize the Nine Tails was about to go on a rampage. Ino, be ready to send Captain Yamato a message. We may need him to suppress the Nine Tails if Naruto doesn't come back in time. Wait, but I thought he was in the hospital, Ino said, wincing in effort. The larger the chakra presence she had to hide, the more chakra she had to spend bolstering the barrier, which also muffled sounds coming from within. He'll be discharged tomorrow. He should be able to use his jutsu on Naruto in the worst case. Ino nodded. Naruto woke up again as the second tail of the mantle began to grow. He broke the remaining ropes and screamed. Sakura quickly cast her genjutsu again and Naruto fell limp. There were no more ropes tying him down. They were giving Sakura an additional instant to cast her genjutsu. We're definitely gonna get court-martialed, Sakura said, but this time her words carried no levity or sarcasm. Naruto couldn't believe his eyes. That door didn't lead to a prison block, it led to an office. An office that belonged to Ibiki Morino, the head of the interrogation squad of the Leaf Village. Granny Tsunade had said she sent him and his team to investigate and extract information from Hinata, so it made sense for him to be here, but it was very late at night already. The intimidating man sat behind a desk, back against the office wall. He was riffling through papers looking for something. That guy creeps Naruto out. He remembered how terrified he felt during the written test of the Chunin Exams, afraid he would never advance from his genin rank. Now that he thought about it, Naruto was still a genin. Damn that stingy Granny Tsunade for not promoting him. And now that Ibiki is here, there's no chance Naruto won't get caught, meaning that he will never be promoted to Chunin anyway, even if he cleared the entire Chunin Exams by himself.
What is it, Yugo?
Ibiki said. Naruto was taken by surprise. Nothing, sir. It took him much longer than normal to realize the name of the person he was inhabiting was Yugao, which made his response slow and out of character. Excuse me, sir, Naruto said, motioning to exit the room.
Wait, you must report to me if you think there's anything worth reporting. I may not be an Anbu, but I am in charge of this facility.
It's nothing, Naruto said. He was unable to think of any half-decent excuses, but knew his void answers looked even worse.
Come on now, there has to be a reason for you to return after your shift had already ended and you left the building.
Screw it. This guy's gonna catch me anyway. I might as well go all out, try everything I can to speak with Hinata,
Naruto thought. I was wondering if you managed to make the Hyuga girl talk, Naruto said, trying to sound confident.
No, she hasn't said a word yet. Why do you ask?
I had an idea that could maybe make her talk.
Which is?
Hinata Hyuga seems to like Naruto Uzumaki. I could try to use the transformation jutsu and impersonate him.
Naruto blushed furiously as he said that.
Luckily, he was wearing a mask.
That may not be a bad idea, but what makes you think you should be the one impersonating the boy?
With all due respect, if your brutal tactics haven't worked out, I think a more delicate approach might work. Also, as a woman myself, I can understand her feelings better than you. Naruto was not a good liar, and he had just told more lies in the span of 2 minutes than his entire life. Ibiki looked at him with that piercing gaze of his. Naruto felt as if he was analyzing every single cell of his borrowed body in minute detail, even though there wasn't a single bit of skin exposed. Ibiki narrowed his eyes, smirked, and began to weave hand signs. A wave of chakra hit Sakura as Naruto's real body broke her genjutsu. She cast it again, weaving hand signs as fast as she possibly could, but this time the genjutsu was useless, broken out of instantly. The Nine Tails mental displayed 2 full tails, and the red eyes with pupils for slits were staring at Sakura as Naruto grinned with malice.
I'll bring the barrier down and message Yamato,
Ino said, desperation cracking her voice.
No, we can still give Naruto more time,
Sakura said, weaving hand signs. Naruto dashed at her with insane speed. Using every ounce of Tsunade's taijutsu training, she dodged the attack and released the physical manifestation of her inner self, who grappled Naruto. Sakura put all she had in that jutsu, imbuing it with a large amount of chakra.
You stay right here where you are, you hear me, Naruto?
The avatar screamed. It put so much force into its grapple that Sakura was sure it would have pulverized the bones of a normal ninja, and yet it was barely able to stop the 2-tail mantle of the Nine Tails.
I don't know how long I'll be able to keep that up, but we have to trust Naruto,
Sakura said. Her words were firm. The situation was desperate, but she had conviction Naruto would succeed. Ibiki imbued his right hand with chakra, swinging his arm with insane speed. He touched the wall behind him and twisted his wrist counterclockwise. Luckily for Naruto, he knew the hand signs that opened the barriers around the prison, so he didn't react in a defensive way when Ibiki weaved those. The stone wall opened a secret passage that led to a narrow staircase.
I think your idea is worth a shot. Shall we try?
Ibiki said with a smile. Well, it would be more effective if I went alone. She wouldn't say anything if you're there.
You know she's blindfolded and her chakra is sealed, so as long as I don't make a noise, she won't know I'm there.
This annoyed Naruto. It could still be a trap and Hinata not be there at all, but if she was, he didn't want Ibiki to butt in their conversation. She's the type of ninja that will know if there's any other presence around. She'll know if you're there. Ibiki sighed.
You know what? You're probably right.
He gestured towards the staircase.
Best of luck, Yuga.
Naruto nodded and used the transformation jutsu, turning his borrowed body into himself, something that was oddly easy. He took a deep breath and went went down the staircase. The atmosphere was foreboding. For some reason, they decided to light this secret dungeon with candles. A shiver washed over Naruto when the stone wall closed behind him, making the dim light of the candles even more frightening. The shadows cast by them looked like monsters, and Naruto couldn't help himself but to think about the worst possible nightmares. And oddly, he felt somebody was watching him. Still, he shook his head and continued. He had to be quick about this. Eventually, he reached the bottom of the stairs and found himself in a large chamber. This was no longer a building facility, but an underground cave. The only thing that stood out was a dimly lit prison cell. He approached it, noticing that the bars were made out of thick metal. Naruto's heart sank. Hinata was immobilized by a dozen different chains. There was a ceiling tag covering her eyes. Her mouth was the only part of her body exposed. Hundreds of ceiling tags laid around the prison cell, nullifying Hinata's chakra. He had to force himself not to cry, seeing what they've done to her, even though they had a good reason for it.
Hinata, it's me, Naruto, he said with his actual voice because of the transformation jutsu. I know you're gonna think this is a trick the Amba's trying to pull, but I give you my word, it is me. And you know I don't go back on my word.
Hinata didn't say anything.
It's true. Ino used her mind-swapping jutsu and put me inside the body of an Ambu member. I infiltrated the prison just to talk to you. Ask me something that only I would know. I can answer anything. What did you tell me the first time we went to Ichiraku together?
She finally said.
You told me I was interesting because I'm a proud failure. And then your dad butted in and didn't let us eat ramen together. I wanted to punch his face so bad.
Even though Naruto could only see her mouth, he could tell she was surprised and could almost make out the hint of a smile on her lips.
Who is controlling you to do those things, Hinata? Is someone blackmailing you? I swear I'll find them. I'll make them pay. It's that Danzo guy, right? He smells like mold. And I swear the next time I see him, I'll make him regret ever being born. Everything I did it on my own free will. Everything I did to protect you, Naruto. No, that's not true. That wasn't you. You don't kill people, especially innocent people, Hinata. You killed before, Naruto. You killed to protect. I did the exact same thing.
Her voice sounded weak, shaky.
But when I did that, there was no other way. And I was trying to save Aki. That chakra was going to kill you. I saw it. I wasn't gonna let you die in front of my eyes. Not again. You don't know that. And also, you tried to kill Kakashi-sensei. It makes no sense. Because he tries to stop me from saving you. I will do anything to keep you safe. I'll not be weak again. Never again. Keep me safe? What are you talking about? I don't want you to kill people to protect me. I'd rather die than be saved that way. Do you understand? Leave that route, Ambu. Leave that scum Danzo. I want you to be the real Hinata. The real Hinata you mentioned doesn't exist anymore. The real Hinata was weak. A defenseless girl who couldn't move a finger when someone was choking the life out of her mother in front of her. The real Hinata is dead, and I'm glad she is. What? I don't understand, but regardless of what happened, being a merciless killer won't help you with anything. It won't help you save anyone. I can help you no matter what, Hinata. I'll be with you. I'll help you with whatever it takes. But you can't just take innocent lives. Do you understand? I do.
Naruto let out a sigh of relief. She finally understood.
But I cannot oblige. What? Why? I am aware of your feelings, Naruto, but I am a selfish person. To me, keeping you alive is more important than anything else, even your own feelings. So I will do anything to protect you, even killing an innocent mother in front of her child.
Tears streamed down Naruto's cheeks. He fell to the ground. His legs were too shaky to sustain his weight. He couldn't believe what he heard. He couldn't believe that person was Hinata. For a moment, he almost forgot the threat of the Nine Tails, but now, the prospect of facing the beast was much more welcoming than the reality he was just imposed with. The sweet girl he once knew somehow became a merciless monster. Naruto ran away from Hinata, back up the stairs. He dispelled the transformation jutsu and opened the secret passage with the hand signs he had learned earlier, returning to Ibiki's office. So, got anything out of her, Yugao? He asked.
I'm sorry, I got nothing,
Naruto said, exiting the office and running as fast as he could towards his real body, though it didn't feel as though he was running towards it, but rather away from Hinata. The third tail began to grow out of the Nine Tails mantle. Sakura's avatar started to buckle, unable to tame the beast anymore. The avatar shattered, releasing Naruto. Sakura immediately landed a punch, enhanced with her chakra, and managed to knock Naruto to the ground. She jumped up, preparing a kick from above, but Naruto moved out of the way and hit Sakura's side, flinging her against one of the narrow walls of the alleyway. She hit the wall, cracking it and spitting blood. Unfortunately for her, she didn't have enough chakra to use use an avatar release anymore for the third time in a day. Ino tossed smoke bombs, obscuring Naruto's view, and used her sensory capabilities to make her way to Sakura. She picked her up and dashed away. The Nine Tails heard her footsteps and gave chase. Ino, send me into Naruto. I'll try to contain the Nine Tails from within. It's the only option we have, Sakura said, gasping for air. But it's too dangerous. I have to contact Yamato. Ino tossed more bombs and dove into another alleyway. No, you have to trust Naruto. Just do it. Ino sighed. She weaved hand signs and listened to where Naruto was wreaking havoc from. It wasn't difficult to find his location. She touched Sakura's back. Mind invasion jutsu. Sakura's consciousness leaped towards Naruto as her body fell limp on Ino's arms. Sakura found herself in the strangest place she had ever been to. A large underground location with a massive cage and a gargantuan beast behind it. The power that creature exhaled was so overwhelming that for a moment she couldn't breathe. She was frozen. Sakura couldn't allow that to happen. She couldn't be a helpless girl anymore. She had trained too much to leave Naruto in the lurch again, to only ask for promises that would be a burden for him. Sakura bit her lip, drawing blood. The shock of pain prompted her to act, freeing her body. There was a mass of red-orange chakra swirling around someone near the cage. That had to be the Anbu inhabiting Naruto's body. Sakura had to find a way to get the chakra away from her. The worst part was that the Anbu was walking towards the cage. Sakura reached the chakra and grabbed it with her bare hands. It burned her badly, but she began to yank it out and throw it away. But it was too much chakra. The more she removed, the more it flowed from within the cage into the blob. And Sakura wasn't even close to the Anbu member in the center of it. Ino saw Naruto's body getting confused. Sakura was able to buy her a bit of time so that she could leave her location, dragging Sakura's body with her, but it wouldn't be enough. As Sakura kept on taking the chakra out, her body began to burn. The intensity of the chakra made her skin sizzle, but she didn't care. She just tried to pull out as much chakra as she could, and yet it seemed futile. The Anbu was only a few meters away from the cage, and Sakura wasn't yet close to her. She had a feeling that if the Anbu stepped in there, catastrophe would indeed ensue, as Sakura saw the Anbu member getting closer and closer to the cage. Naruto found Ino, catching up to her, and once more, he gave a malicious smile. Ino had run out of smoke bombs as she hadn't really geared up for a mission. Naruto dashed towards Ino with insane speed, ready to cut her in half with its chakra claws. She wouldn't be fast enough to dodge, even if she didn't have to carry Sakura's body with her. The claw missed, or rather, someone pushed Ino and Sakura to the side, making it miss. Ino saw a masked Anbu member wearing a dark overall. Naruto had returned. He saved her. Naruto's real face turned towards them, bubbling up chakra and hatred, ready to strike again. Ino immediately dispelled the mind-swapping jutsu, transferring Naruto's mind back to his real body. Sakura saw the vague outline of the Anbu member disappearing from a thick layer of chakra. Simultaneously, Naruto appeared at the exact same spot, still engulfed by the chakra mass. Sakura felt relieved. Naruto had experience dealing with the terrors of the Nine Tails. He would know how to contain the chakra. But to her horror, Naruto began to walk towards the cage. No! She screamed. There was too much chakra in between them, and the bubbles were intense. Naruto would never be able to hear her. And yet, Sakura had to stop him no matter what. Ignoring the intense burning sensation, Sakura dived into the chakra cluster, trudging towards Naruto as the dense chakra flow hit her body. Listen to me, Naruto, you have to stop! Sakura screamed, feeling as though she was being engulfed by Inferno itself. She soldiered on towards Naruto. Sakura watched him getting closer to the cage, and memories flashed past her eyes. Naruto hurt after Sasuke left the village. Naruto hurt after he fought Sasuke in the land of grass. Naruto hurt after Hinata had killed Aki in front of him. She couldn't be there for Naruto then, but she would be there for him now. The Nine Tails' chakra consumed Naruto, and there was no strength left in him after his conversation with Hinata. He'd always thought heartbreak was a dumb expression, but that was all he felt.
Yes, Naruto, I can soothe your pain. Remove the seal.
Naruto tried to fight against the urge, against the beast's pull, but he had no power left in him. He couldn't stop walking towards the cage. He felt a void creep creeping within. He was nothing anymore. He couldn't do anything about Hinata. He couldn't do anything about Sasuke. He just didn't have the power to change anything. He would never win, and he would always be alone. One more step, and Naruto would be inside the cage. No, Naruto! Someone said, hugging him from behind, pulling him back, and preventing him from entering the cage. Naruto, you have to resist it. We'll do it together, understand? It was Sakura. Her face flashed agony. The Nine-Tails' chakra was blasting her entire body, but somehow she made her way to him. How could he have ever thought he was alone? Ever since he joined Team 7, no, ever since Iruka-sensei gave him his headband, he hadn't been alone. How could he have thought he had no strength left in him when his friends trusted him and helped him? That was a stupid thought. So long as he was not alone, he would still have strength left in him. Naruto nodded at Sakura and they began to walk back, away from the cage, trying to exit the chakra bubble.
No, useless girl!
The Nine-Tails screamed as it tried to send more chakra out. But Naruto and Sakura could move faster now. The two of them were helping each other, pushing each other forward. Come on, Naruto, we're almost there. I know, we'll beat this stinky fox. They emerged from the chakra mass as the Nine-Tails slammed the massive cage with its claws, creating a sound that shook Sakura's insides.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you both.
He barks louder than he bites, Naruto said with a smile, pointing at the Nine-Tails. Sakura smiled back. To Ino's relief, the Nine-Tails' chakra fizzled out, returning Naruto back to normal. Sorry about that, Ino. I needed Sakura's help to contain the fox. Now, could you send Sakura back to her body? It's kinda weird to share my head with someone. Ino released her jutsu. Sakura returned to her real body, and Ino began healing her from the Nine-Tails' strike. See? I told you to trust Naruto, Sakura said, smiling at Ino. Sakura combined her healing ninjutsu with Ino's to bolster the speed of her recovery. Naruto looked at the Amba member whose body he had inhabited. She was sitting at the corner of the alleyway, shivering in terror. Naruto kneeled next to her. I'm sorry you had to go through all that. I wish you didn't have to see that thing. Yugao removed her mask. All of a sudden she felt claustrophobic using it. Tears streamed down her face and her lips quivered as she looked at Naruto. Raising her trembling hand, she touched Naruto's cheek. No, I am sorry. I'm sorry you have to endure that every day. I'm sorry we're so ungrateful. Thank you for what you've been doing for us, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto felt unexpected warmth washing over his body. No one had ever thanked him for that before. He smiled. You're most welcome. Sakura and Ino stood up close to her. We need to wipe out her memory, Sakura said, with a hint of sadness to her voice. Naruto nodded, standing up. Sakura used her memory-altering genjutsu, combined with Ino's Yamanaka mind wipe technique, to change Yugao's perception of what had happened that night. After finishing, the three jumped away before the Ambu could come back to her senses. A few moments passed, and Yugao stood up, looking at the sky, tears still streaming down her face. Ibiki Morino landed next to her. So, did it work? Yugao asked. He managed to get the Hyuga girl to finally talk, but she didn't give anything away that we didn't already know. Ibiki said with a shrug. I'm still impressed with their plan and execution. They even tried to wipe your mind. I'm glad to see that the Anbu's countermeasures against mind-meddling abilities are working well. Ibiki then saw Yugao's face, noticing the tears. Why are you crying, Yugao? I saw what that boy has endured for us. The Nine-Tails almost went ballistic with me inside of his body. I couldn't do anything against it, but somehow he managed to get it under control. Yeah, that one certainly is something. Ibiki, how did you know he would try to infiltrate the prison to speak with the girl? He laughed. Naruto Uzumaki once took my written examination in the Chunin Exams. He didn't write a single word down during the entire test, but he still managed to pass through sheer gut. I just had a feeling he'd try something like that. He's the type of ninja that acts with his heart. You're polar opposite then. You must despise shinobi like that. Much in the contrary. Those are the shinobi I admire the most. Naruto, Ino, and Sakura put as much distance between themselves and the Ambo member as they could. So Naruto, did it work? Did you talk to that person? Ino said. I did, but I didn't hear what I wanted to. It was actually much worse than I expected. Sakura touched his shoulder. It's alright, you'll sort things out. I know you will. Naruto smiled. Thanks, Sakura. I would be dead if you didn't help me out there. Hey, I told you I'd do anything you needed from me, she said, giving a friendly punch to Naruto's arm. You too, Ino. Thanks for the help. No worries, Naruto. It was terrifying Terrifying, but fun. When they reached the center of the Leaf Village, Naruto saw something that took him by surprise. Gamma Hero, one of the great toad summons of Mount Myoboku, was in the village. His body was hard to miss due to its size. Naruto pointed at it. Look! Pervy Sage is back! A surge of hope hit Naruto. Tsunade had sent Pervy Sage to find Sasuke. Maybe he found out where he was, and now they would finally be able to do something. They finally would have a lead. Something concrete to do. That's not good, Sakura said. What do you mean? The toad is next to the hospital. Those words extinguished Naruto's hope, turning it into worry. Naruto, Sakura, and Ino dashed towards the hospital as fast as they could, and when they arrived, they found pandemonium. Medical ninjas going back and forth, yelling orders at each other. One of the medics spotted Sakura and immediately ran towards her. Sakura, we're gonna need you. What happened? She said. It's Lord Jiraiya. He was wounded in battle. He's in critical condition, hanging by a thread. Naruto felt as if the moon itself crashed upon him. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't move. He couldn't speak. Pervy Sage couldn't die. No, that was impossible. Sakura, we're gonna have to perform the healing regeneration ritual to save him, and the chances are still slim, the medic said. Alright, and how can I help? Sakura said. You'll be the one helming the ritual. What? I know Lady Tsunade's not in the village, but I've never done it before. It has to be Shizune. Shizune left the village a few hours ago. The feudal lord himself called her. Apparently his son suffered an accident and required immediate specialized treatment, Sakura. You are the only one with enough skill and knowledge to helm the ritual. You're Lord Jiraiya's only chance. Naruto looked at Sakura and he realized that because of his selfish mission request, she had spent almost all her chakra. He'd done it. He just killed Pervy Sage. Sakura noticed Naruto's look of utter shock and desperation. She slapped both of Naruto's cheeks at the same time, making a loud cracking noise, and held her hands on his cheeks, not letting him go, staring straight at his eyes. Her gaze burned with determination. Don't worry, Naruto. I will save him. That is my promise to you. Sakura dashed towards a cleaning room. She would have to disinfect her body before the procedure. Another medical ninja called Ino to help out as well. She gave Naruto a nod and went the same way Sakura did. Naruto should have never asked them to go on that mission. Should have gone alone. Had talked to Hinata, but if the girls hadn't gone with him, Pervy Sage would have a better chance to survive. Sakura was in no condition to perform such a complicated healing ritual. He had heard Neji was healed with that ritual after they failed to retrieve Sasuke, but by the looks of it, Jiraiya was in a much worse state. Yet, Sakura had promised Naruto she would save Pervy Sage. Root Anbu members knelt in front of Danzo Shimura. The reports say that Jiraiya has returned to the village, but he has suffered a bad wound, my lord. He's vulnerable. Should we assemble an assassination squad to deal with him right now? No. That will work against our goals. But Lord Danzo, if Jiraiya is in the village during the plan, it's not going to work. He'll interfere, especially with a copy ninja here as well. I am aware. That's why I'll deal with both of them simultaneously. Kill two birds with one stone. How far along is the army? We managed to bring almost half of them close into the village, avoiding any detection already. We'll finish the process within a week. Good. I'll need time to take care of Jiraiya and Kakashi. The plan will still work so long as if the Slug Princess doesn't return to the village in time. And she'll be preoccupied in the Land of Crystals for over a week with a diplomatic meeting. So make sure all communication leaving the village is intercepted. Tsunade mustn't know about Jiraiya's condition, or she may be awakened. Naruto met Gamahiro outside the hospital. Gamahiro, which Akatsuki member did this to Pervy Sage? The toad's expression grew even darker than it already was. He seemed hesitant. I need to know, Gamahiro! It wasn't an Akatsuki member, Naruto. It was Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto thought he could not receive worse news than he already had during this day. But somehow it kept on getting worse. He thought he would be numb at this point, but this new revelation hurt more than the previous ones. What do you mean? Sasuke wouldn't do that! He wouldn't kill Pervy Sage! He did aim for an unlethal spot, and told me to take Lord Jiraiya to Lady Tsunade so that she could heal him, but she's not in the village. Lord Jiraiya's condition is too critical for us to go fetch her, and he needs treatment now. I'm sorry, Naruto. He summoned me during the fight, but I couldn't do anything against the Sharingan. Where was this fight? Where did this happen? I am not going to tell you. What? Why not? Because you're gonna leave the village right now and go after Sasuke Sasuke, won't you? Gamahiro saw right through him. This is foolishness, Naruto. Sasuke has become an extremely powerful and dangerous ninja. If Lord Jiraiya himself lost to him, I'm afraid you alone wouldn't fare any better. Naruto punched the ground in frustration. Gamahiro was right. That was a stupid idea. He had already acted impulsively in taking Sakura and Ino with him in his infiltration mission. Going after Sasuke at night alone would be even more stupid. This had been one of the worst days of his life. He found out Hinata was a murderer on her own volition and wouldn't listen to him. Pervy Sage was on the brink of death, and Sasuke, his best friend, was the one who put him in that condition. Still, Naruto remembered Sakura pushing through the chakra of the Nine Tails to wake him from his stupor. He remembered the kind Ambu lady who showed Naruto empathy no stranger had ever shown before, and he remembered Sakura's promise to save Pervy Sage. Amidst despair, small shards of hope still remained intact. Perhaps they wouldn't push the darkness away, but so long as they existed, there would be a reason to fight. Hinata lay chained in the bowels of the Leaf Village's prison facility. She couldn't see anything or move a muscle. The Ambu Sealing Squad had nullified her chakra completely. She came close to crying, but as usual, she couldn't. Naruto had infiltrated this prison just to talk to her. It really was him. He cared for her. Of course, the Ambu knew about the infiltration and simply used Naruto to try and extract more information from her, but that didn't change the fact that Naruto risked a lot just to see her. He was different. He was the best the village, no, the best the world had to offer. That was why she had to protect him. Hinata knew she made him very upset. She knew Naruto wouldn't agree with what she was doing, but that did not matter so long as he was safe. Her conviction did not waver. Hearing Naruto's voice again brought an utter sense of warmth and nostalgia for a time that would never return. Knowing he was alive gave Hinata a sense of accomplishment. Naruto would have been dead if not for her. The strange beast of chakra they encountered in the Uzumaki lands would have destroyed him, even if he didn't acknowledge it. That reminded her why she did everything she did. She remembered that fatidical day, the day her life changed forever, the day she finally chose to protect Naruto, the day she joined the Root Ambu. 2 years and 8 months ago. Hinata lay on her sleeping mat, dreading the day in front of her. She didn't want to leave bed. Every day, the fact that she had to wake up almost made her cry, but she never did. For some reason, she had been unable to cry ever since her mother's death. Even though she desperately wanted to, the tears simply wouldn't come. It had been over 3 months since Hinata's mom died in front of her. Not a single day went by without Hinata thinking about it. She was haunted by the fact that she couldn't save her mom due to her cowardice. What type of ninja would just stand still, watching her own mother die in front of her eyes? Hinata was no shinobi. She never wanted to be one in the first place. She preferred more gentle things that didn't involve violence. However, as the heiress of the Hyuga clan, she had no alternative. Her destiny had been settled for her ever since she was born. So even though she had no talent for it, even though she detested it, she had to be a ninja. Her grief, longing, confusion, and anger had prevented Hinata from performing well on her missions lately. Yes, in the past 3 months, Hinata realized she had been feeling so much anger at everything. Her father, her clan, and especially herself. An emotion that she thought once incapable of feeling. Thinking about Naruto was the only solace she had. Hinata wished she could see Naruto again, speak to him, even if only for a minute. He had left the village before her mom died and would take years to return according to what she heard. Hinata finally managed to get up and started to prepare herself for another torturous day. This one would be even worse than normal. Hinata was in the final round of the Chunin Exams. She didn't deserve to be there. Shino had carried her team all the way through the finals, passing the first and second stages of the exam practically by himself. And yet, because she was the heiress of the Hyuga clan, prospective clients from all around the Land of Fire and beyond would be in the arena watching her. Being the center of attention with thousands of people seeing everything she does was literally the last thing Hinata ever wanted. She preferred to be invisible. Hinata walked down the Hyuga clan complex, getting ready to head to the arena. She didn't eat breakfast. She didn't even feel hungry. Hanabi saw Hinata and ran towards her, embracing Hinata in a firm hug. "Good luck, Hinata. I'll be cheering for you." Her younger sister had no clue of what happened to their mother the night she died, and Hinata was glad that was the case. She didn't have to carry that burden on her consciousness. "Thank you, Hana. I'll do my best," Hinata said, not trusting her own words. She then pulled a piece of paper out of her ninja bag. It listed the brackets of the final round of the Chunin Exams. 8 ninjas had advanced. Surprisingly, they were all from the Leaf Village. The brackets started with 4 quarterfinal matches. Hinata versus Rock Lee, Sakura versus Kiba, Choji versus Shino, and Neji versus Tenten, in that order. The worst thing was that Hinata was going to be the very first fight. She just wanted this day to end. As she was about to leave, Hiyashi Hyuga, Hinata's father, intercepted her. "Do not embarrass me or the Hyuga clan today. If emissaries perceive the Hyuga clan as weak, the entire clan will be affected. You're a pathetic shinobi. Hide it well today. Because if you lose to that clanless, talentless brat, you know what will happen to you," Hiyashi said with no emotion in his voice. She shivered. Hinata could already feel the pain. Her father had been beating her almost every day ever since her mother died. Their beatings were especially bad when Hinata failed on a mission, and they have been getting progressively worse. Hiyashi told Hinata he beat her because he wanted to instill strength on her. She had been very bad during her training, unable to develop any of the Hyuga techniques of the gentle fist. Even sparring with talented shinobi like Neji didn't help at all. So Hiyashi said he would drill strength into her by force. She couldn't fathom what her father would do to her if she lost to Rock Lee. Even though she knew Rock Lee was clearly stronger than her, Hiyashi believed him to be a subpar shinobi. And if someone with such a lack of prestige beat the Hyuga clan, in his eyes, the clan's own honor would be ripped to shreds. If that happened, she didn't put it past her father killing her so that he could implant the Hyuga inheritance on Hanabi. The Hyuga inheritance was a sealing jutsu that only one Hyuga could have at any given moment. That Hyuga was destined to become the leader of the clan, because once the acting leader died, the sealing jutsu would unravel, passing on the secrets and the abilities only the head of the clan would possess. Hiyashi had implanted the inheritance on Hinata minutes after she was born. Hiyashi regretted doing that. For him, Hinata was worthless, as a shinobi and a human being that didn't deserve to be the leader of the clan. He wished he had waited to implant it on Hanabi, who proved to be a far more suited person for shinobi life, and the life of a prominent Hyuga clan member. Because her father couldn't implant the inheritance on 2 people at the same time, the only way for him to get his wish would be if Hinata died. It couldn't be removed from her any other way. But if she died, Hiyashi would be free to choose a new vessel for the inheritance that would maintain the honor of the Hyuga clan intact. Even though Hinata didn't like her chances, she had to somehow at least win her first match for her own safety. As Hinata made her way towards the arena, she noticed that the streets of the Leaf Village were busier than usual. People from all around the Land of Fire and beyond talked in excitement about the upcoming finals. Apparently, the disastrous end to the last Chunin Exams held in the Leaf Village didn't dissuade people from attending this new edition. Although, to be fair, most of these spectators slept through the incident, so it probably didn't traumatize them. "Heard there's gonna be 2 Hyuga kids this time. One of them is the heir," a dignified lord with a plump frame told his companion. "They're definitely the favorites for this thing then," the other said. "I don't know. I like the Akimichi boy." "It's just because you're fat too, shut up." Hinata tried to ignore them, cutting off her senses so as not to deal with her anxiety. Those people are all going to be watching and judging her, and Hinata was not looking forward to it. As she neared the arena, she felt someone tugging at her sleeve. Hinata turned around and saw a small girl, no older than 7. She was crying. "Miss, are you a ninja?" she said, trying to contain her tears. Hinata nodded. "Gallant is stuck. Can you help him down?" "Gallant? Who's that?" Hinata said, kneeling down next to her. The girl pointed at the top of a light pole close to where they were. Hinata saw a small black cat stuck up there, too afraid to go down. It wasn't uncommon for inexperienced cats to climb too high, finding themselves too high to go down. Hinata forced herself to smile at the girl. "I'll get him for you." She jumped at the pole, imbuing her feet with chakra, walking vertically towards the cat. When Hinata reached the animal, she was apprehensive, afraid it would lash out against her, but the dark creature was too terrified. It couldn't even move, and it was filled with scars around its body. Strange for such a young cat to have already suffered so much. The cat looked at her, eyes quivering. "Don't worry, you'll be alright now," Hinata told the cat, picking it up. From the corner of her eye, Hinata saw something odd in the distance. The height of the pole gave her an extensive field of view, even without her Byakugan activated. She saw 3 hooded figures gathering in a narrow and well-hidden alleyway. Looking around, Hinata realized that her exact position was the only possible vantage point from where they could be spotted. Hinata activated her Byakugan. What she saw sent a wave of adrenaline through her body. One of the hooded figures was showing the other a book which depicted Naruto. Hinata jumped down holding the cat and returned it to the girl. She dashed away before the girl had time to thank her. Hinata ran towards those men. What do they want with Naruto? They looked so suspicious, so shady. It couldn't be anything good. Over the last few months, Hinata discovered she actually had the ability to erase her presence almost perfectly. That appeared to be one of her only talents. Not that it was enough to make her father happy. Still, that ability ability would be useful now. Hinata concentrated, nullifying her chakra. She jumped up, landing on a rooftop like an owl without making a sound. Hinata crouched and peeked over the edge onto the alleyway. The three men stood several meters below her. Two of them wore masks. They looked somewhat like Ambu masks, but they had far more monstrous features. The third man wore no mask. He was older. A sling sustained his right arm, and his right eye was covered by bandages. He read the book the other men had given him, staring at the page which depicted a picture of Naruto with a large block of text. The older man scowled.
If this is the extent of his abilities, I worry about the safety of Naruto Uzumaki, he said.
He's probably somewhere around Chunin level, but that's not gonna be enough when the Akatsuki is involved, one of the other men said.
Indeed, even with the great Jiraiya training him, I am afraid he won't progress fast enough to protect himself when the time comes.
That's not even the worst part, Lord Danzo. We've got troubling reports. A few days ago, Kisame Hoshigaki, an S-class rogue ninja listed in the bingo book with a bounty of 160 million ryo, located Naruto Uzumaki and Jiraiya. He engaged them in combat, coming very close to killing Jiraiya and capturing Naruto. Jiraiya was able to escape with the narrowest of margins using a reverse summoning jutsu, according to reports.
Was it Kisame alone who attacked them? When he infiltrated the village, Itachi was with him.
Hinata knew that name. Everybody did. That was Sasuke's brother, who had single-handedly slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan. Apparently, Kisame was by himself. He did it alone. Danzo clenched his fist, crunching the pages of the book he held.
We know practically nothing about the Akatsuki. If they had engaged Jiraiya together, Naruto would have been in their hands now. We have to operate assuming every Akatsuki member is as strong, if not stronger than Itachi.
Hinata's mouth hanged open. People like that were after Naruto. She felt like crying in desperation, but as usual, no tears came. Hinata didn't know what she would do if Naruto died. He was everything. Thinking about him was the only thing that kept her going these days. So how can we fight something like that, Lord Danzo? It said that they have at least 10 members in their ranks. If they all decided to, they could easily invade and destroy the village and capture the Jinchuriki. There's nothing we could do about 10 Itachis.
We have to strengthen our own shinobi. The root Ambu will continue to serve from the shadows and protect the village. And Naruto Uzumaki, first and foremost, no matter the cost.
Should we send a squadron to look after him? Danzo sighed in annoyance.
Unfortunately, we can't. I've already suggested that to Tsunade and she rejected the idea, saying Jiraiya was more than enough to protect the boy. Even if we sent a covert squadron without informing anyone, Jiraiya would eventually notice them. He's a skilled shinobi.
Perhaps this latest attack will change their mind.
It won't. Tsunade is as stubborn, naive, and delusioned as her former master. We cannot expect her to do what's best for her people, and most of all, what's best to protect Naruto Uzumaki. Sending him away for so long, with only one shinobi protecting him, is one of the most idiotic decisions I've ever seen. Most of all now with the Akatsuki getting bolder, so we'll have to work around Tsunade's lunacy. We have to get ourselves to a position in which we'll be able to protect the Jinchuriki when the time comes. We'll triple our efforts, forge the strongest shinobi in the world. That's the only way to save this village.
Hinata shivered. Naruto seemed to be destined to suffer. Not only was he cursed with the foulest demon in this world, but now the most dangerous ninjas of the age were hunting him down, and Hinata couldn't do anything about it. She was much weaker than Naruto himself. She would only get in the way. Hinata felt cold and hot at the same time. A trickle of sweat ran down her cheek, and before she realized, it fell down the alleyway below. As soon as he did, all three men twisted their heads, looking at where the drop had fallen near them. Hinata hid, pulling back from the edge. Did you see that? One of the men said. Weird. There were no clouds in the sky today. The other masked man said.
Regardless, pass my message along to the others. We must prepare. I'll head to the arena. See if there's anyone talented enough that we could maybe enlist,
Danzo said. Hinata heard the three ninjas scattering. That was close. Once again, her incompetence as a shinobi almost ruined everything. She couldn't contain her emotions thinking about Naruto. She was sweating and felt feverish. Her hands were shaking so much she wouldn't be able to hold a kunai in that state. Hinata needed to calm down. She would be fighting in the first bout of the tournament. Memories of Naruto yelling and cheering for her in the last Chunin Exams managed to calm her nerves. That had been the best day of her life. The day Naruto acknowledged her. Could Hinata preserve his life? Could she do anything about the threats those three men were talking about. If she could improve Naruto's chance by 0.1%, even if she had to sacrifice her own life to do so, she would gladly do it. But in order for her to give her life to Naruto, she would still need to be alive. For that, she needed to somehow win her first fight at least. That way her father may spare her. Out of the 8 genin, Hinata was the last one to arrive in the arena. They were all in an antechamber, waiting to be called for the initial ceremony of the tournament. Rock Lee, Tenten, Neji, and Kiba looked excited, eager to fight. Sakura and Choji looked apprehensive. Choji was eating 3 bags of chips per minute, trying to calm his nerves. Shino looked utterly unfazed. He carried 3 large gourds, 2 on his back and 1 on his side. Hinata had never seen him with those things, but she knew he definitely had something planned for his fight. Lady Hinata, I looked for you before I left home, Neji said. Hinata and her cousin lived in the same complex of the Hyuga clan. Sorry, I decided to leave before you. Oh, I just got worried you're not gonna make it. Did something happen on the way? Hinata hesitated, remembering what she just found out about Naruto. No, nothing, Neji, she said, forcing a smile. Well, Hinata, it's time for us to show what Team 8 is made of, Kiba said, grinning. Hinata nodded without saying anything. The crowd was already making noise, anticipating the arrival of the candidates to the center of the arena. Hinata's legs got weak, and she felt her guts twisting. Suddenly, the reality of having to fight in front of a large crowd had become palpable. Hinata wished she was invisible. Come on, Hinata, show a bit of excitement. You too, Shino, Kiba said, annoyed at his teammates that didn't share his enthusiasm. Kiba, just try not to embarrass yourself. Last time you were in one of those, you lost to a literal fart, Shino said, matter-of-factly. Shut up! Don't remind me of that! Sakura approached Hinata. Are you nervous, Hinata? Is everything okay? She said with a kind smile. Hinata froze. She was afraid that if she admitted she was nervous, she would become even more nervous. Sakura touched her hand. I'm nervous too, but it will be alright. Hinata looked at her. Indeed, Sakura looked as if she'd just seen a ghost. Oddly, this made Hinata feel better. She had someone to relate to. For the first time in a long time, Hinata gave a genuine smile. Sakura, Sakura! Rock Lee said, approaching her. If I win this tournament, will you go out with me? Haley, Sakura said, embarrassed, not knowing how to answer. It doesn't have to be anything romantic. It's just that fighting for something so noble as a chance to having a date with you will fuel my motivation to beat Neji even further. Beat Neji? Well, yeah, if I advance to the final, I'll fight him. I mean, I don't want to discredit anyone else, but Neji's definitely gonna go to the final, and I'm thinking I'm the only one with any chances of beating him. Naruto beat Neji in the last Chunin Exams, Hinata said. She immediately looked down, blushing, noticing she butted in the conversation without being invited. Why did she feel so compelled to say that? I know! Naruto's too impressive! By the way, I'm sure that whoever wins our match is gonna go to the final, so let's do our best, Lee said, doing the nice guy pose to Hinata. But what do you say, Sakura? It's only if I win. No pressure, and you can even choose where we go. I'm fine with anything, really. Alright, Sakura said, catching all the genins off guard. Most of all, Lee, who was ready for another rejection. Really? Really? Oh, yes! But only if you win. I'm sorry, Lee, but I'll have to ruin your date, Neji said, smiling. Hey, I'm gonna win this thing, not you guys, Kiba said as Akamaru barked next to him. The dog was twice as big as he was during the last Chunin Exams. I don't want to be blunt, but if there's someone that's not going to win this thing, it's you, Kiba, Shino said. Hey, you don't believe your own teammates? What the hell? You're heartless, Shino. Genma, the proctor of the finals, opened the door to the antechamber. It's time. Let's get going. A few minutes later, the 8 Genin and Genma stood in the middle of the Chunin Exams arena. The crowd cheered as Tsunade, who sat at the Hokage box, stood up. Welcome all to the Leaf Village and the Chunin Exams. Today, let us enjoy the determination and guts of our young talent. The crowd cheered, and Tsunade sat back down. She was a straightforward leader and knew that people were here to watch a tournament, not hear a boring speech. Genma looked at all the Genin. The rules are simple. You'll have to fight each other using any methods you wish until your opponent dies, is incapacitated, or surrenders. I'll stop the fight if I decide that one of the combatants cannot continue. Any questions? None of the 8 Genin had any. Very well then. Hinata, Hyuga, Rock Lee, you're up first. The rest of you can go up to the contestants' balcony to watch. Hinata's stomach felt as if a kunai had pierced it. The nervousness returned at full force. When all the other Genins except for Lee left the arena ground, she realized there was no looking back. She would give anything to postpone this fight, or to travel forward in time so that she wouldn't have to live through this particular moment. The crowd roared, eager to see what the heiress of the Hyuga clan could offer. Kurenai, Asuma, Kakashi, and my guy sat next to each other amidst a large crowd in the arena stands. "Let's go, Lee!" Guy shouted with his charismatic enthusiasm. The last Chunin exams were rough on the boy, but both him and Guy radiated in excitement. "Let's do this thing!" Guy kept on shouting, making the nice guy sign at Lee. "You know he cannot hear you from up here in the middle of all this shouting, right?" Kurenai said. "It doesn't matter, Kurenai. I'm sending Lee my support. Even if he cannot hear me, he will feel it." "I don't think that's how it works," she said, a little annoyed with his loud voice. But that wasn't the main reason for Kurenai's apprehension. Hinata was about to fight. She knew how much pressure her father put on the girl and how much she hated being the center of attention. "This will be a great fight. I know it," Guy said, looking at Kurenai, smiling. "But I'm sorry to say that Lee and Neji will be fighting in the final. Your students are powerful, but mine are more experienced and they trained harder." "You're too overconfident assuming your students are the only ones who trained hard," Kurenai said. "I mean, let's be real, Kurenai. Guy's right. Lee and Neji will definitely reach the final. They're just stronger than the others. I just hope Choji wins his first fight at least. That would improve his confidence a bit," Asuma said. "You know, Kurenai, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but we prepared specifically for this tournament. Lee has a deep desire to fight Neji. They're rivals. And as their sensei, I did everything I could so that it could happen. It's a shame Naruto isn't here because Neji would want a rematch with him so badly. Even still, I'm pretty sure Naruto got kinda lucky last time, right, Kakashi?" "I'm sorry, did you say anything?" Kakashi said, looking at Guy as if he didn't listen to anything at all. "What? How can you be so heartless, Kakashi?" Rock Lee felt a thrill as the crowd roared. He looked at Hinata after the other Genin vacated the arena grounds. She looked terrified. "Don't worry, Hinata. You'll do great. This will be an amazing fight," Lee said, showing her the nice guy sign. Lee had to cheer her up. He didn't want to beat someone not at their best. Besides, she was a comrade of the Leaf Village. They were opponents, but not enemies. Hinata was confused for a second. Her opponent was cheer her on. Rock Lee was a nice guy and all. In a way, he kinda reminded her of Naruto. Naruto, she remembered. He was in danger, and there was nothing Hinata could do about it. She had to become stronger for him, but how? It was impossible. Hinata had been stuck at the same level for months. But if she wanted to help Naruto in any way, she had to start somewhere. Winning this fight to make sure her father wouldn't murder her would be a start. Hinata took a deep breath and activated her Byakugan. Genma raised his hand, nodding at Hinata, and then at Rock Lee. They nodded back. "Start," he said, bringing his hand down. The crowd exploded in excitement as Hinata and Rock Lee dashed towards each other. They clashed. Hinata unleashed a flourish of gentle fist attacks, prompting Lee to raise his guard and block them. His arms became a blur as he slapped Hinata's fists, deflecting her strikes. He knew how to fight a gentle fist user. You couldn't make contact with her fingers or palms, or they would sever your chakra network. So by pairing Hinata against her wrists, Lee managed to negate her abilities entirely. But Hinata pressed on, increasing the speed of her strikes, but she couldn't get past Rock Lee's guard. He clearly had practiced fighting against the gentle fist. After all, he'd been in the same team as Neji for years. Hinata grew reckless, trying everything she could to hit Lee. Sweat began to inundate her entire face, getting into her eyes, stinging her. She tried to position herself at a better spot to attack Rock Lee from the sides. He just had hands. Nothing seemed to work. Hinata felt the wind getting knocked out of her, and a powerful impact her stomach. She flew back 10 meters, pushed by the force of the blow, and fell into the ground. She couldn't even gasp for air as the audience cheered. Rock Lee landed a kick. Hinata overextended one of her strikes and let herself open. She didn't even see the kick coming her way. It was too fast. Rock Lee didn't chase after her. He only assumed his familiar fighting stance and waited for her to get up. Hinata had used everything she had against Rock Lee. That was the extent of her abilities. She failed to master the trigrams, the rotation, or the air palm. The only thing she had was taijutsu, and Lee had effortlessly blocked all of her attempts, completely outclassing her. There was nothing she could do here. She started to shake. Her powerlessness overwhelmed her. If she wasn't strong enough to land a single blow on Lee, a Genin, what chance would she have to protect Naruto from the strongest rogue ninjas in the world? She felt the urge to cry, but the tears, as usual, didn't come out. Rock Lee looked at Hinata. He didn't want to chase after her while she had fallen. Beating up a comrade of the Leaf Village while she was knocked down seemed like a dirty tactic to him. Besides, a fair and direct taijutsu confrontation would be better for him. Fighting against her was great practice for his eventual final fight against Neji. He just had to make sure to win the fights leading up to the final without using up the gates, or he wouldn't be fit enough to fight Neji properly. But it was just weird. Hinata looked off. She seemed frightened. Not of Lee, but of something else. "Come on, Lady Hinata, you can Don't do it! Neji screamed from above, but Hinata couldn't. What was the point? Even if she gave her all, there wasn't a world in which she would win this fight. Just like there wasn't a world where she would be able to beat Neji in the previous Chunin Exams, or a world where she could have saved her mother. When she fought Neji, Naruto cheered Hinata up. She gained the courage to fight back, but at what cost? She would have never beaten him anyway. Naruto's words of motivation felt nice and warm to Hinata's heart back in the day, but now, when Naruto's life is in such danger, motivation alone wouldn't save him. Hinata wouldn't save him, just like she wouldn't win this fight. Indeed, it was pointless. Hinata raised her hand. I forfeit, she said, her words completely hollow. Rock Lee looked shocked, and the entire crowd booed her. Hinata was used to being a disappointment, but she was surprised she didn't feel anything about the booing. Suddenly, she didn't care about how anyone saw her. The only person she cared about was Naruto, and he was about to die. Hinata cringed at the thought of Naruto watching this fight. He would have hated to see Hinata giving up, but not giving up only makes sense when there's a chance of winning, and Hinata has never won anything her entire life. Hinata, why? Lee asked, his expression concerned. I'm sorry, I just can't. The winner is Rock Lee, Genma said. You're a fraud! Disgraceful ninja! You're trash! The crowd cursed at her. No doubt, many of those people had bet on her to win this fight. Being the heiress of the Hyuga clan had the perks of being someone people put their faith on, but Hinata was not the right person for that. Kurenai looked down at the arena, her guts twisting. You didn't have to do that. Sorry, Hinata. You should have done more, Kurenai said to nobody in particular. Asuma touched her shoulder. I'm sure you'll figure it out. You know, sometimes this just happens. Guy seemed embarrassed at the comments he made before. Hinata clearly wasn't in a good mental state to fight in a grand tournament like this. There's something about her eyes. A darkness, Kakashi said. Her demeanor's different. She's always been an introvert, but I feel something happened. Something's consuming her soul. She's been like that ever since Naruto left the village, Kurenai said. No, it's not just that. There's something else. What makes you say that? Experience. Hinata left the arena grounds and went up the stairs that led to the spectator area. She didn't want to see her fellow Genin, so she went another direction, walking through a deserted hallway in the bowels of the arena. The crowd was still booing her, absolutely disappointed, as if she owed them anything, as if they knew what she was going through. She felt an unexpected eruption of anger coursing through her veins. Hot rage. Congratulations. You exceeded all of my expectations, a cold voice said, coming from behind her. A familiar, terrifying voice. Her anger evaporated. The hotness was replaced by the frigid embrace of fear. She looked back and saw her father. His Byakugan was activated, and she had never seen him like that. Not even the day her mother died. His expression was pure hatred. His Byakugan eyes were bloodshot, and even without her Byakugan, she could see wisps of chakra flaring around him. In her apathy, Hinata didn't even consider that forfeiting to a clanless ninja was even more humiliating than losing it normally. This was the last thing you did. You mutilated the honor of the Hyuga clan beyond recognition, and for that, you will pay the ultimate price, he said, weaving hand signs. His right hand began glowing with violet chakra, and quite frankly, I should have done this long ago. You should be thankful I will make it painless. Hinata closed her eyes and surrendered. She didn't want to look and was too terrified to do anything. Even if she weren't, she would never be strong enough to fend off her father. She wanted Naruto to be the last thing she saw before she died, and even now, when she was about to die, Hinata was unable to shed a tear. She heard her father dashing towards her with a grunt of anger. That was it. She hoped Naruto would remember her. A sharp noise echoed through the hallway. What? Her father said in surprise. Hinata dared to open her eyes and saw the old man from the alleyway holding Hiyashi's arm with his only free arm, Danzo. That was his name. His face was wrinkled, but the way he held her father just a few centimeters before he hit her felt so casual, as if he wasn't even trying. I cannot allow you to do that, Hiyashi, Danzo said, staring at him with a neutral expression. Let go of me, Danzo. This is between me and my daughter, Hiyashi said, struggling, his arm shaking under Danzo's grasp. Not when you're about to murder an innocent child in cold blood. Hiyashi's body became enveloped with chakra, which coalesced around his left hand, the free one. He He weaved it towards Danzo's face, palm open, chakra overflowing from it. Danzo moved his head to the left, using only his neck motion a split second before Hiyashi made contact and spun, landing a kick on Hiyashi's chest. The speed of the kick caught Hiyashi and Hinata off guard. Hinata heard several of her father's ribs snapping, and he gushed out blood from his mouth. The power of the kick flung him against the hallway sidewall. Hiyashi impacted it at an angle and was deflected to the other side of the hallway, hitting it at another angle again and being thrown to the other side again and again. He zigzagged and crashed against the walls until the end of the hallway, leaving half a dozen cracked spots on each side of the wall. A sudden gust of wind blew Hinata's hair. It seemed to come from the direction her father was tossed. Strange. The hallway had no windows. Her father attempted to stand up as he landed, but he failed to do so, spitting blood. This old man had defeated her father, the leader of the Hyuga clan, with one move. Danzo stepped in front of her, standing between Hinata and Hiyashi. He faced her father. "How did I not see you coming, bastard?" Hiyashi said, flaring his Byakugan but wincing in pain. He was on all fours.
You severely overestimate the capabilities of your eyes.
"I won't let you mock me, Danzo."
That was but an observation, not mockery. If anyone soiled the honor of the Hyuga clan today, that would be you. Being humbled by an old man such as myself.
Hiyashi focused his chakra on his legs, forcing himself to stand up.
Go away, Hiyashi. You're not that type of ninja.
To Hinata's astonishment, her father looked down and limped away, saying nothing else. Danzo turned towards her.
Don't worry, you'll be alright.
He didn't smile, but his face seemed a shade friendlier. "Thank you."
You should report that incident to the Hokage. If you'd like, I could accompany you as a witness.
Hinata didn't know what to say. Reporting her father or not would make no difference. He will always want to kill her. Could she get Hiyashi arrested for that? Perhaps, but if that happened, technically Hinata would become the de facto leader of the Hyuga clan. The last thing she ever wanted. She'd take the risk of her father attacking her again. Now, he would probably think twice about doing that after what just happened. "No, thank you, sir. It's alright."
It's such a shame he cannot comprehend your potential.
What? My potential? But I don't have any.
I see. You don't understand it either.
I don't know what you mean.
Come with me. I'll show it to you.
Hinata hesitated. The man had an intimidating aura to him, but he'd been one of the few people who said she had any potential and quite literally just saved her life. Besides, Hinata had to find out more about Naruto's situation, so she followed him. He introduced himself as Danzo Shimura, an elder of the Leaf Village, and took Hinata to a closed high box in the Chunin Exams arena. The room had 4 cloaked Ambu members. Their masks had more monstrous features than she was used to. Danzo waved them all out and took a seat, overlooking the arena below, gesturing for Hinata to sit next to him. She did so and looked at the arena as well. Kiba and Sakura were already down there, waiting for their match to begin.
Who do you think will win?
Danzo asked. I think Kiba.
And why is that?
He's in my squad. I have to root for him, even though Sakura is a nice person.
I didn't ask who you're rooting for. I asked for who you think will win.
Kiba is strong too. I think he can win. He's been training a lot.
We shall see,
Danzo said, looking down below. His face was unreadable. Sakura was nervous. That was the first time she would fight in front of so many people. She couldn't disappoint Lady Tsunade after so much training. She slapped her own face, trying to pump herself up. She would use her own nervousness and convert that into eagerness to fight. She had studied Kiba a lot in preparation for the fight, and the plan she had was solid. Now, it was only a matter of execution. Genma raised his hand and started the fight. Akamaru transformed into Kiba, and they both assumed an offensive stance. Fang over fang! They lunged forward, their bodies spin with violence towards Sakura. She readied herself and stepped to the side. Akamaru missed, crashing against the ground. Sakura jumped up as Kiba passed below her. Landing, Sakura weaved hand signs, but Kiba and Akamaru turned around, restarting their fang over fang and closing down on Sakura. They chose a different pattern of attack now, each of them coming from the side to strike Sakura at the same time and crush her. Before they got to her, Sakura finished her seals. Genjutsu! Drowning paralysis! One of the swirling masses lost its momentum and fell limp to the ground. ground. It was Akamaru whose transformation reverted back to his normal dog form, but Kiba was still coming. She wouldn't be able to put 2 targets under a genjutsu at the same time, so Sakura infused her hand with chakra. As Kiba was about to strike her, Sakura threw her fist, clashing it against the fang over fang with a shockwave that rippled through the arena, making Genma's hair flap in the wind. Her fist remained connected against Kiba, whose rotation speed was insane, drawing blood from Sakura's knuckles. It pushed her back, her feet dragging. The muscles of her arms started to waver, but that was all according to plan. Sakura directed all of her chakra to her fist, which erupted with energy, and with a violent burst of power, her strike blew through Kiba's jutsu, launching him away with great speed. Kiba crashed on the other side of the arena, cracking the wall. He stood up, spitting blood and looking shocked. That was an impossibility. Sakura overpowered his fang over fang taijutsu with her taijutsu alone? She dashed towards Kiba, drawing something out of her ninja bag. As she got close to him, she threw a punch, and Kiba jumped out of the way. Sakura hit the wall behind him, cracking it further. Only now Kiba realized Akamaru was unconscious, far away from him. Was that a genjutsu? When did she learn that? Kiba thought, running towards Akamaru to snap him out of it, but Sakura gave chase, and Kiba was still dizzy because of her initial blow. He was fast enough to get his dog, but Sakura engaged him again in close quarters. Kiba breathed deep and concentrated his chakra at the tip of his fingers. His nails grew into large, evil-looking claws. Beast mimetism! Wolf's posture! He slashed at Sakura, who ducked down, throwing a kick to his legs. Kiba jumped up, doing a front flip and avoiding the attack. He dove against Sakura, slashing again. Sakura tried to get out of the way, but he managed to slash her left shoulder, drawing blood. Sakura used that chance to grab Kiba's arm that just struck her, holding him in place. As he landed, Sakura threw the object she had gotten for her ninja bag into the ground. It exploded into green smoke. When Kiba breathed in, his nose was assaulted by the most repugnant odor he had ever smelled. Sakura saw Kiba's eyes watering, and his expression was of desperation. If he was defeated by Naruto's farts, Sakura's specially concocted stink bomb would be even worse. She held her breath and pressed against Kiba, unleashing a taijutsu barrage. Kiba scrambled to defend, still dazed from the stench. "I've been training to resist those smells ever since he farted on my face!" he screamed as Sakura pummeled his side, cracking ribs and landing a kick to his face. His vision began to turn dark, but Kiba resisted the urge to fall unconscious as he fell to the ground. He grabbed a small pebble and tossed it, not at Sakura, but at Akamaru. "I'm sorry, buddy, but I have to hurt you a little bit," he thought, as the rock hit Akamaru, making the dog yelp in pain, but knocked him out of the genjutsu. Sakura jumped down on Kiba, aiming a powerful kick. He jumped away, managing to raise his left arm to block the second strike, but her kick shattered the arm. Kiba blurted an involuntary cry of pain and fell back to the ground. Sakura prepared another punch, ready to finish him off. The crowd cheered in excitement, but as she was about to strike, Akamaru appeared from behind Sakura, ready to bite her neck. Sakura ducked, but Akamaru grabbed her hair and used it to swing himself straight towards Sakura's face. As she redirected her punch towards the dog, a hot blast of liquid hit her face. It splashed against her eyes and invaded her mouth and nose. Sakura screamed in pain. She felt as if she just got hit by acid and even swallowed it. She couldn't open her eyes. It was too much pain. The crowd exploded into laughter as they realized a dog had just peed on Sakura's face. She heard the glee coming from the stands, and the agonizing pain paralyzed her. Sakura motioned to heal her eyes using her newly trained healing ninjutsu, but she couldn't even concentrate properly. Kiba seized that opportunity and stood up, swinging his arm towards Sakura, claws still gleaming. Genma grabbed his arm and stopped his motion completely, appearing out of nowhere. "That's it. Sakura Haruno is unable to continue. The winner is Kiba Inuzuka," Genma said, as Sakura screamed in pain. The crowd screamed even louder, mocking Sakura's inability to be a ninja, laughing at how the fight had ended. Realizing she had lost, and hearing the entire stadium mocking her, Sakura knelt and cried silently as she tried to heal her eyes and face. The first semi-final was decided. Rock Lee versus Kiba. Tsunade looked at Sakura from above. She was sad seeing her pupil that way, but there was a hint of smile in her lips. That will be terrible for her confidence, but she did well. I'll just have to make sure this trauma will make her more resilient rather than fragile, Tsunade thought. Asuma looked down with a grimace. "Oh man, I'm pretty sure she swallowed some of that pee. That's gotta suck." "Akamaru can be very nasty," Kurenai said. "Well, not everything is a loss though. If this fight was fought 6 months ago, Sakura would have lost in a few seconds. Today, she almost won. I guess training under the Hokage will bring results," Kakashi said. Guy looked at him him, ready to make a joke about how every single one of his students ditched him for another master one way or another, but he said nothing. The entire Sasuke incident was still pretty fresh, and he didn't want to make his friend feel even more guilty.
I bet that's because of your training, Kakashi. You made sure you had a good foundation,
Guy said, making the nice guy gesture at Kakashi. Hardly. I failed all my students.
It appears you were right about the winner,
Danzo told Hinata.
but not for the right reasons.
What do you mean?
You said your squad mate would win simply because he was your squad mate. That is very poor justification. It had nothing to do with the actual characteristics of the fight. When analyzing any given scenario, you must wipe out your feelings. They will get in the way of a cold and precise analysis. The Inuzuka boy won by the slightest of margins. You were almost wrong.
Did you know he was going to win?
I was unsure. You see, this squad mate of yours lacks potential. He will never advance further than Chunin his entire ninja career. The girl, however, has strength hidden underneath, and it appears the Hokage's training is bringing it forth. The Inuzuka boy may have developed earlier as a shinobi, but his ceiling is far lower than the girl's. Had this fight been held 3 months from now, the girl would have won it.
How could you tell that?
I have a great eye for shinobi potential. It is my duty to cultivate the strongest ninjas in our village, to protect the leaf and the land of fire. And you, Hinata Hyuga, have more potential than any of the contestants here. Potential that your father is hell-bent on squandering.
You're wrong. I have no talent.
I am never wrong, girl.
Hinata didn't know what to say. Was this him just toying with her? Of course she didn't have more potential than Neji, or Shino, or Lee, or Sakura, or Kiba, but Danzo seemed so serious. An eerie silence permeated the room until Shino and Choji stepped into the arena. The two contestants stared at each other. Insects crawled out from Shino's skin, which made Choji visibly uncomfortable. The 3 gourds he carried remained closed. Shino was the type of guy that exhaled creepiness, even though he was very nice. People just didn't give him a chance, Hinata thought. Genma started the fight. Choji weaved a hand seal.
Human bullet tank!
His body expanded and turned into a massive ball that spun towards Shino, opening a groove on the ground below. Shino jumped up, avoiding the attack. Choji passed by below and turned to attack again. However, he didn't find Shino. He was flying, hovering on top of a dark cloud of insects, about 10 meters above the ground. Choji's circular form lapped around the arena to build up speed. Shino only observed, utterly unfazed. Choji centered his vector of attack towards Shino and used the momentum to leap towards him, spinning, pushing the air around him by the sheer speed of it. But Shino saw the attack coming from a mile away. His cloud of insects just got out of the way and Choji's bullet tank hit nothing. Shino himself didn't even move. Choji crashed against the opposite wall of the arena, cracking it, and returned to his normal form after he landed.
That's not fair!
He said, pointing towards Shino flying above. Actually, we can make use of any technique available to us. If you can't reach this high up, you should surrender, so I won't have to attack you with my insects. I'm pretty sure you'll find them disgusting.
You underestimate me!
Choji weaved another hand sign.
Super multi-sized expansion jutsu!
Choji's body blocked the sun. He grew taller than the arena stands. The crowd gasped and cheered in excitement. Much in the contrary, the Aburame clan never underestimates their opponents. Shino was still calm despite Choji's gargantuan size. The massive ninja threw a punch. He had to wangle it down because of his size, even though Shino was flying. This time the cloud of insects did not move. Shino jumped up instead. Choji's fist hit the swarm, which bursted into a cloud of bugs, but he did not hit Shino, and with no insects accompanying him, he tossed 2 kunai with paper bombs towards Choji's huge face. It was about 3 times larger than Shino himself. Choji raised his hands to block the kunais. He didn't even pierce his thickened skin, and the explosion didn't seem to hurt. Shino landed on Choji's shoulder and surfed down his back as Choji swirled around, trying to grasp Shino with his oversized hands. As Choji was about to snatch him, Shino jumped up, focusing his chakra on his feet to stand upright and run along Choji's forearm. Choji motioned to swing his arm down and toss Shino away, but he jumped off the arm, landing on Choji's leg. He was very slippery and moved with precision. Every maneuver he did was deliberate, as if he was prompting Choji to attack exactly how he wanted to. However, Shino's insects were nowhere to be seen. He jumped away from Choji and landed on the ground, where he remained still, looking up at Choji, right in front of his colossal form. His face was serene. Choji was taken aback. Why would he just stand in front of him?
I told you! Not to underestimate me!
Choji said, lifting his foot and stomping it towards Shino, but Shino was ready. He knew what Choji would do and jumped to the side, avoiding the strike. The impact opened a large and deep footprint-shaped crater on the arena ground, and now Shino began to run away from Choji, heading towards the arena wall. Choji dug his foot off the ground and turned towards Shino to chase him. However, before Choji could take his first step towards his direction, his massive body fell, seemingly in slow motion due to its size, and hit the ground, lifting a wave of dust that hit the entire arena and made the spectators cough. Choji's massive body began to return to its normal size, and as it did, a swarm of insects began to fly out from within his clothes. They returned into Shino, crawling back underneath his skin as Shino walked towards Choji. Genma looked at Choji. He was dazed, almost unconscious. Choji Akimichi is unable to continue. The winner is Shino Aburame. The crowd barely cheered, not understanding what happened, and most of them had been rooting for Choji regardless because of his flamboyant jutsu. What happened? Choji said, drooling in exhaustion. When you punched my swarm, I made my insect slip through your sleeve to drain your chakra. What? But how didn't I notice? I tossed the kunai and explosives to distract you, and when you grow your body to that size, your skin sensitivity decreases, meaning that you couldn't even feel the insects crawling on your skin. The same properties that make you more durable in that state make you vulnerable to my insects. Also, because you were so much larger, the surface area of your skin increases exponentially, meaning that my insects have much more surface area to drain chakra from. Usually, only a fraction of the insects of the swarm can drain chakra at the same time, only those directly touching the target, but because your body was so large, every insect was able to drain you at the same time. That's why you fell so quickly. The entire explanation went completely over Choji's head. I apologize. I understand the sensation is rather unpleasant. You'll be alright tomorrow once you take a good rest. Choji didn't say anything else, as he was carried out of the arena by a group of ninja medics. Asuma facepalmed. Oh man, he didn't even scratch Shino. That sucks. I told you shouldn't underestimate Shino. He may not look, but he's very strong, Kurenai said. Indeed. He turned all of Choji's strengths against him, the hallmark of a true shinobi. You didn't think of warning Choji not to use the expansion jutsu against an Aburame ninja, Asuma? Kakashi said. I didn't think of it, to be honest. I told Choji to go in full force, and Shino would buckle. Guess I was wrong. There was something strange, though, Kakashi said. He should have been able to drain Choji even faster than what he did. With the insects touching Choji's skin and all the surface area they had to contact being so large, Shino should have won the fight almost immediately after he slipped the insects through Choji's sleeve, and yet he danced around Choji's body. Well, maybe Shino wanted to do some theatrics and display his youthful spirit. There's an entire crowd watching you, you know, Kakashi. Some people like that type of stuff, Guy said. No, Shino doesn't strike me as the guy who would do that. I'm almost certain the insects only began draining Choji after he opened that crater on the ground. It was almost as though Shino goaded him into doing that. I wonder why. Well, regardless, Shino will have a tough time against Neji the next round, Guy said. But Neji has yet to fight, and he's fighting against somebody from your squad too, Guy. What are you talking about? Kurenai said, baffled. I mean, let's be honest, Tenten's not beating Neji. She still has a lot to develop, and we're working on that. Danzo smirked. The winner of that fight had already been predetermined. The Aburame boy had absolutely no chance of losing. I suppose you're happy about your squad mate's victory. Well, yes, though I knew Shino would win. He's very strong. Yes, he is. Tell me, who do you think will win the exams? If I have to pick one, I would say my cousin Neji. He's the one that's truly talented. Is that so? Danzo said as Neji and Tenten stepped into the arena, preparing to fight. Tenten felt sheer excitement. She finally got here, in front of a large crowd. She would finally show the world what she was capable of after all the training. Neji, if you go easy on me, I'll never forgive you, Tenten said, pointing at her squad mate. Neji smiled. I would never. You know that. Tenten smiled back. They had been teammates for so long. Enough time for Tenten to learn everything about him. She had a plan, a new weapon that even Neji wouldn't be able to deal with. She could beat him. For some reason, despite it not making any sense, Tenten was confident. And after she won the fight, she could finally confess her feelings to Neji. That way, they would be equals in their relationship. Neji wouldn't have to worry about protecting her. Genma started the fight. Tenten summoned her trump card, Kokina, a weapon of her design. It looked like a large staff filled with different contraptions and several. It was over. Before Tenten could even form a stance with her weapon, Neji dashed at her and struck her chest with a gentle fist blow. She couldn't even perceive Neji's movements. The blow knocked her to the ground and she lost consciousness. The winner is Neji Hyuga, Genma said with no emotion to his voice. The crowd was a mixture of disappointment and awe. 1 second was all it took for Neji to win, ending the fight with a single blow. The second semi-final was decided. Neji versus Shino. "See, I told you guys," Guy said with a grimace. The other Jonins looked slightly amused.
Neji really is amazing,
Hinata said with reverence.
beating that pathetic girl doesn't make anyone amazing.
Hinata could feel the derision oozing off Danzo's words.
If he had taken any longer to win that, he might as well have lost.
But what do you mean? Tenten is pretty strong.
Kindness is weakness, girl. You say she is strong because you don't want to hurt her feelings, even though the girl isn't even present. It's a lie you tell yourself so you can feel that you are a good person. It holds you back. If the only way you can accept yourself is by being submissive and harmless, you will remain that way until you die.
I didn't.
You know the truth. Say it.
I can't.
Say it.
Tenten is a pathetic ninja. Hinata felt a strange sense of freedom after saying it, as if for the first time she let herself be honest. A weight lifting off her shoulders, even though she was mean.
Good. A true shinobi must be pragmatic. Feelings and emotions are secondary. Once you learn that, no one will be able to stop you.
Is it true that Naruto is being hunted down? Hinata blurted out. Danzo hesitated.
How do you know?
I eavesdropped you talking to other ninjas before the tournament. I'm sorry.
Never apologize for your competence, girl. Yes, Naruto Uzumaki is in grave danger, and unfortunately the 5th Hokage is underestimating the power of the Akatsuki.
But surely the Leaf Village can do something to protect him, right?
In our current state, we are utterly hopeless. We only know of 2 Akatsuki members in some detail, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki. If all other members are as strong as they are, they could wipe out this village off the map if they decided to.
But Lady Tsunade, she's powerful. She could protect us.
She's not nearly as powerful as you think. Itachi Uchiha's power is unlike anything you know. The last Leaf Shinobi that would have any chance against him died over 13 years ago.
The 4th Hokage?
Yes, and we are running out of time. There won't be a new 4th Hokage, and I don't see any shinobi in our ranks that will be able to halt the storm once it crashes down upon us. The Hokage's philosophy will lead this village to its undoing. It encourages weakness, it makes our shinobi soft, but I won't let it destroy us. And for that, Naruto Uzumaki is the key. If the Akatsuki gets him, we're all finished. If they get the power of the 9 tails, I don't know what could happen to this world.
There was an intensity to Danzo's gaze as he looked down at the arena, the new contestants stepping in. Somehow Hinata knew the man believed everything he said. Rock Lee and Kiba stepped into the arena grounds, facing each other. An arm sling held Kiba's broken left arm. He tried to hide his pain, but the blow Sakura dealt would take a while to heal.
Hey, Bolcuts! Don't you dare go easy on me because of my broken arm!
Kiba said. You should pay more attention. Saying that didn't work out very well the last fight, Lee said.
Whatever! Akamaru, let's do this!
Genma started the fight. Akamaru transformed into Kiba, and they both assumed the fang over fang stance. Exploding into motion, they spun towards Lee, looking like 2 miniature typhoons as Kiba endured the pain in his arm. Rock Lee's stance was collected, one hand behind his back, the other arm stretched in front of him, hand raised high. As Kiba and Akamaru were about to strike, Lee erupted into motion, sidestepping his attackers, twisting forms. Leaf Stream! With a fluid motion, he landed a kick on Kiba and a punch on Akamaru, hitting both of them on the sides, where the fang over fang rotation is not as dangerous. Lee's blows were fast enough to overpower the spinning, and they were both flung towards opposite directions. Kiba and Akamaru tried to stand up, but Lee's attacks were so powerful they coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Kiba Inuzuka isn't able to continue. The winner is Rock Lee, Genma said. The first finalist was decided.
Yeah! Yeah! Let's go, Lee!
Guy screamed in utter enthusiasm. That was easy, huh? One attack for each, and they were both knocked out, just like Neji did, Asuma said. You really trained them well, Guy. I'll have to give you that. Oh yeah, both my students ended their fights in a single attack. Imagine how the final is going to look. It's gonna be crazy. The power of youth will overflow, and every single one of us will... Look at that. Is that a dodo bird? Kakashi said, looking at the sky, completely ignoring Guy. Kakashi, why do you have to be so heartless? Lee clenched his fists in excitement. Finally, he will be able to face Neji, his lifelong rival. He could finally prove that hard work can defeat natural talent. And the best part was that Lee was not tired at all. He didn't even come close to using the gates. He would be able to unleash everything he had in the final fight, even his new trump card. Kiba lost so fast. Even I lasted longer against Lee. Perhaps you're right. We don't have what it takes to face the storm, Hinata said, but Danzo scoffed. You think yourself inferior to the Inuzuka boy? Kiba has been performing better in the missions every time. Much better than me. Because you're being held back. The so-called will of fire is preventing you from fulfilling your destiny. Your true potential is far greater than any of the other contestants here, and I said that before. You said you have a good eye for talented shinobi, but you can't be right about this. There's no way I'm more gifted than Neji. It's common knowledge that he is the greatest prodigy of the Hyuga clan. I don't even come close to his Keiki Genkai prowess. Danzo turned his head, staring her dead in the eye. Did you ever hear the tragedy of Tetsu Hyuga, the Gifted? No, I thought not. It's not a story the Hyuga would tell you. It's a legend from the Warring States period, from before ninja villages were founded. Tetsu Hyuga was the most talented Hyuga of the time, hailed as a prodigy, just like your cousin Neji is today. During the time of war, clans fought against each other, vying for territorial domination, and Tetsu made a plan to take control over what would one day be the Land of Fire. The first step of his plan was to take an outpost so the Hyuga army could use it as a staging ground and launch an unprecedented offensive against other clans. He thought himself lucky. The outpost was controlled by Uchihas, but it was very lightly defended and fortified. Tetsu had no doubt in his mind he would be able to take it with no setbacks. However, he didn't count on one particular individual protecting the outpost. One Uchiha that would single-handedly wipe out the entire Hyuga army and Tetsu himself. Madara Uchiha? You know about Madara? I know a little. Good guess, but... it wasn't Madara. Rather, it was Hikaku Uchiha, an unsung hero of the Warring States period and a true prodigy. He defended the outpost alone, and despite the alleged genius of Tetsu and the Hyuga clan, Hikaku slaughtered them like animals. But how? If he was so gifted, how could he lose with an entire army backing him up? Observe, Danzo said, pointing to the arena ground where Neji and Shino were about to fight in the second semi-final. Neji peered at Shino with his Byakugan. He saw the cluster of insects that inhabited his body, but couldn't see into the 3 gourds Shino carried. It won't work. I went through the pain of shrouding my gourds with a sealing jutsu that blocks the Byakugan's sight, Shino said. Neji scowled, realizing his opponent had read him so thoroughly. Begin, Genma said, with a brisk hand gesture. Neji dashed towards Shino, Byakugan activated, and Shino jumped up. A mass of dark bugs exploded from within him, mid-air, forming a cloud which Shino stood on. He flew up, getting out of the range of Neji's fists. You should surrender now, Shino said, hovering over 20 meters above the ground. His face was calm, too calm. This irritated Neji. He wasn't supposed to be the one in control. Neji was, but his bravado wouldn't last very long. You think just because I cannot strike you with my hands, I'll become useless? Yes. And I warn you, being drained by my insects is not pleasant. I would prefer to avoid doing that. Ridiculous! Neji shouted. He had to make up for losing in the first round of the previous exams. Winning this tournament was the least he could do. He wanted to make his father proud. Though the Hyuga clan had become much more lax with the branch family, it seemed that Lord Hiashi had been acting more harshly towards Hinata because of it. Perhaps if he wins the tournament, he could soothe the situation. Shino gestured towards Neji, and a small swath of insects disconnected from the cloud he stood on and darted down. The small cloud opened and surrounded Neji, swirling around him. Then, as if controlled by a hive mind, all insects changed direction, going straight towards Neji from all sides. But the Hyuga smirked and used a rotation, easily destroying all those insects without difficulty. Stopping the rotation, Neji looked up at Shino and swung his fist in his direction. Gentle fist. Air palm! A blast of compressed air blasted from Neji's palm, streaking towards his airborne opponent. Shino dodged it, flying sideways, but Neji swung his other fist, sending another air palm his way. Shino got out of the way again. He crouched down on his dark living cloud and began to fly with a chaotic, evasive pattern. Neji unleashed a long barrage of air palms. Did you think I would sit down idly after that fight? Neji said, remembering his battle against Kidomaru. Did you think I wouldn't learn a long-range technique? The blasts of air narrowly missed, but Shino still avoided them all. The swarm was much faster than Neji could have imagined, and at range, Shino could see the attacks coming with ease. When he crouched down on his swarm and used all 4 of his limbs to attach himself to the bugs, he could fly veering with a terse motion, changing directions faster than Neji could follow. No, I was certain you would have something up your sleeve. However, your attacks lack the speed necessary to hit me, Shino said. Neji realized Shino had been slowly moving away from him, increasing the distance between the two, flying up and away from Neji to make it easier for him to see the air palms coming, which let him dodge without much difficulty. Neji ran after him, pelting Shino with more air palms, chasing after him around the arena grounds. Unfortunately, there was nothing else he could do. If Neji tried to jump on a wall to level with Shino, he would simply fly to the opposite side of the arena as soon as Neji started walking up the wall. No matter how much Neji tried to calculate Shino's future location, hitting with the air palms was impossible. He tried to use the blasts and direct Shino to specific places where he could strike next, but Neji just couldn't find his mark. Trying to decipher the pattern Shino was flying was impossible. It seemed completely random. The chase drew longer, and none of the opponents hit a single blow against each other. The crowd began to boo them, craving more excitement. Eventually, Neji stopped chasing him and waited in the middle of the arena. He wouldn't waste any more chakra with air palms if they wouldn't hit. Shino could come after him. He would destroy all of his insects with his rotation, and once he ran out of them, Neji would finish the fight on the ground. He couldn't keep running forever. Shino turned at him, noticing he stopped the pursuit. I assume you were waiting for me to send my insects and destroy them, so that I won't be able to fly anymore. Unfortunately for you, this won't work. I calculated the step you just took. Surrender. This will be unpleasant for you. Don't make me laugh. Very well then. I respect your resolve, Shino said, uncorking 2 of the 3 gourds he carried. A thin black mist emerged from one of them, and massive insects, larger than a fist, began to fly away from the other. A swarm of them. Those huge bugs were nightmare-inducing, with 2 sets of large wings, mandibles, and a thick carapace covered in a wicked fur. Hundreds of them flew around Shino as if they were a private army of miniature devils. In the arena stands, Guy hugged Kakashi and screamed. He closed his eyes, wincing as Kakashi looked absolutely annoyed. Kakashi, I hate those insects! What the hell? What the hell are those? Those things, they're not pure! They're not youthful! I can't look! Man up, Guy. You faced Itachi Uchiha without hesitation but cannot look at some insects, Kakashi said with a loud sigh. Several others in the crowd had gut reactions just like Guy. Many people screamed at Shino and others left the stands, afraid of seeing the insects. He didn't acknowledge the crowd whatsoever though. Kurina looked at Shino surprised. I didn't expect him to use the giant toe biters here. Neji looked at the dark mist mixing with the evil-looking massive bugs, and then he saw it. With his Byakugan, he could see that the dark mist was made up of thousands upon thousands of tiny chakra points. There was another swarm of insects, another species, each of them no larger than a millimeter. It doesn't matter how many insects you throw against me, I'll destroy all of them. Shino didn't say anything, but both swarms of massive and tiny insects alike rushed at Neji. He started his rotation, but as soon as he did, the tiny insect stopped and simply hovered midair around the rotation as the giant toe biters continued, hitting the spinning chakra. They were flung by the force of the blow, but they didn't die. As a matter of fact, each time they impacted the rotation, they bit off a chunk chunk of its chakra, devouring it, and then they flew right back at it again. Every time they came back after eating some of the chakra, they seemed to get faster, stronger, and even more monstrous. Hundreds of those devils chipped away at the rotation, their carapace somehow withstanding the powerful rotation chakra. Neji could not keep up. They would soon break through his rotation, and then he would be in trouble. Neji stopped his rotation with a brisk motion and assumed the 128 palm stance. Immediately, as if the large insects were expecting that, they flew away from Neji, passing between the swarm of minuscule bugs, which in turn darted towards Neji. He threw his sequence of gentle fist blows towards the minute insects, managing to strike them because of the Byakugan's perception, even though they were so small. However, there were thousands upon thousands of them. His 128 palms were nearly enough to destroy them all. It didn't even make a dent on the swarm, and they began to crawl on Neji's skin. As he felt his chakra being drained by the minuscule insects, he started his rotation again, but the swarm of minuscule insects retreated as the massive ones came down upon Neji once more, pelting his rotation until he had to switch to his gentle fist palms again, trying to destroy them individually, but they fell back, and the tiny insects swarmed in once more, forcing another rotation. Neji roared in anger, having no answer, as the insects rinsed and repeated the same routine 5 more times, until Neji succumbed to their pressure. The insects completely swarmed him and drained his chakra dry. Neji's screams of agony echoed around a silent stadium. The shocked crowd could not utter a word, but those who stayed could not avert their gaze. Shino had watched the entire dance of swarms from up above, not having moved a muscle. His face was as calm as ever. When the screaming ceased, he pulled his insects away back into their gourds, leaving Neji collapsed on the arena floor. He was convulsing slightly. Genma took a few seconds, but finally declared Shino the victor. The crowd did not cheer. What? Neji lost? Lee said, not believing his eyes. He wouldn't be able to fight Neji after all. But how was that possible? Shino shouldn't be strong enough to beat Neji. Shino flew back down close to Neji as medics began to swarm around him. He's having a mild anaphylactic shock. The giant toe biter's bite is extremely powerful and injects a small dosage of poison into the body. I tried to keep them from biting him directly as much as I could, but they are always hungry for more chakra. You should administer adrenaline to treat the symptoms. The medics nodded and carried Neji away. I can't believe this, Guy said. He beat Neji, and there isn't a single scratch on him. Kurenai smiled, satisfied. You should not have boasted that much, Guy. Shino may not look, but he is quite powerful. I have to agree with Guy, though. Those big bugs are creepy as hell. Can't imagine the terror Neji felt being swarmed by them, Asuma said. They are special insects, just like the flying lice, Kurenai said. What? Flying lice? Guy said, confused. The very tiny ones. You probably didn't see them because you shut your eyes during the fight, Guy, Kurenai said. Lice. Now that's unpleasant. On top of those big ones. The Aburame clan really creeps me out, Asuma said. Well, people usually don't like to watch Aburame clan members fight. I even took some time to get used to the bugs Shino always carries, but all those insects can be very useful. You'd be surprised with the amount of applications Shino's come up with during missions. The more powerful you are in the Aburame clan, the more insect varieties you can control, and the more insects you can control, the more you advance through the ranks. Each different variety of bugs has a specific skill. Shino so happens to be very powerful in the clan. Only a handful of their shinobi can control the flying lice and the giant toe biters, Kurenai said with pride in her voice. It's not just power, Kakashi said. That boy is far more intelligent than people give him credit for. He used a perfect strategy to win the fight. What do you mean, Kakashi? I thought Neji just couldn't handle that amount of insects. It wasn't that simple. Obviously, Shino flew up to avoid Neji's gentle fist taijutsu, but even when Neji proved himself capable of striking from afar, Shino seemed to be expecting that. He goaded Neji into spending his chakra to hit him from far away, but from that distance he knew he wouldn't be hit. Then came the brilliance of his strategy. Those two insect varieties were a perfect counter for the gentle fist. The large ones managed to withstand the blows of the rotation and overwhelm it. Neji switched to the 128 palms to try and counter them, destroying them individually, but Shino anticipated that, because Shino changed his attack and sent the small insects instead when Neji changed his posture. No matter how fast Neji hit them, he would never catch them all, but the rotation would, so then he started the rotation again. And then, well, Shino just changed the attack pattern again. began sending the large insects until Neji crumbled. He even attacked Neji with his regular insects in the beginning of the fight, which Neji easily destroyed to instill a false sense of security. Shino had a perfect plan for this fight. He anticipated he would fight against Neji in the semifinals and prepared accordingly, Kakashi said.
So do you think he also prepared like that to fight Lee in the final?
I have no doubt. I wonder what type of insect he's carrying in that third gourd he didn't open. Hinata gaped at Shino. She knew he was strong, but to beat Neji in such a devastating way was unfathomable. When Naruto beat Neji, it was a very difficult fight, and he used the Nine Tails' chakra, but Shino? He made it look effortless.
That's how Hikaku destroyed Tetsu and his army,
Danzo said. What do you mean? He couldn't have used the same strategy as Shino.
Not the same strategy, but he knew the weaknesses of the Gentle Fist and the Byakugan. Girl, the KK Genkai of your clan is nothing but a gimmick. The Hyuga like to call themselves the strongest of the leaf, but that couldn't be farther from the truth. Any half-competent shinobi that knows what the Gentle Fist's powers are can beat a Hyuga. Neji never even had a chance in this fight. That boy from the Aburame clan is talented and intelligent. He controlled the flow of battle and exploited the weaknesses of your clan's fight philosophy.
But that doesn't make sense. Neji was the #1 student of his year in the academy, and everyone hailed him as a prodigy, much more powerful than anybody else his age. And Shino, well, he's always been strong, but he wasn't even top of his class.
That is correct, and that's why the Gentle Fist is a gimmick. Yes, inheriting the KK Genkai will distinguish you from your peers when you are so young. They will be inexperienced and weak, therefore the Gentle Fist and the Byakugan will be something they won't be able to counter. It gives you an innate strength, but that strength has a ceiling. Hyuga clan members have a proclivity to be hailed as geniuses and prodigies when they are in the academy, but is there a Hyuga famous worldwide for his exploits?
My father, he is known.
Your father is barely above average when it comes to the Jonin of the Leaf. He's only somewhat known for being the head of the clan, because that's the problem. Once others can train and catch up to you, the Hyuga clan's abilities are nothing but a gimmick. They are extremely easy to counter. That's why most Hyuga shinobi are used as scouts and sensory types and nothing else, because that's the best usage the Leaf has for their Byakugan. It doesn't matter how long that Neji Hyuga trains his Gentle Fist, he will never come close to the power of the Akatsuki.
You don't make sense. You say the Hyuga powers are worthless, but then you tell me I have more potential than anybody in this tournament.
I never said they are worthless. I said they are a gimmick. Gimmicks can be useful, but solely relying on them will get you stuck in mediocrity. There is a limit for the amount of power a Hyuga clan member can achieve, and that's because your clan refuses to learn other jutsus that are not related to your KK Genkai, apart from the most basic ones you learn in the academy.
That was true. Her father forbade Kurenai Sensei from teaching her any new abilities, and she couldn't even master the Hyuga ones to begin with.
The stupidity of your clan, ever wanting to maintain the purity of your bloodline, is pathetic. I despise the Hyuga clan, and your father is the worst of them all. Even the Uchiha clan was never that strict when it came to their bloodline, and they completely eclipsed the Hyuga. Their powers were worth preserving. The Hyuga dogma, on the other hand, even forbids their shinobi from learning other jutsu, from fear that it will somehow taint their precious Byakugan. It might be true that you haven't inherited the Hyuga KK Genkai as powerful as Neji has, but that hardly matters. When I tell you have more potential than him, I mean as a shinobi, not as a Hyuga. If you branched out and actually learned abilities that suit your talents, using your Hyuga gimmick when it's worthwhile, you would become unstoppable. You would attain the power to fight the Akatsuki, the power to save Naruto Uzumaki.
Is it possible to learn this power? Danzo paused and slowly turned his face towards hers, peering into her soul with a single exposed eye.
Not from a Hyuga.
Rock Lee stepped into the arena grounds. The crowd cheered. The majority was rooting for him. Shino didn't even leave the arena grounds after he won against Neji, and his insects soured the crowd. Nobody liked him. The insects would be a problem for Lee though. He thought his best option would be to avoid them entirely, which should be doable, but if he got surrounded, that would be bad. He wouldn't have Neji's precision with a gentle fist to take out the big ones one by one, or the rotation to fend off against the smaller ones. Lee would have to be fast to avenge Neji, to win the exams, and finally go out with Sakura, to make his dreams come true. The good news was that he would be able to unleash everything he had in this match. After all, he didn't use his gates in the previous matches. Genma started the fight for the crowd's delirium. They really wanted Lee to beat this creep that used insects. Lee spurred into action, dashing towards Shino, who jumped backwards, but not up. A swarm of insects erupted from his body and two of his gourds, the two he had used against Neji, mixing the giant toe biters and flying lice with his normal insects. They formed a large dark barrier between Lee and Shino, closing in, covering the sun. Lee darted sideways, avoiding the crashing mass of insects, using all of his speed. He didn't have his weights on for this fight. Strangely, Shino was on the ground. Lee was positive he would fly just like he did against Neji. He was running away from Lee while his insects tried to reach him. Lee maneuvered throughout the arena, trying not to get surrounded, but the mass of insects was keeping to a large single swarm. They were not dispersing as Lee thought they would to surround him. Lee focused and his speed surged. He ran around the swarm and bolted towards Shino, jumping and aiming a kick straight at him. Dynamic entry! A smaller swarm of bugs came out of his body, forming a shield, blocking Lee's attack. He had left some insects in reserve just in case. Still, Shino was thrown back by the force of the kick and fell into the large footprint crater Choji had created in his fight against Shino previously. As Lee was about to pounce, he heard the loud noise of the swarm approaching from behind. Shino had fallen, but his insects were still chasing. And then Lee realized he meant to draw me into the crater and attack him there, so that the only way I would be able to run would be up. But once I jump up, he would close my escape route with the bugs. I'm sure he let my kick push him into that crater so that I would think that I got him, and then he would trap me inside with those thousands and thousands of insects, Lee thought, but he wouldn't fall for it. Lee dashed away from the crater as the insects crushed down upon it. As Lee expected, he was supposed to be in there, trapped with all those insects. The great swarm swirled above the crater, a dark maelstrom. Lee readied himself, but the insects kept on flying above the crater. He then grabbed 3 kunais in each hand from his satchel, all of them wrapped in paper bombs attached to them, and threw them towards the insects. Before the impact of the large swarm, a smaller number of regular insects detached themselves from the maelstrom, blocking the kunais that exploded, killing those insects. Shino erupted from the top section of the maelstrom, flying upwards on a smaller cloud of insects. So his initial plan didn't work, and now he's resorting to flying. I see, staying on the ground was just a trap after all. I knew there had to be a reason for him to stay below, Lee thought with a smile as Shino stopped hovering midair, 20 meters above the ground. He centered himself in the middle of the arena. I see, he knows what I'm about to do. He's staying as far away from each hole as he can, as I am going to use them as leverage to try and get to him with my taijutsu, Lee thought. The rest of the swarm flew up and spread out, orbiting around Shino, the small ice and the large toe biters together. And now he is surrounding himself with the insects in case I jump towards him. He knows I don't have ranged options. Damn, he's pretty smart. I'll have to bypass those insects around him with sheer force, and I'll have to be really fast to even get to him. Flying the very center of the arena doesn't really help me at all, Lee thought. Well, I suppose this fight will end soon. I will either get you or I won't, Lee said, joining his hands in the inner gate stance. He could have activated them when Shino was on the ground, but he had been afraid of a trap. Turns out he was right. The gates might have prompted him to act. He wouldn't have seen the ambush Shino was trying to spring with the crater. Lee then had an idea. Before he even activated the gates, he ran over and looked at the footprint crater, just to make sure there were no more tricks. The crater was completely empty, no insects at all. Now that Shino was airborne, all cards were on the table. Lee would just have to make sure to go fast enough that any insect he hit would be instantly crushed, not allowing them to drain his chakra. Let's finish this. 5th gate, the gate of limit.
open! The ground exploded around Lee. Veins popped all around his face and his skin became crimson. He felt his muscles beginning to rip, as if thousands of incandescent needles were piercing all over his body, but that didn't matter. He was used to the pain at this point. Shino flew up. Actually, he had started to fly up when Lee was in the process of opening the gates. He was so high up, in fact, that he was above the arena stands. Lee looked up in horror. He hadn't thought of that. There were no rules to the exam. There was no such a thing as going out of bounds. And if Lee used the arena walls to propel himself towards Shino and missed him, Lee would soar up and fly far away from the arena, simply because of the angle Shino was flying. He was taller than the walls themselves, and Lee wouldn't land back in the arena if he had to use all of his speed. In fact, he would probably land outside of the Leaf Village entirely if he used a full burst of the 5th gate, and that's what he would have to do to be fast enough, and maybe that wouldn't even cut it, as the distance between him and Shino, even if Lee climbed the wall, would be substantial. If he flew out of the arena, he would have to make his way back to it, and that would take some time. Precious time Lee didn't have with the gates opened. Shino had waited to fly above the arena level until Lee opened the gates. He knew once they were open, Lee would have to pounce. There was no other option. Yes, Lee could close the gates before he was completely drained, but his physical capabilities would be severely affected, and Shino will be able to swarm him sooner or later with his insects. So Lee had to attack, and he had to make sure his first strike would hit Shino. If it did, the fight was his. If it didn't, Lee didn't want to think of that. Lee jumped on the arena wall and crouched, preparing to thrust himself with everything he had towards Shino. I've never used it in battle, and I can only maintain it for a few seconds, but this is all or nothing anyways, and it's the last fight. So, 6th gate, the gate of view, open! Verdant chakra exploded from around Lee, cracking the wall of the arena. He chose a wall that didn't support any of the arena stands. His muscles burned with the power of 1,000 suns, and he couldn't even hear the crowd roaring in excitement because of the insane rush of chakra. Rock Lee focused all of his strength into his legs and jumped towards Shino. The wall he was standing on exploded. It fell down as Lee beamed towards Shino in the form of a green comet. Every insect that flew around Shino took the shape of a massive shield and stood in between Shino and Lee. Leaf battering ram! Lee punched the shield, reaching Shino's position in a fraction of a second. The swarm unraveled, exploding outwards as Lee pierced the shield and hit Shino's stomach with the same punch. It's over, Lee thought, wincing from the pain. But Shino dissolved into more insects. That wasn't his real body. It was an insect clone, and the 6th gate ran out. He couldn't keep it activated for more than that. The pain of all his muscles ripping apart inundated his senses. He could no longer move. He could barely stay conscious, and he was dozens of meters above the ground. Lee fell. The crowd gasped as they realized his body was limp. Using the 6th gate wasn't a good idea after all. An impact from this height without protecting himself, with his body motionless, would certainly be fatal. Tears began to stream from Rock Lee's eyes as he thought about Gai-sensei, Neji, Naruto, but he was also ashamed. He couldn't fulfill what he promised. His legacy would be empty. A swarm of insects flew under Lee and caught him before he hit the ground. The insects lowered him and set him down gently on the arena. Lee was surprised, but he then understood. Shino saved him. Shino emerged from the ground close to the footprint crater. A swarm of large centipedes came out of the ground and crawled next to Shino, getting back inside of Shino's 3rd gourd, the one he didn't open in the fight against Neji. Lee tried to stand up, fighting the burning agony of his destroyed muscles. He wouldn't just give up. Even though Shino had saved him, they were still fighting. But the same insects that saved Lee from the fall wrapped themselves around Lee's arms, immobilizing him, but they didn't drain his chakra. The winner is Shino Aburame, Genma said. The crowd gave a lukewarm round of applause. They had been rooting for Rock Lee and didn't like Shino's style, but he did save Lee from the fall. Through the immense pain Lee felt on every single fiber of his body, he felt even greater frustration. He thought he had won. He thought he landed that blow. He was so close. Shino knelt down close to Lee. You fought well. The odds were stacked against you, he said in his calm demeanor. How'd you do that? Lee asked, gritting his teeth. I wanted to force you to use the gates and stay out of your range until they ran out. I calculated
calculated that by flying at the center of the arena, I would be able to avoid any advancements you did with the 5th gate if you jumped off a wall.
But I used the 6th gate. I hit you. How?
The Aburame clan never underestimates their opponents, Shino said, looking at the large section of the wall Lee had destroyed in his final attack. I assumed you would have something up your sleeve, a new move, more powerful than the 5th gate. The 6th gate was a good guess, and my assumption was correct, so I had a contingency plan.
Contingency?
I let myself fall in that crater. My intention was to make you think I was drawing you in for a trap, but I knew you wouldn't fall for it. While in there, I created my insect clone and used my 1,000-like centipedes to carve a hole underground where my real self could hide. The centipedes are accomplished Earth-style users, so they could dig a hole and cover it up. When you looked at the crater, you didn't see anything suspicious, even though I was hiding in there, safely from you. From the moment you saw me emerging from the maelstrom, you were fighting against my clone all along.
I see. You hid well. I had no idea you could burrow underground.
I took inspiration from him, though I admit my method was far more cowardly. Lee smiled, remembering when Naruto used a similar technique to beat Neji in the previous exams.
It wasn't cowardly. It was smart,
Lee said, extending a trembling hand towards Shino. He took it.
Good fight,
Lee said. Shino nodded. Good fight. Guy looked at his fallen student. He shed a tear, not believing what he just watched. It was a good fight, but he shouldn't have underestimated Shino, Kurenai said, proud of her student. It's alright, Guy. There's always a chance in the next exam, and maybe Lady Tsunade will promote Lee even though he lost, Kakashi said. Still, 6th gate, huh? You're really pushing him. I thought he wouldn't advance further than the 5th gate for a while.
Lee's just like me.
I mean, you're doing a good job, Asuma said, pointing at the crumbled wall. I still don't believe Shino won the tournament without a scratch, though. That's just insane. And it's not just that, Kakashi said. Shino planned everything. Every last minute detail. All his 3 fights. He predicted that he would fight against Neji and Lee after fighting Choji, and he prepared those centipedes intending on using them against Lee. And the strange dodge pattern he used against Choji was on purpose. He intended to make Choji carve that large crater for him to use against Lee in the final. He didn't only predict every opponent he would face in the tournament, but he also predicted every technique they would use and turned them against them. Shino implemented perfect counters for all of them and even used some of their abilities against opponents in following rounds. That's beyond the level of a Chunin even. Are you saying Shino could be promoted straight to Jonin? Kurenai asked in excitement. No, Lady Tsunade has a policy of not promoting anyone to Jonin rank before they turn 16, but he'll no doubt become a Chunin after this display. Danzo scoffed as medic ninjas carried Rock Lee on a stretcher.
This result was obvious. Anyone with half a wit could see the Aburame boy was going to win this tournament without difficulty.
He stood up and motioned to leave the room. Hinata barely paid any attention to the fight. She had been reflecting on what Danzo told her about the Hyuga clan and her supposed true potential.
If only they had trained you correctly, maybe you could have won this. Tell your father that if anything happens to you, I will kill him personally. That should keep you safe. Farewell, Hinata Hyuga,
Danzo said, opening the door to leave his private box.
Wait!
Hinata shouted, surprising herself with the force of her own voice. She stood up and ran towards Danzo, kneeling in front of him, touching her forehead on the ground.
Train me!
Danzo said nothing. Hinata waited for a long moment. She could hear her own heartbeat. Finally, she looked up and didn't see Danzo. Her heart sank. He was walking down the hallway, not even looking at her. As expected, Hinata was not worth being trained. But I have to protect Naruto, she thought. She couldn't give up on that. Hinata stood up and ran towards Danzo again.
Wait, please! You said I had potential! Train me!
Danzo turned around and looked at her with his all-knowing gaze.
No, the root training will kill you.
I don't care. I'll do it anyway. You want to protect Naruto, right? It's the same thing I want to do. If you think it can be a powerful tool, why not train me? Why not use me? I don't care if I die in the process. I have to at least try.
Even if that's the case, your father would never allow it.
You can convince him. I can do it as well. He hates me. If I die, he will be happy. You saw it firsthand.
Danzo stared at her for what seemed to be an eternity. humanity.
The shinobi who walks the shadows shall give up on his humanity. Emotion is weakness. Compassion is weakness. Glory is weakness. A true shinobi does not care or seek recognition. A true shinobi protects without ever being seen. The roots that sustain the great tree will never see sunlight, but without them, the tree wilts and dies. These are the ideals of the root. Ambo, do you understand?
I do. Danzo slapped her in the face with his backhand.
Let this pain imbue those ideals in your consciousness. Death is not the worst destiny awaiting you should you choose to join the root. You will relinquish your soul. Do you accept that?
I do. Danzo slapped her again.
Let this pain be a reminder of your sacrifice, so that when darkness shrouds you, you will remember what you fight for. Rise.
Hinata stood up. For the first time in a long time, she felt sure about something she did.
Very well then. Tonight, we will speak to your father, and your training will begin. Prepare yourself.
Hinata nodded. A few hours later, Hinata walked back home from the arena. Lady Tsunade had a meeting with the participants of the exams, well, at least those who could attend. She promoted Shino, Rock Lee, and Neji to the Chunin rank. Ironically, Lee and Neji were receiving treatment, so they didn't even know they were Chunins yet. The Hokage told the ones who didn't make it to keep training, and they would certainly advance in the future. Hinata naturally didn't tell anyone about her conversation with Danzo and what she intended to do. They wouldn't understand. If she managed to fulfill her true potential that Danzo talked about, then maybe she could be useful to Naruto once he returned. Suddenly, Hinata realized she was hungry. She hadn't eaten anything the entire day. After she made up her mind and extinguished the fog of doubt, her appetite had returned. She passed by Ichiraku and almost went in, but then she remembered Naruto's promise to go eat ramen together one day. She wanted that time to be her first ramen bowl. Instead, she settled for some dumplings sold at a stall. Several tourists and foreigners were still in the village, and she could hear some of them debating the results of the exam. They all seemed surprised and disappointed that Shino had won. No one ever mentioned her. Nobody seemed to even remember she participated, and she was glad that was the case. To be a root was not to be seen. Hinata could do that. She could welcome it. The little girl whose cat Hinata saved before the exam ran past her shouting, no doubt chasing her cat again, and then she spotted the animal scrunched up against the corner of a wall. Hinata smiled, looking at the gleeful girl. The girl kicked the head of the cat, which crunched with a vicious blow. The little animal whimpered and tried to stand up, but the little girl stomped the cat's head.
You're so boring! Move faster, you idiots!
A wave of shock rippled through Hinata. She ran towards the little girl. She had to stop that slaughter, but a glance at the cat was enough to see the little animal was dead.
Why did you do that?
Hinata asked the girl. Her mouth was dry and tingly.
Yelling's so boring. I need a new cat anyway.
The girl said, as if she hadn't just killed her pet and strolled away. Hinata stood there in shock for over half an hour. She remembered that the young cat had several scars and wounds. She thought it was because the creature was reckless, but instead, the owner was abusive, and Hinata saved that cat only for it to be slaughtered. She stared at the corpse of the creature, and an image of Naruto, dead, head crushed, flashed in her mind. Hinata retched in the middle of the street, and then she ran away. Her mind was playing tricks with her. She couldn't have that happening. Once she joined the root, she couldn't be shocked because a kitty died. When Hinata got back to the Hyuga clan complex, she erased her presence. These past few months taught her one thing. She was quite good at stealth, not that her father saw any importance in it. Hinata hid in her usual place underneath a section of a raised floor of a small building in the complex and remained there, mind racing. Naruto, death, Akatsuki, Hyuga, root, father, Danzo. Her thoughts were pandemonium.
You certainly are good at hiding. That will come in handy.
Danzo's voice said, startling Hinata. She hadn't noticed him at all, and how did he get into the Hyuga complex without anybody stopping him? Besides, he noticed Hinata. Nobody ever noticed Hinata.
Shall we get to your father?
Hinata then realized it was already evening. She had been so distraught and confused that she's been hiding for hours and didn't notice. Taking a deep breath and focusing on what she had to do, protecting Naruto, she came out of her alcove and accompanied Danzo to the main Hyuga complex building. The man used a transformation jutsu to look like a regular Leaf citizen, concealing his presence. This wouldn't work against the Byakugan, but Hyugas didn't walk around with their Byakugan activated. They stopped into the main building and found Hiyashi alone in the sitting room, reading a summary report of the Chunin Exams. He had a mean scowl on his face, which sent shivers down Hinata's spine. She noticed bandages around her father's torso, certainly put there because of Danzo's kick. Hiyashi looked at Hinata. I'm surprised you had guts to show your face here again, pathetic girl. Who's that peasant? Hiyashi said, pointing towards the transformed Danzo who weaved hand signs. A dark barrier that looked like thin sheets of obsidian rose around the room. Danzo then dispelled his transformation jutsu. You! How dare you enter my house after what you did? Hiyashi said, standing up and activating his Byakugan. I have ample reason to kill you. You wouldn't be able to kill me, even in your wettest dreams, Hiyashi. Sit down and calm yourself. The entire Hyuga clan is here. Don't you think you'll be able to escape? That barrier blocks the view of your Byakugan. No one will come for your aid, Danzo said, sitting down. He gestured for Hiyashi to do the same. You threaten me in my own house? Yes. Now sit down. We have an important matter to discuss. A matter which requires secrecy. That is why I raised the barrier in the first place. Not because I am afraid of Hyugas attacking me. Hiyashi was fuming. He looked worse than usual. If this went wrong, Hinata would suffer. It took Hiyashi a long moment, but he sat down across from Danzo. Hinata sat next to Danzo. Hinata Hyuga will join the Root Ambu and undergo our training. I have come here to inform you of that. Hiyashi burst in laughter, a mix of amusement and mockery. Hinata hadn't seen him laughing in so long that it made her feel sick. You are a senile old man if you think that will ever happen. You clearly do not care for her. She's wasted remaining as a regular shinobi in this worthless clan. The training of the Hyuga dampens her true potential. This one has no potential. Didn't you watch the exams, you old fool? Hiyashi said as if Hinata wasn't even present. Then give her to me. I will shape her into a true shinobi. No. Why not, father? Hinata screamed. She was looking down. She couldn't meet her father's eyes. You hate me. You literally tried to kill me a few hours ago. I'm probably going to die during the training anyways, and if not, the Akatsuki will probably kill me. You'll be rid of me, and then you'll be able to imprint the inheritance on Hanabi without having to do the deed yourself. You'll never have to deal with my failures again. Hiyashi looked at her and seemed to consider it. No, I cannot let the Byakugan fall into anybody's hands. Hiyashi, I assure you that the Byakugan will not fall into the enemy's hands if she joins our ranks. If there's anyone who wishes to protect the village and its secrets, that person will be me. What about your dirty hands, you slimy rat? What do you take me for, Hiyashi? Do you think I'll gouge her eyeballs out of her sockets to get her Byakugan? The root is ruthless and pragmatic, but we are not barbarians. Besides, I'm not interested in the Byakugan anyways. Her other talents are what I want for the root. Father, please, let me go. If I survive all that, the training, the Akatsuki, everything, if the Akatsuki is defeated and Naruto's safe, I promise to take my own life and let you reimplant the inheritance. I won't stand on your way. Just let me do one thing I wish to do. Just this time. If she dies, I promise to return her corpse with her eyes intact. I will also provide you the privilege of intel on other clans and villages as the root collects it. All I ask for is one shinobi. Fine, take her, but she'll regret it. She's worthless. For the first time, Hinata saw a full-fledged smile curling Danzo's lips. They did it. Hinata would finally be able to do something useful for once. She could at least try to protect Naruto. In exchange for the intel, you will keep Hinata's new training and affiliation a secret, Hiyashi, from everyone, your clan, and especially the Hokage. She will be far more useful if no one knows about her true powers and missions. Hinata, you will request
the Hokage to grant you a sabbatical, saying that as the heiress of the Hyuga clan, you will start to engage more on the clan's politics and act as an ambassador. In the eyes of the village, you will cease to be a shinobi for now. This facade will provide a reasonable excuse for your absence and missions.
Fine. It will be better for the clan anyway if she's not constantly failing on her missions.
Very well then,
Danzo said, standing up.
Come, Hinata. Your training begins now.
He used the transformation jutsu again and lowered the barrier surrounding the room. Hinata stood up, not looking at her father in the eye. As she was about to leave the room, Hiyashi interrupted her. This is all because of that boy, isn't it? That filthy Jinchuriki. She mustered all of her courage and finally looked him in the eye.
Does it matter?
No, but it figures that garbage would be attracted to garbage. A wave of primordial hatred flared through Hinata. She would kill her father. She would kill him now. Make him suffer. Danzo touched her shoulder, stopping her from moving.
Save your bloodlust for the true enemy.
She contained herself and stepped away. Danzo and Hinata left the Hyuga clan complex, and Danzo took her to a small building on the outskirts of the village. There, Danzo opened a secret passage down in the basement, using an elaborate reverse sealing jutsu. The passage took them to a place Hinata could never have imagined was under the Leaf Village. A massive underground facility with several tiers. There were rooms of all sorts, training grounds, intelligence stations, and much more hidden beyond other doors and passageways.
Your training will be harsh,
Danzo said, as they both walked through the facility.
You will devote at least 12 hours every day to it. You'll receive missions to be carried out when I deem you ready as well. They will be far harder than any mission you've ever been on. You are now loyal to me and to the Root Ambu. The Hokage's words hold no sway on you. Naturally, this will be further instilled during your training. There are several rituals you will undergo in the coming days. Rituals every Root Ambu member goes through, but first, I need your help with something.
My help?
Yes, we've recently captured a shinobi we suspect was acting as a spy in a city in the Land of Fire border. We believed he was eavesdropping on the shinobi facility the Leaf Village has there.
What do you mean by shinobi facility?
It's an outpost of leaf ninjas. Most cities in the Land of Fire have one. That so happened to be a large one with several sensitive documents and personnel. The man we captured is a shinobi from the Stone Village. He claims to have been only passing by the city, but we are suspicious. I want you to extract the truth from him. I don't want you to force him to confess to anything false, but to tell the undeniable truth. Do you understand?
Yes, I do, but why me? I've never even interrogated anyone.
You will see.
They reached a door which Danzo opened and told Hinata to get into the room. It was dark, with only a faint lamp giving off dim light. Hinata entered the room and walked forward. She only saw a chair, to which a man was tied on. Hinata couldn't see the man's face. He was facing away from the door. Danzo closed the door behind her, and Hinata's breath caught. He didn't follow her into the room. She was alone with her captive. Hinata slowly moved towards the man, breathing in deeply, trying to think about how to extract information. Why did she have to do this all of a sudden? Why so soon? Would she have to torture him? She couldn't do that. But she kept going towards him, not seeing his face. He was breathing in an erratic way. His bound hands shook. Someone entering the room provoked a visceral reaction of fear. Hinata finally reached the chair, seeing his face. Memory surfaced in Hinata's mind. The land of crystals. The fight against the stone ninjas. The man chained in front of her was one of those ninjas they fought in that mission over a year ago. The genjutsu user. His name was Namoko. There were clear signs of torture. The man had several cuts, missing nails and bruises. His mouth was gagged, and it took him a while to recognize Hinata. As soon as he did, his eyes opened wide, and a glimmer of hope shined on his face. Hinata ungagged him.
Thank you. Your name, it's Hinata, isn't it? Thank God. They called someone I knew.
What happened, Namoko?
I was captured by the Leaf Village. They're treating me as a spy, but they're wrong.
Why were you in the Land of Fire? And why so close to a shinobi outpost?
It was just a coincidence. You have to believe me, I was on a mission in the Land of Waterfalls, which took me to the border sword of land of fire, but I'm no spy. I don't have any skills for it. You're a genjutsu user. Yes, but I never trained as a spy. I asked my captors to send for somebody that knew me from the land of crystals. We worked together, Hinata. We worked to rebuild that village. We were enemies, but that blonde kid, he united us in the end. He killed the captain, but he saved the city, and we became friends. Kurotsuchi speaks very highly of the kid. His name is Naruto, right? She thinks the leaf and the stone can become friends, and she really thinks that boy is the key. Hinata remembered that mission. The first time she fought with Naruto. The first time Naruto acknowledged her. When Naruto killed to protect Namoko. I know the Ambu has treated you harshly, but I need to know the truth from you. The whole truth. That's why I was sent here. The Hokage is merciful. If you're truthful, we will reach an agreement with the Stone Village and your suffering will end. For that, you'll need to stop your deceit. Help me help you. Help me get you out of the situation. I also respect you. You are my friend. We work together. But you have to say everything you know. He looked at her, eyes watering. It took him almost a minute to speak. I'm a spy. I was sent to gather intel on the strength of the Leaf Ninjas in the border. We have several ninjas assigned to different cities on the border. The Tsuchikage always wants to know about a possible threats and invasions and incursions of other nations, especially the major ones. And with the history we have, the leaf and the stone. Who are these other spies? I don't know. I'm only giving the information pertinent to my assignment. I acted alone in that city. I managed to gather some intel about the ninjas in that outpost. One jonin was stationed there at all times with a variable number of 2 to 5 special jonins and 20 to 30 chunins. I also knew you didn't plan for any hostile attacks against other villages and against the stone, at least in that region that I was stationed in. I was only there a week before I was discovered, but I didn't do anything bad. I didn't hurt anyone. And that's all I know. I swear. I'm only a chunin. I don't know anything about the larger espionage operations that Tsuchikage has implemented. The door opened and Danzo stepped in. Good. You passed your first test, Hinata Hyuga. Hinata looked at him confused. We had already extracted every useful information from this boy, unbeknownst to him. We knew he was a spy. What? You were just using me? Namoko said, frustrated. I agreed to give you intel. Please let me go, or at least put me in a better cell. Hinata, you promised. Danzo stepped next to Hinata, looking at Namoko. His gaze was cold, but there was the hint of a smile. You did well, appealing to sympathy and desperation. That was a good contrast to the method we previously implemented on him. He cracked without difficulty. But now we can let him go, right? Or at least treat him a little better? I'm afraid not. No, please! You promised! Hinata, we work together! You saw how the leaf and the stone can cooperate! Namoko screamed, choking on his own tears. Lord Danzo, he's no threat to us. We don't have to keep on torturing him. I agree with you. We will torture him no longer. That would be wasteful. Danzo produced a kunai from his sleeve. Holding it by the blade, he offered the weapon to Hinata. Kill him. Hinata felt a frigid embrace. This couldn't be happening. She couldn't kill a defenseless person. I can't. His prisoner is not armed. He's not dangerous. And we promised. No, please. I beg you, Hinata, please. I have a family. I just had a daughter. She's 6 months old. Her hands shook uncontrollably. Namoko's face of desperation made her wish to be invisible again. She didn't want to do that. And even though she wanted to cry more than anything, as usual, no tears escaped her eyes. It's not right. Maybe we can use him to trade information or prisoners with the Stone Village. Killing him would be wrong. Emotion is weakness. Compassion is weakness. Glory is weakness. Relinquish your soul. Hinata, please. I'll do anything. Do you wish to save Naruto or not? Do it. Hinata's hands stopped shaking. As the image of a happy, smiling Naruto formed in her mind's eye, she ignored Namoko's desperate screams and shoved the kunai into his left eye. The defenseless stone ninja made an abrupt squeak, realizing what just happened, and his head fell limp. Her first kill had been easier than killing a fly, but he was a human who had dreams, aspirations, a family, and was even somewhat of a friend to her. Strangely, Hinata felt no shock. She would probably not sleep for weeks, but no shaking or paralysis overtook her. Welcome to the root, Ambu.
They said your first kill was the most impactful, and that eventually you would grow numb to the slaughter. They were right. Hinata had grown numb to killing. She didn't even acknowledge it anymore. But her most impactful kill hadn't been her first, but her last. The kill that saved Naruto's life. Hinata killed to protect, just like Naruto had done it in the Land of Crystals. She knew her soul was forfeit. She would never go to the same place Naruto would in the afterlife, but that didn't matter. Someone had to do it. And better her than Naruto himself. His life and soul were preserved, and that was what mattered. And with confidence, Hinata knew that she would have done everything all over again. Watch the continuation of the Rewriting Naruto series right here. Subscribe if you haven't already. I mean, this video's been extremely long, so if you don't subscribe now, I don't know when you're going to. Like the video as well, and thank you so much for watching.